One morning, over England, a passenger plane's windshield blows out and the captain is sucked outside. In New Haven, a woman with a fever just below 42 Celsius gets medication that even doctors can barely obtain. In Pennsylvania, 9 miners stand in icy water, waiting to see whether the drill will reach the dark void underground. Stories like these are easy to call miracles. But up close, behind the miracle are hands, instructions, other people's stubbornness, and one technical detail that could not be overlooked. Sometimes the first life-saving device on an aircraft is not metal, and it is not electronics. It is a person who grabs another person by the belt and somehow refuses to let go. The morning over southern England was gray and ordinary. On June 10, 1990, British Airways Flight 5390 left Birmingham for Malaga, toward sun, hotels, and a short holiday. In the cockpit of the BAC 111 were Captain Tim Lancaster and First Officer Alistair Acheson. Behind the cockpit door, flight attendant Nigel Ogden was working through his own routine. Narrow aisle, carts, seatbelts, calm voices. Nothing about this flight looked like it belonged in a story about an impossible rescue. The airplane was climbing, the autopilot was helping hold course, and the crew had already passed the most demanding part of departure. That is exactly when danger can feel hardest to believe. It does not smell like smoke. It does not always flash a red warning. The night before, ordinary maintenance had entered that cockpit. An old windshield had been replaced with a new one. A few dozen bolts were supposed to do one simple job: hold the panel in place. A boring detail. But in aviation, the boring detail can be the line between a scheduled flight and an emergency scene. When the aircraft climbed to roughly 5 kilometers, the left windshield suddenly went outward. It did not crack in some neat, cinematic way. It tore away almost as a whole panel. A white blast of air hit the cockpit, with a roar so loud that normal commands turned into fragments. One thing matters here. This was not some mysterious vacuum pulling people out of the airplane. The air inside the cockpit was denser than the air outside. The pressure difference pushed the windshield from the inside, and when the fasteners failed, that air rushed for the open path. Captain Lancaster was pulled out of his seat. His shoulder restraints were not holding him at that moment, and the upper part of his body ended up outside the cockpit. His legs remained inside, near the instrument panel and the control column. For the first officer, it was a nightmare he could not look away from. The airplane was still flying, the captain was vanishing through the opening, the wind was tearing the sound apart, and the controls still had to be flown. Ogden burst into the cockpit and grabbed the captain by the belt. In that moment, many of the crew likely thought Lancaster was already dead. He was hanging in freezing airflow, outside the aircraft, at the airplane's speed. But letting go meant losing the last chance, and maybe creating a new strike against the fuselage or an engine. So Ogden did the simplest and hardest thing. He held on. From there, the rescue became a strange kind of teamwork, where no one could truly replace anyone else. One person held the captain. Others had to hold Ogden, because the airflow was pulling at him too. Alistair Acheson was left alone at the controls of an airplane that was now loud, cold, and partly open to the sky. He had to get on oxygen, reach air traffic control, begin a descent, and keep the machine from falling into chaos. After decompression, altitude was no longer just a number on an instrument. The lower the airplane went, the closer the outside air became to air people inside could breathe. But even descending had to be careful. The captain's legs were near the controls, and behind Acheson, crew members were physically fighting the wind. Controllers guided the flight toward Southampton. This was not a dramatic, heroic maneuver. It was several minutes of very exact restraint. Acheson flew as if every extra movement could tear loose someone else's hands. In the cabin, passengers did not understand everything, but they could feel the flight was no longer normal. Then the landing gear touched the runway. The aircraft stopped, and what had seemed impossible suddenly became a fact that could be checked. Lancaster was alive. He was taken away with frostbite, bruises, and fractures. Ogden had also been hurt by the cold and the strain. There were 81 passengers on board, and no one died. After the landing, the story became quieter, but not simpler. Investigators were no longer looking at the sky. They were looking at the windshield frame, the holes and the fasteners that had seemed ordinary during the night. They found that the emergency had not begun in the clouds. It had begun during maintenance, when the new windshield was secured with the wrong bolts. In the report, the detail sounds almost offensively calm. 84 of the 90 bolts were smaller in diameter than required, by about 26 thousandths of an inch. The remaining bolts were the right diameter, but shorter than the standard called for. On the ground, that difference can look almost ridiculous. At around 5 kilometers up, it decided whether the panel would hold under pressure. A bolt does not just fill a hole. It has to bite into the threads and carry the load into the frame. If it is too narrow or too short, cabin pressure tests that mistake without mercy. The most uncomfortable part is not that one person mixed up pieces of metal. A night shift, similar-looking parts, old bolts used as a reference, and a weak independent check all formed a chain. After this flight, maintenance rules and checks for this kind of work had to be reviewed. But the memory of the rescue does not live only in the report. It lives in Ogden's hands, in Atchison's composure, and in one strange truth about aviation. Sometimes disaster begins with a bolt, and survival begins with the first person who grabs a human being by the belt. The next last minute will be different, but once again, a small detail will turn out to be bigger than it looks. The medicine was so rare that a single drop left on the wall of a vial could count as a loss. Not as a figure of speech, literally. In a hospital room in New Haven, Ann Sheaf Miller lay in bed, and the doctors were watching not only her face, but the glass, the markings, the last cloudy trace of liquid. It was March of 1942. The war was already changing hospitals, laboratories, and transportation. But in this room, the enemy was not a shell. Streptococcus was moving through the patient's blood. After a miscarriage, the infection would not stop. Her fever rose above 106 degrees Fahrenheit, and the usual tools failed one after another. Sulfa drugs did not pull her back. Transfusions did not pull her back. The doctors could do everything right and still lose. And this is where it gets uncomfortable. The drug that might help already existed. But for an ordinary hospital, it was almost a thing from the future. Not a box in a pharmacy, not a supply on a shelf, but a few precious doses that had to be requested, negotiated, delivered, and used in time. Orvan Hess and John Bumstead were not choosing between good treatment and better treatment. They were choosing between a vanishing chance and almost certain death. So this story does not begin with a grand discovery. It begins with a quiet question at a bedside. Will there be enough, if none of it can be wasted? To understand their risk, you have to forget the modern picture of an antibiotic. Today, it is a prescription, a pill, a pharmacy, a route everyone understands. Back then, penicillin had to be grown. Mold produced the useful substance in a weak liquid broth. Chemists pulled it out, purified it, dried it, and tested it again. At the end, they did not get crates. They got grams and milligrams, and every step could consume part of the supply. Industrial tanks had not yet become the familiar machinery of rescue. Deep fermentation, better mold strains, large military batches, all of that was only beginning to gather speed. But Ann Miller was not dying sometime in the future. She was dying now. So a telephone call became almost part of the treatment. Hess and Bumstead searched for access through colleagues, permissions, and people who understood how late it already was in that room. A small supply of penicillin connected with laboratory work at Merck was finally delivered to New Haven. But delivery did not solve everything. Against streptococcus, penicillin does not work like a fever reducer or a strong antiseptic. It interferes with the bacterial cell wall. The streptococcus divides, tries to hold its shape, and its protection breaks down. Then the immune system has a chance to catch up. It sounds simple, but the right concentration has to stay in the blood, and the supply shrinks after every dose. The first dose did not look like a scene from the future. No shine, no certainty, just a hospital room, a thermometer, a doctor's hands, and a nurse who had to watch the timing exactly. Early penicillin left the body quickly through the kidneys. Today, that sounds like a line from a drug insert. Back then, it meant something almost absurd. The life-saving substance was leaving in the urine while the patient was still being saved. So it could not simply be thrown away. The urine was collected and sent to the laboratory, where technicians tried to recover the penicillin, purify it, and put it back to work. Yes, the rescue depended on something that would normally be carried out of the room and discarded. The night became a chain of small operations. Give the dose, mark the time, check the temperature, save the vial, hand over the collected fluid, wait for the chemists to do their part, and then do not be late again. After a while, the fever began to fall. Not an instant fairy tale, not one shining injection and a miracle. More like the slow retreat of numbers on a chart that had offered almost no comfort before. For the doctors, it was a turn, but not a release. The improvement had to be held. Streptococcus had already shown how quickly it could take a body, and there was still less penicillin than real confidence required. Little by little, the room stopped being a place where everyone waited for the end. Ann Miller survived. Later, her case would be remembered as one of the first penicillin rescues in the United States, and it is easy to turn that into a simple postcard. A new drug defeated an old infection. But the real picture is far more practical. Penicillin worked because it was found, delivered, calculated, given on time, and partly recovered from what the body had already excreted. The miracle was not in a single vial. It was in a chain where each person held one small section. A doctor did not give up when the familiar methods were gone. Someone allowed a rare drug to be used for this patient. Someone got it there without wasting time. A nurse kept the schedule. Chemists were not counting elegant formulas but leftovers that might become another dose. Within a few years, penicillin would be made in a completely different way, in large batches, and the idea of collecting it back would seem strange. But in March of 1942, that industrial future had not yet reached the hospital bed. Ann Miller lived a long life, to the age of 90, and that night remains a reminder. Sometimes the last minute of rescue is measured not by time, but by how many drops no one let disappear. Underground, in total darkness, sometimes the smartest move is not forward, it is closer to the person next to you. 9 miners chose to stay together and not wander one by one into the black water. Up on a wet pad in the Appalachians, other men were bent over old lines on a mine map, treating each line as if it could cost 9 lives. The strange part is that the rescue did not begin with the drilling rig. It began with trying to figure out what somebody had failed to draw on paper. July 2002, Somerset County, Pennsylvania. The Quee Creek mine was working near the abandoned Saxman mine, and the old plans showed a safe block of rock between them. For the crew, it was an ordinary evening. A continuous miner, a coal seam, the clatter of chains, helmet lights sliding over black walls. Everything rested on one simple trust in a map. Cut here. The old workings are over there. But an abandoned mine is rarely empty. Once the pumps have been shut down for years, groundwater comes back into the entries, rises along the slopes, gets trapped behind falls, and waits in the dark. An active mine is noisy, ventilated, and watched by people. An abandoned one is silent. And if its map is incomplete, that silence is even more dangerous. At Quee Creek, the mistake was almost invisible. The old Saxman workings extended farther than the records showed. On the surface, it was a bad line. Underground, it was a water-filled dead end behind a thin wall of coal. When the machine broke into the old void, the map stopped being useful. Water blasted out of the darkness, not a stream, not a leak you could handle with a pump. A heavy, cold volume had built up inside the abandoned mine, and now it had found a way out. One thing matters here. Underground water presses with the full weight of its height. The taller that column is in old passages, the harder it drives through a breach. That is hydrostatic pressure, but in real life it sounds like roaring, flying mud, and a headlamp suddenly reflecting off a black surface. Part of the shift made it toward the exit. 9 men were cut off and moved into a section that rose higher. There was still air there, but an air pocket is not a safe room. Water compresses it from below, people use up oxygen, and carbon dioxide builds without making a scene. Normal ventilation no longer solves the problem, because water blocks the routes where air used to move. Below ground, they stayed as a group. It was easier to keep warm, check on one another, and stop anyone from drifting alone into the dark. Above ground, the first job was not dramatic. It was painfully exact. Rebuild the memory of the ground. Rescuers compared the Key Creek plans, the old Saxman outlines, depth marks, and the last known work locations. Drilling straight down was not enough. They had to hit the small zone where the men could still breathe. Night in the Appalachians turned into a work site of rain, clay, and floodlights. Pumps pulled water. A drilling mast stood over the calculated spot. From a distance, it might have looked like brute force. In reality, every foot downward had to be questioned. First came the small boreholes. A hole like that cannot bring a person out, but it can answer the main question. Is the calculation right or not? It can confirm a void, depth, pressure, and the air below. Through it, rescuers can send compressed air, and that is not a comfort. It is the line between breathing and suffocating. The air helps hold the pocket where the men are waiting, while pumps fight water in the old workings. But water in an abandoned mine does not behave like water in a bathtub. Falls, old barriers, and unexpected slopes can hold it back. Pumping in one place does not instantly lower the level where the miners are. So the rescue team worked against several unknowns at once. Where the men were, how much air was left, and how fast the water might rise again. Then the larger rescue shaft began. For that they prepared a steel capsule, narrow, heavy, built for one person at a time. Not an elevator, more like a metal chance that had to travel down a vertical shaft without getting stuck. When the capsule went down, no one on the surface could make time move faster. All they could do was wait for the first helmet to come back from the black depth of the mine. The first miner came up wet, exhausted, and alive. Then the second, then another. On a rescue site like that, the count does not feel safe until it is finished, because someone is still the last man underground. The capsule went down again, the cable tightened again, and the black water gave back one person after another. After nearly 77 hours below ground, all 9 were on the surface. 9 out of 9. This rescue is often called a miracle, and it is easy to understand why. But if that is the only word we keep, we miss the point. They were saved by a chain of precise actions. The miners stayed together. Map experts and engineers reread the old ground. Drillers hit the right spot, and air went down before the capsule did. Later reviews pointed to the central cause. The abandoned mine maps were incomplete. After Key Creek, Pennsylvania took a harder look at old workings, mine plans, and drilling near suspicious zones. Because an abandoned mine is not dangerous because it is quiet. It is dangerous because that quiet can hide water, gas, and somebody else's mistake. The thing to remember here is not just the word miracle. It is the wet helmet rising out of black water inside a steel capsule. Here, precision saved them. Next, we will see what happens when there is even less time left to be rescued. In this story, help did not arrive late at the gallows. It never came there at all. Help was waiting in another room, among candles, knives, and a heavy wooden table, where the body was brought after the execution. Hold that image for a moment. Winter Oxford, wet planks, a coarse rope, a young servant wrapped in linen, and men looking at her not as a patient, but as a subject for anatomy. Her name was Anne Green. In 1650, she was working in a household near Oxford, became pregnant, and gave birth in secret. The baby did not survive. Anne said the child had been stillborn, but in mid-17th century England that barely protected an unmarried woman. If a birth was hidden, a court often saw not fear, shame, or panic, but evidence of infanticide. One thing matters here. The court did not require the kind of proof we would expect today. A woman's word could lose to rumor, reputation, and a law written for exactly these cases. Anne was found guilty and taken to be hanged. And here the paradox becomes the point. She was not pulled from the noose at the final second. No messenger ran across the square with a pardon. First, the law decided its work was done. Only then did Anne get a chance. The execution that was supposed to end everything was much cruder than a modern viewer might imagine. This was not the later, calculated drop, with the height matched to the prisoner's weight so the neck would break at once. In Oxford at that time, the common method was a short hanging. A person was lifted or dropped only a small distance, and the rope did not always break the spine. It squeezed the throat and the blood vessels. Sometimes death came through suffocation, sometimes through blood being cut off from the brain, sometimes through a blend of pain, shock, and lack of air. It could take a long time. Anne was left on the rope for about half an hour. To the crowd, that was enough. The body no longer struggled, the voice was gone, the sentence was complete. It was said that someone even pulled down on her legs, as if helping death work faster. A terrible detail, but it explains a lot. That force could tighten the pressure, but it did not turn the execution into a precise medical procedure. No one checked her pulse as if she were in a hospital. No one listened for breath with a doctor's patience. The hangman and the town trusted outward signs, and outward signs can lie. When Anne was cut down, her body was placed in a coffin and carried to the place where executed bodies often went. To the court, she was already dead. To the anatomists, she was supposed to become a lesson. In a dark room at Oxford University, Anne was not met by rescuers but by physician scholars. Among them were William Petty, Thomas Willis, and Ralph Bathurst, men trying to understand the body in an age when medicine was only beginning to move toward anything we would call forensic. Executed criminals were handed over for dissection, not out of mercy. That was how the university obtained rare teaching material, while the court seemed to press its final seal onto the sentence. But that is exactly what saved Anne. She was brought not to a graveyard, but to people trained to notice small things. When the coffin was opened and the linen was moved aside, something did not match the expected death. A trace of warmth, a faint rattle in the throat, perhaps the smallest movement. Some details are debated, but the core holds. The doctors chose not to begin the dissection, and instead to check again. That was the critical turn. They had no modern resuscitation, no oxygen, no tubes, no machines showing a heartbeat. They warmed the body, rubbed her hands and chest, tried to restore breathing, gave warm, strong drink by drops, and even used bloodletting, which seems strange now but was standard treatment then. The most important tool was not any one remedy, it was attention. They did not accept silence as the final answer. And slowly, in the room where a body had arrived for dissection, there was work to do for a living person. Anne's return was not the clean movie moment where a person suddenly sits up and terrifies everyone. It happened slowly. Her throat was injured, her strength was nearly gone, and her voice did not come back at once. The doctors had to keep watching her warmth, her breathing, her pulse, and whether she was slipping back into darkness. But each small sign pushed against the sentence. She breathed, she responded, she remained alive. The news moved quickly through Oxford, because to people of that world it looked like a sign from above. In the end, the court granted her a pardon, and Anne Green left this case not as a body for a teaching table, but as a woman the hanging could not fully take. Strip away the talk of a miracle, and the case becomes even more interesting. She was not saved by one kind hand. 3 things lined up at once: a harsh law around hidden births, the imprecise mechanics of short hanging, and university anatomy, which brought the body to doctors before burial. Modern resuscitation was still centuries away, but even then, life could depend on the simple habit of checking one more time. That is why the Oxford gallows still holds the mind. The law called Anne dead. Her body did not answer right away. Next comes a different world, but the same cold question: who will notice life when everyone else has already turned away? When there is no pulse, most rooms treat the conversation as almost over. But in the North, rescuers carry a rule that sounds strange the first time you hear it. With a frozen patient, you do not put a period on the case until the body has been warmed. Hold on to that thought, because in a moment it will feel almost unreasonable. Northern Norway, 1999. Near Narvik, blue evening settles over a ski slope, and a small group of doctors goes out after work for a run. For Anna Bagenholm, this is not an expedition and not an act of courage. It is an ordinary descent, familiar people nearby, snow cutting under the edges of her skis. Somewhere below, a stream runs under ice and snow, looking almost like part of the white hillside. In places like that, danger does not hide in a storm. It hides in one thin, dark line. Anna loses her balance, slides downhill, and strikes the ice. It breaks. In a second, an easy training run becomes a black slit in the snow. Her body slips under the crust, freezing water clamps around her chest, skis and legs catch near the edge. Her friends are there. They have not vanished, and they have not fully frozen in panic, but they cannot pull her out at once. The ice holds. The current pushes from below. Wet clothing slips under their hands. And the most frightening part is not a scream. It is that Anna is still alive, while time has already turned against her. Under ice, there is no clean, cinematic silence. It is dark. Water roars close to the face. Skin goes numb fast, and breathing becomes its own problem. Anna had luck in one detail, and it almost sounds cruel to call it luck. Beneath the ice, there was a small pocket of air. It gave her minutes people usually do not get. Her friends try to reach her with ski poles, with their hands, with anything they have on the slope. They can see where she is trapped. They can understand she is right there, only inches away. But those inches behave like a wall. When help arrives, the job looks simple only from a distance. Break the ice and pull the person out. In reality, the rescuers are working on a slick slope over running water, where one bad yank can make things worse. Minutes stack into tens of minutes, then into a number that feels almost impossible, roughly 80 minutes in ice water. At some point, Anna stops responding. To ordinary logic, that sounds like the end. But cold does 2 opposite things to the body. It can stop the heart, and it can slow the brain, cutting the demand for oxygen. In deep cold, cells need less energy, so the brain may gain a tiny reserve of time. Not a promise, only a chance. And that chance exists only if someone keeps trying to reach the person, then keeps the blood moving afterward, and does not make nature's final decision too early. When they finally get Anna out, rescue still does not look like rescue. She is cold, not breathing normally, with no pulse anyone can feel. On the stretcher is a person who, in another place, might already be left behind. But here, northern medicine takes over, harsh and practical. A deeply chilled patient cannot be judged the same way as a warm one. The heart may be silent, the blood may barely move, the skin may look lifeless, and the brain may still not have crossed the point of no return. She is taken to doctors in Tromsø, where they have something no force of will can build on a mountainside: a cardiopulmonary bypass machine. At the hospital, her core temperature is measured at 13.7 degrees Celsius. That is not just cold. It is below the line where ordinary ideas about life start to fail. What happens next is almost engineering, but the stakes are human. Blood is drawn from the body through tubes, given oxygen, warmed, and returned. For a while, the machine does the work of the heart and lungs. The doctors are not trying to warm the skin. They need heat back in the center of the body, where the brain and heart still have a chance. And this is the key point. Resuscitation in deep hypothermia can go on far longer than usual because cold changes the speed of injury. Until the body is warmed, the final conclusion is dangerous. Anna was not written off. Coming back does not look like a sudden movie awakening. First, there are monitors, tubes, careful decisions, and a team waiting for any sign they can hold on to. As the blood slowly warms, Anna's heart gets a chance to work again. Then another fight begins, quieter and longer. The doctors need to know whether the brain has survived. They have to wait and see whether hands, legs, speech, and memory will return. Deep hypothermia has a price. Cold can protect the brain, but a body does not come out of water like that without paying for it. Nerves can suffer. Muscles can fail. Recovery can stretch over months. For Anna, it was not instant. But the central thing happened. She returned to consciousness, and the brain damage everyone feared did not become her sentence. Later, the case would be remembered as one of the lowest temperature limits ever survived after accidental hypothermia. But if you look only at the record, the story becomes smaller. The real rescue is built from ordinary actions. Her friends did not leave the black opening in the ice. The rescuers kept working when the minutes already looked unfair. The doctors in Tromsø treated cold not as proof of the end, but as one last opening. So the answer to how a person could spend more than an hour in ice water, be found without a pulse, and return, is not just one thing. Cold bought time. People did not waste it. And later in this episode, another rescue will show that the last minute can be longer than it seems. To call for help inside Resending, someone first had to get out. Not step around a corner to a radio, not lift a phone overhead, but climb back through icy water, ropes, and stone squeezes. Far below the Bavarian Alps, an injured man was alive. Up on the surface, nobody knew that yet. It was June 2014. Johann Westhauser, an experienced cave explorer, entered the Resending Schachtola with his companions. To anyone outside that world, it sounds reckless. To them, it was hard but familiar work. Helmet, headlamp, harness, gear bags, wet limestone under the hands. The cave did not drop like a staircase. It broke off, dipped away, narrowed, then opened into another shaft. Sometimes you walked, sometimes you crawled. Sometimes you hung on a rope over darkness. Then a small piece of rock changed everything. Westhauser suffered a serious head injury. He could not make the route back out on his own. One companion stayed with him, keeping him warm, watching his condition, making sure isolation did not turn into panic. The other started upward. And right there, the simple idea of call the rescuers became a task that took many hours. While he climbed out, the entire cave was working against the clock. When the alarm finally reached the surface, rescuers did not receive a single point on a map. They received an entire underground route. Resending is one of Germany's deepest caves, and the injured man was almost a kilometer down, beyond several kilometers of passages. That matters. In the mountains, a helicopter can land near an injured hiker, or at least hover above a slope. Here, the helicopter's world ended at the entrance. The first teams going down were scouts and medical rescuers. They were not bringing one heroic burst of strength. They were bringing a system: ropes, carabiners, anchors, stretcher parts, insulation, food, batteries, and communications gear. Ordinary radio is almost useless underground because the rock swallows the signal. So communication had to be built like a second route: cables, relay points, people passing messages onward, and specialized underground devices wherever they could be placed. While mountain rescue vehicles gathered above, a medical problem was being managed below. A head injury is not just pain and blood, It means the risk of worsening symptoms, nausea, confusion, and losing body heat on wet rock. The patient had to be stabilized, insulated, and kept accessible to doctors, but not shaken more than necessary, not left unsecured. And all of that had to happen in a place with no floor in the normal sense, just a ledge, a puddle, a rope, and a cold wall close to the face. The main trap in a rescue like this is that a stretcher underground does not get lighter just because more people arrive. In a wide hallway, a crowd helps. In Riesending, sometimes only 2 rescuers could fit beside the stretcher, and sometimes almost no one could. So the route had to be turned into a machine. On the vertical sections, crews built rope systems. The stretcher was secured, backed up separately, then raised or lowered through pulleys, inch by inch. In narrow passages, it had to be turned, slid sideways, and in some places the way ahead had to be prepared so it would not jam on a bend. Water ran down the walls, gear caught on stone, headlamps struck the limestone in red and white patches. A mistake here does not look cinematic. A carabiner in the wrong place, a tired hand, a loose rock falling below. Suddenly a rescuer becomes the next patient. That is why the operation stretched on. Teams rotated, rested in underground bivouacs, climbed out, and went back down. Specialists arrived from neighboring countries because deep cave rescuers are rare, and each one has to do more than hang on a rope. They have to work as part of a chain. Some prepare the route, others carry medical support, others move the stretcher through the next stone throat. From outside, it can look as if nothing is happening. In reality, after hours of work, they were winning one difficult section at a time. By the end of the rescue, a chain of stations ran through Riesending, and every section knew its job. At the entrance, wet and exhausted rescuers were received. Deeper in, ropes and anchors were checked. Farther down, teams monitored Westhauser's body, his temperature, his awareness, the position of his head. The stretcher was not just an object being carried. It was a fragile part of the whole structure. The most tense minutes were not necessarily the loudest ones. Imagine a narrow passage where the stretcher nearly touches both walls. Ahead, someone studies the next bend. Behind it, someone holds the rope and feels every movement through the palm of a hand. Water drips above them. Somewhere beyond waits another vertical shaft, and daylight is still not close. But turning back is no longer an option. The plan is built, the teams are in place, and the next meter has to work. On the 11th day, Johann Westhauser was brought out of the cave alive and handed to doctors on the surface. In a headline, that can sound like a miracle from the depths. In practice, the miracle was very slow. Hundreds of people, rotating teams, communication, medicine, dry gloves, checked knots, and checked knots again. The case is remembered not just because of the depth, it shows the uncomfortable truth of underground rescue. Sometimes, the last chance does not look like a dash to safety. It looks like patient engineering in the dark. Between hold on and rescued lay kilometers of stone. The most unbelievable thing about the Cherry Mine is not that men were cut off underground. Sadly, that had happened before. The unbelievable part is this. 21 miners built themselves a small room of life out of coal, boards, and air that had not yet gone bad. Hold that picture for a moment. Illinois, November of 1909. Down below, mine cars roll, mules wait in the underground stable, boots knock over wet planks, and the lamps make a yellow circle that feels tiny against the black seam. The day looks like work, almost boring. Coal has to go up, hay has to reach the animals. Doors in the entries have to be shut behind people because air has to go where it is needed. In those mines, air did not simply wander, it was forced along. A fan pulled a current through the passages. Wooden doors divided the mine into the fresh side and the return side, where dust, heat, and human breath collected. Then, inside that ordinary routine, something almost domestic appears. A car loaded with hay. Dry hay near an open kerosene light. In another room, it might have been a small fire put out with a few buckets. Here, it became the opening of a trap. The hay caught fast, too fast. Men tried to drag the car away, beat down the flames, keep them from reaching the timber. But a mine does not forgive smoke. Smoke does not stay still. It immediately looks for the road ventilation has already made for it. In the first minutes, the danger seems simple. A car is burning, so move the car. But underground, simple logic breaks. The air current that had kept men alive all day, clearing heat and gas, now began carrying combustion through the same roads that led toward the shaft. A mine door in that system was not just a door. It worked like a valve in a long air duct. Opened the wrong way, jammed by heat, or burned through at a stopping, and the smoke could change course. That is why some miners escaped while others suddenly found themselves not behind a wall of flame, but behind a wall of air that had turned poisonous. The worst part of a coal mine fire is not always the flame. Carbon monoxide works much more quietly. It arrives with smoke, then can linger even when the eyes no longer see a black curtain. The group that became the 21 survivors made a choice that was not showy, but smart. They did not run blindly into smoke. They moved into a working and began sealing themselves in. Boards, chunks of coal, clay, wet cloth, anything at hand became part of the wall. They packed the cracks as tightly as they could, because a crack in that room was not a detail. It was a slow death. They were not building a fortress. They were building a pocket of air. All their hope rested on one thing, that outside, smoke would take another route, while inside, enough breath would remain until rescuers could knock their way in. Behind that wall, time became strange. Above them, people were trying to decide how to reach the fire, when it was safe to send men down again, where to open a path and where to close one, so the flames would not be fed with air. Underground, 21 men had no clock that could explain 8 days. They had bodies, a dry mouth, a heavy head, scraps from lunch pails divided carefully, water, if they could find it in the damp rock or on the floor of the working, and the lamp flame, which had to be treated almost harshly. A lamp gave light, but it consumed the same oxygen the men needed. They saved it, covered it, left darkness where darkness cost less than air. One thing matters here. The wall alone did not save them. Pressure and direction did. If smoke pressed toward them, the thin stopping held only as long as the cracks stayed packed. If a fresh current still lived somewhere else, the men had a reserve. So they listened to the mine. Not romantically, practically. A board creaking could mean a fall. A distant strike could mean rescuers. Silence could mean no one had reached them yet. And here it gets uncomfortable. Above ground, people often start counting men like that as dead, not out of cruelty, but out of experience. After a mine fire, 8 days sounds almost like a sentence. Beyond a fall, you do not expect an answer. But there was an answer. When rescuers finally reached a place where the air no longer burned the throat at the first breath, living men were found behind the homemade wall. Not clean heroes from a postcard, but exhausted miners with blackened faces, swollen eyes, and hands that still remembered how to pack cracks with coal. They were brought out slowly, because after 8 days in darkness, even fresh air can hit too hard. In newspapers, a moment like that easily turns into a miracle. In the mine, the miracle was made of dull things. A closed door, the right current, a wet cloth in a crack, a lamp not burned for nothing, and the decision not to walk where smoke had already won. The Cherry disaster still became one of the worst in American mining. 259 people died, including miners and men who tried to go down to help. After disasters like this, rules began changing faster. More attention to fire stoppings, emergency exits, training, oxygen gear, and the central question in an old mine: Where is the air going right now? The 21 survivors taught that without a lecture. Down there, among coal and wet boards, strength mattered less than people wanted to believe. What mattered was knowing which side of the wall still held living air. The next last minute will sound different, but carry the sound with you. Beyond the black fall, someone may not be shouting. He may simply be saving the last breath. On the white passenger liner, everything could have stayed simple. Keep course, ride out the weather, get people to port on schedule. Passengers were in the lounges, china rattled somewhere, and in the radio room a man with headphones was keeping what should have been an ordinary watch. Then the safe logic of the voyage broke. Captain George Freed did not take President Roosevelt on across the Atlantic. He kept the liner beside a foreign freighter, even though the storm was beating so hard that lifeboats were almost useless. This was January 1926 in the North Atlantic. A distress signal had come from the British steamer Antinoe. She had lost the normal ability to make her way and answer her helm. Seas were breaking over her, and her own boats no longer looked like a way out. In the 20s, sailors had no helicopter, no satellite chart, no live picture from the scene. They had a radio watch, a position, a pencil line on a chart, and a captain who had to decide whether to trust a few cold numbers in the middle of an ocean. The operator caught the call. The bridge worked out the course. The engines turned the ship. Hours later, through a gray wall of rain, a dark, tilted hull appeared. There was Antinoe. Next to her, the white liner looked powerful and safe, but that was misleading. In weather like that, you could not simply come alongside and take men off. Mountains of water moved between the ships, and every attempt could kill the rescuers before they ever reached the men they had come to save. Freed held the liner at an awkward distance, close enough not to lose Antinoe in the blur of rain and spray, but not so close that two steel masses would slam together. Standing by at sea is not the same as dropping anchor. President Roosevelt worked her engines, put her bow toward the seas, fell off, came back again. On the bridge, it was constant arithmetic on a moving floor. The men on Antinoe could see the white hull of rescue, almost within reach, and still they were trapped on their own ship. In a lifeboat operation, the most frightening thing is not the miles. It is the last strip of water between the sides. A boat has to be lowered while the liner rolls, that it has to be kept from being smashed against its own ship, that it has to be rowed or powered toward a freighter that is also pitching and swinging, and finally, a man has to come down wet steel into a small boat while a wave lifts it to his feet, then drops it away. The first attempts failed. Boats were battered, men were worn down, and the ocean seemed to erase each step as soon as they made it. To the passengers, it looked strange. Their liner was sound, the safe route lay ahead, and the schedule was slipping away. But once the distress call had been received, the sea was no longer empty. The radio room listened for Antinoe, the bridge kept her in sight, and Captain Freed kept choosing the same thing. Stay. The turn did not look like a miracle. The storm did not vanish. There was simply a narrow opening in its furious rhythm, the kind a seaman knows how to wait for. Freed was not watching a pretty scene. He was reading the run of the seas. Which wave would bury the boat, which might let it pass, where the freighter's hull could shelter the water for a second. By then, the men on Antinoe knew what every hour cost. Their own boats were damaged or useless, the deck was wet, and the wireless mattered only as long as there was power, an aerial, and people still at the key. That is why a radio watch mattered so much in the 20s. A distress signal did not carry a man through a storm, but it removed the worst thing. Nobody disappeared in silence. A new boat from President Roosevelt headed for the freighter. From the bridge it vanished at times behind the crests, and that may be the hardest kind of work. You have given the order, but your hands can no longer help. Alongside Antonio, the boat was thrown up toward the steel wall and then dragged down again. The men were taken one at a time. Wet ropes, torn palms, short orders, a count of heads. There was no grand gesture, only exact routine at the edge of a mistake. When the last men from Antonio reached the liner, there were 25 of them. For the passengers, that may have been the first moment when a delayed voyage turned into a price that made sense. The liner did not beat the ocean. It simply did not leave while there were still living men beside it. When President Roosevelt finally turned away from the scene, she had two very different groups aboard. One had bought tickets for an ordinary Atlantic crossing. The other had just escaped a freighter where the next night might have been the last. A timetable could not hide that difference. Newspapers would turn George Freed into a hero, and that was true, but not the whole truth. The Antonio rescue matters because it shows the maritime technology of its time without decoration. Radio could wake up a whole ocean with one signal. A radio watch could turn a private disaster into a task for nearby ships. But after that came the old work. Lay the course, find the hull in bad weather, hold the liner in place, lower the boat, bring men back. No button erased wet ropes or broken oars. That is why the unwritten law of a captain was not pretty. It was heavy. If you can help, you stay. Even with passengers aboard, even when your own ship is sound and should be moving on, even when the next attempt might turn rescuers into victims. Freed's stubbornness was not a pose. It was discipline stretched across days. That is why this story rests not on one heroic instant, but on one decision repeated again and again. Do not leave. Sometimes the last minute lasts for days, and next comes a rescue where the distance to life was measured not in miles, but in a few wrong moves. On a small hospital table, there is a rubber breathing bag. Squeeze it with one hand, and a child's chest rises a little. Let go, and the air leaves on its own. And here is the strange part. At the worst moment, Copenhagen did not need one brilliant miracle machine as much as it needed people who could repeat that simple motion for hours. It was the summer of 1952. Children and teenagers with polio were being brought into Blegdam Hospital. For some of them, the day had started with fever and a sore throat, and at home it still looked like an ordinary infection. Then the legs weakened. Then the voice turned dull, as if the child were speaking from underwater. And sometimes came the part of the disease that was hardest for parents to understand. The child was awake, looking at the doctors, and still could no longer breathe properly. Medicine already knew the iron lung. A large metal cylinder enclosed the body and created negative pressure around the chest. The chest opened, air moved in. It looked like the technology of the future. But the epidemic did not care how many of those machines the hospital owned. The number of critical patients grew beyond the number of places inside those cylinders. And the familiar logic broke down. The most expensive object in the ward could not replace the simplest need. Air had to reach the lungs right now. Polio was terrifying not only because it could paralyze legs. In some patients, the virus reached the nerve cells that controlled the diaphragm, the muscles between the ribs, and swallowing. The lungs themselves could be almost intact. The problem was somewhere else. The command to inhale was not reaching the muscles, while mucus and saliva could block the path of air. Iron lungs pulled on the chest from the outside, as if helping it open. But if the throat was not protected, if the patient was choking on secretions, negative pressure alone was not enough. Doctors saw blue lips, a racing pulse, frightened eyes, and still there stood a machine that was supposed to save the patient. This is where Bjorn Ibsen entered the story. An anesthesiologist used to thinking not in terms of a ward, but in terms of airways. He was called in by hospital leader Henry Lassen when it became clear that the old method was failing the sickest cases.
Ibsen proposed a move that sounded blunt, almost surgical. Make a tracheostomy. Place a tube into the airway and deliver air with positive pressure. Do not pull the chest open from the outside. Gently push air in. In one 12-year-old patient, that idea was put to the test. A hand squeezed the airbag, the chest rose, carbon dioxide left the body, and the blood stopped turning acidic. Suddenly the lesson was both uncomfortable and life-saving. The lungs did not always need to be replaced by a machine. Sometimes they needed help that never stopped. But one bag could solve only one bed, and the beds kept multiplying. Then something happened in Copenhagen that is hard to call an ordinary medical procedure. The hospital received not miracle machines, but shift schedules. Medical and dental students were placed at the bedsides. There were hundreds of them, then roughly 1,500, and each had to do almost the same thing. Watch the chest, squeeze the bag, release it, squeeze again. An error of only a few seconds could cost a patient a life. Hold that picture for a moment. A night corridor at Blegdam, cold electric light, white coats laid over ordinary exhaustion. A child lies in bed with a tube at the neck. Beside the bed sits a student who had recently been learning anatomy from a book and is now literally keeping the rhythm of another person's breathing. The hand squeezes the bag. The chest rises. The hand releases and air leaves, again and again. Doctors suction mucus, check the pulse, replace exhausted students with fresh ones. This was not the romance of heroism. It was the hard mechanics of survival. But inside that hard routine came a new idea. If a patient is on the edge, you cannot leave that patient in a normal ward and wait for rounds. You need a constant team at the bedside, where breathing, pressure, the tube, and human hands become one process. Mortality among patients with respiratory paralysis at Blegdam began to fall. Not instantly, and not to zero. Polio still took lives, and the students' exhaustion was not a pretty line in a report. But the difference became so visible that the old way of thinking could not simply return. The tracheostomy gave doctors a direct path to breathing. Positive pressure gave the lungs air even when the muscles were silent. And round-the-clock shifts showed that a critically ill patient is saved not only by an operation or a machine, but by continuous watching. From that experience grew the first units that looked like modern intensive care. The sickest patients gathered together, staff staying close, decisions made minute by minute rather than at the morning round. Ibsen later became one of the people linked with the birth of intensive care. But the important part here is not a name on a plaque. It is the strange lesson of that night work. Sometimes the technology of the future is already lying on the table, but its value appears only when a person beside it is willing to press, watch, and not look away. The Copenhagen polio epidemic did not give doctors a miracle machine. It forced them to build a system around a single breath. The next rescue in our episode will come in a different last minute. Here, the last minute rested on rubber, hospital soap, and tired hands.
The rescue did not begin at the big bridge over the Des Moines River, though that is the bridge people would remember later. It began at Little Honey Creek in Iowa, a swollen stream that in dry weather could almost vanish from notice. On a July night in 1881, rain hammered the Shelley roof so hard that the normal sounds of the railroad were swallowed by water. Then Kate heard something that was not a whistle and not the beat of wheels. She heard a locomotive drop into the dark. There was a crash, a torn metallic sound, and then the rain covered everything again. Kate was 15. Her father had been a railroad man. The family lived near the tracks by Moingona, and train schedules were not some foreign office paper to her. She knew that if one locomotive had disappeared at the creek, the next train might arrive where the rails were already hanging over nothing. On the Chicago and Northwestern line that night, everything rested on plain things: a person at a window, a lantern, a telegraph key at the station, and whoever first understood that the bridge was no longer a bridge. The small span over Honey Creek was weak exactly because it looked ordinary. The big bridge frightened people with its height. The creek was not supposed to frighten anyone. But water does not choose the famous place. It cuts under the support where someone notices too late. Kate took a kerosene lantern and stepped into the downpour. It sounds almost too calm, but there was no real choice. There might be people in the wrecked locomotive, and she went toward the place where the water was roaring louder than a boiler. In the darkness, the wreckage began to take shape. The locomotive had left the rails because the bridge over Honey Creek had been washed away or torn apart by the current. Part of the crew was in the water. 2 men, in later accounts, were still holding on and calling for help. But the terrifying detail was not only them. A passenger train was due by the timetable. Radio was still decades away, and an engineer could not receive a spoken warning in the cab. The railroad spoke to trains another way. Telegraph messages between stations, orders, flags, and lanterns if someone reached the track in time. After a heavy storm, tracks were usually walked, with embankments and small bridges checked. But floodwater moves faster than a track walker. To stop the passenger train, Kate had to reach the station at Moingona. There, the telegraph operator could send the alarm down the line and hold the train before it crossed the dangerous stretch. Between Kate and that station stood another bridge, the high railroad span over the Des Moines River. At night, in rain, with a lantern that wind like that could turn into a useless toy. This is where the ordinary logic of the story breaks. An adult might have looked for a horse, called for neighbors, waited for help. Kate went to the bridge herself because every extra minute was working for the train. The railroad bridge over the Des Moines was not a road for walking. Under her were ties, black gaps between them, wet rails to the side, and a swollen river below. At first the lantern gave her a small circle of light, but the rain and wind quickly took even that away. After that she had her hands, her knees, and her memory of how the track was laid. She moved across the bridge by feeling the wood ahead of her, so she would not put a foot into empty air. This is not a pretty, heroic pose. It is dirty work on cold ties, with a dress catching, palms slipping, and somewhere behind her at the creek, people waiting for rescuers. Ahead, a train was still coming, and no one had warned it. When Kate reached the station, the main instrument of rescue was quiet. Just a telegraph key, a wire on poles, and a man who believed the girl from the rain. The station could stop movement where the engineer's eyes still saw nothing. That was the strength of the railroad before radio. One person noticed danger, but if that person reached the key in time, the signal moved on down the line. The passenger train was stopped before the ruined place. A few minutes changed everything. By morning, people could tell this as the courage of 15-year-old Kate. But inside the night itself, there was no postcard version. There were rescuers who went to Honey Creek. There were people from the wrecked locomotive being fought for in the water. There were also those who could not be brought back. And there were passengers who may not have understood right away how close their train had come to an empty span. Kate Shelley's story became known because it landed in the most vulnerable place of the 19th century railroad. Lines already connected towns, mail, families, and goods, but they depended on small bridges, timber supports, staffed stations, and people who knew the timetable by ear. After a storm, rails could still look straight, while the ground beneath them was no longer safe. The lantern was not a symbol, it was a working tool, to show stop, to find the way, to draw attention. The telegraph was not a pretty novelty, it was the difference between a sound heard at one house and an order moving along the whole line. Later, Kate's name remained in local memory, in Iowa museums, and in the name of a railroad bridge. But the important part is not the marker and not the legend. That night, an entire train depended on 3 simple links: a girl by the tracks, an extinguished lantern, and the station she still managed to reach. The next last minute will begin again,
with a detail almost no one thought mattered. The most valuable reserve inside that capsule was not electricity, and it was not food. It was unused words. While rescue vessels and specialists from several countries were being pulled together over radio on the surface, two men inside a small yellow sphere on the floor of the Atlantic saved air in the simplest possible way. They stayed quiet and tried not to move. Outside, almost half a kilometer of water pressed down. Inside, there was a clock on the bulkhead, cold metal, weak light, and two people who could not afford to spend themselves on panic. In late August 1973, Roger Chapman and Roger Mallinson were working in the submersible Pisces 3 off the southwest coast of Ireland. The job sounded routine to marine engineers, service work on an underwater telephone cable. This was not a military submarine with bunks and passageways. It was a cramped working capsule with manipulators, ballast, and a life support margin calculated from tables. The failure did not begin like a movie explosion. During recovery, water entered the stern buoyancy section, the place where trapped air was supposed to help the craft float. The machine suddenly became heavier than the plan allowed. The line that had been the road upward a second earlier could no longer solve the problem. Pisces 3 went down toward the dark bottom, and that is worse than it sounds. At that depth, nobody can simply dive after it and open the hatch. From that moment on, the rescue was not about courage alone. It was about millimeters, weight, and breathing. At nearly 480 meters, emergency buoyancy sounds like a simple line from a manual. Drop weight, become lighter, rise. But the sea does not read manuals. If a buoyancy compartment fills with water, the lift you were counting on disappears. If the craft is sitting badly, snagged, or off balance, a hard pull can damage the hull instead of saving it. So the rescuers did not just need to pull on the yellow sphere, they had to make it liftable again, and they had to attach to it in a way that would not tear loose. Inside, a different kind of math was running, almost domestic in its simplicity. Two people breathe, and every breath changes the air around them. Oxygen can be added from bottles, but that is only half the job. Carbon dioxide has to be removed by absorbent because it can take over before the oxygen is actually gone. The head gets heavy, thinking blurs, and the body starts demanding even more air. Chapman and Mallinson understood quickly that their main job was no longer cable work. It was stillness. Less movement, less talking, less fuss, less metabolism. It sounds strange, but silence became a technical decision. While the surface crews fought with cables and weather, two grown men below were doing the hardest thing of all. Nothing extra. They were turning hours into minutes of breathing, not through heroics, but through discipline.
Up above, there was no silence. Around Vickers Voyager, a small fleet gathered. Working vessels, the deep submersibles Pisces 2 and Pisces 5, and then the American remotely operated vehicle Curve 3. It sounds like an abundance of help, but on the seabed there is no such thing as too much help. First, the capsule had to be found in dark water. Then someone had to approach it without tangling their own cable. Then a hook had to land in a lifting eye that, through a robot camera, looked smaller than it did on the drawing. The early attempts failed on exactly those kinds of small things. A manipulator does not become a human hand just because a human is controlling it. The cable bowed, caught, and lay at the wrong angle. At any moment, the load could tear the fastening loose, and then the rescuers would lose not only a line, but hours. In this operation, hours were as heavy as metal on the hull. Curve 3 gave the rescuers what they were missing, a way to work beside the submersible longer and more precisely, with no person in the water. But even a robot did not cancel the central calculation. How much lifting force the dropped ballast would give, how much the winch could take, how the flooded compartment would behave, and how many breaths were left inside, where two men were trying not to ask each other about the time. Once the fastening finally sat the way it needed to, the operation did not turn into a celebration. The lift began slowly. First, Pisces 3 had to be pulled off the bottom, where it had been lying for more than 70 hours.
Then it had to be hauled upward without chafing the cable or jerking the hull. Inside, the pressure was normal, like in a tiny room, so Chapman and Mallinson did not need diver decompression. Their enemy was simpler and harsher. The air was running out. On the surface, the yellow capsule was not treated like a beautiful symbol. It was a heavy iron object that still had to be opened safely. The hatch came up, and the men were taken out, weak, freezing, but alive. By the life support estimate, they had roughly 12 minutes left. Not a day, not an hour. 12 minutes after all that racing between winches, robots, and human silence. The rescue of Pisces 3 is remembered as a depth record, but the more important lesson is quieter. It showed that deep-sea rescue begins long before the hook. After this operation, deep-water planning paid closer attention to compatible attachments, backup lifting points, and absorbent reserves, not just the power of the ship. You need backup buoyancy, clear oxygen tables, protection against carbon dioxide, and people who can follow a boring rule in a terrifying place. Do not move. Do not argue. Breathe slower. That time, the last minute was held not by loud commands, but by exact calculation and silence inside the capsule. The next story will also be about help arriving at the edge, but this chance was almost soundless. Ice water usually steals minutes, but once in a great while, it also slows the process of dying itself. While rescuers are still trying to reach someone, the body can cool so deeply that the brain begins to need less oxygen. It sounds like a bad comfort line. In Anna Bagenholm's case, it became a medical chance. Northern Norway, near Narvik, 1999. Anna, a Swedish doctor, is skiing after work with two colleagues. An ordinary spring outing, a white slope, packed snow, and beneath it a stream that from above looks like part of the run. Places like that are dangerous because they do not announce themselves. The snow is smooth, the skis move fast, and only a narrow opening under the crust reveals the dark water below. On the descent, Anna loses control. Not like a movie disaster, just a bad turn, speed, the edge of a snow bridge. The ice breaks, and her body drops through. Above the surface are skis, poles, tracks, and stunned friends. Under the crust, the water goes to work at once. Clothing grows heavy, muscles stiffen. Each breath gets shorter. The strangest part begins right there. In the first minutes, cold should be killing her. But if it cools the brain before oxygen is gone for good, that same cold can slow the damage to the cells. It is a thin line. Anna was right on it.
From the surface, it almost looks absurd. Two pairs of hands pulling on the ski boots of a person they cannot see. Anna's friends hold on to her, call out, and try to widen the opening in the snow and ice. She is somewhere below them in the dark water of the stream, but near her face there is an air pocket beneath the frozen crust. As long as that pocket remains, she has a chance to breathe. But water pulls heat away far faster than air, and the body cannot negotiate with a temperature like that. Minute after minute passes. What would feel like a short wait in a room becomes a whole shift in reality on the slope. First, a person shivers because the muscles are burning energy and trying to warm the blood. Then the shivering weakens. Consciousness clouds over. The heart beats slower and more dangerously because, in deep cold, its electrical system becomes unstable. Her friends call for help. And now, this is not one heroic pull, it is a chain. Keep the location, do not lose her under the snow, wait for the rescuers, show them where to cut the ice. For about 40 minutes, Anna could still get air. Then she stopped responding. For the people above her, that must have been the worst moment. Are they still holding a living person, or already holding a body they cannot let the water take? They do not have an answer, so they keep going. When Anna is finally pulled from the opening, about 80 minutes have passed. She is not breathing on her own.
No pulse can be felt. Her body is so cold that the ordinary word frozen feels too soft. But the rescuers do not end the story on the slope. They load her, keep resuscitation going, and a helicopter carries her toward the one place where there is a chance not just to warm her skin, but to return warm blood to her brain and heart. In Tromsø at the University Hospital of North Norway, doctors see a body temperature of about 13.7 degrees Celsius. To everyday logic, that looks like the end. To hypothermia medicine, it is not yet a period. A hard rule applies here. Until a deeply hypothermic person has been warmed, cardiac arrest does not always mean final death. Why? The brain is not destroyed by the stopped heart itself, but by the lack of oxygen and energy. In a warm body, cells demand a lot of fuel, and the supply runs out fast. In an icy body, chemistry slows down. The brain's need for oxygen drops. The heart may stop, but destruction moves more slowly than usual. Not a miracle. Physics and biology at the edge. But that chance comes with a cost. From the outside, hands cannot warm a body like this fast enough or evenly enough. They need a machine that can take the blood, oxygenate it, warm it, and send it back. For a while, it will become the heart and lungs. In the operating room, this story no longer looks like a skiing accident. The doctors are facing a body in which almost every process has dropped into its lowest gear. The cardiopulmonary bypass machine takes blood from the body, passes it through a unit where it is oxygenated and warmed, then sends it back. Anna begins to warm not from the outside, but from the inside, along with her blood. This is not something you rush, the way you might warm frozen hands near a heater. If only the skin is warmed, cold blood from deep inside can hit the heart again. If the heart is pushed too early, it may not answer. So the task sounds strangely calm. Pump, oxygenate, warm degree by degree, and do not declare defeat too soon. When the heart finds a rhythm again, it is still not the ending. There is swelling ahead, the risk of organ failure, and uncertainty around the brain. But the deepest fear slowly begins to move away. Anna does not merely survive. After a long recovery, she can speak, move, and return to her profession. There are nerve problems, and rehabilitation is nothing like a fairy tale. But the severe brain damage everyone feared is not there. She was saved by friends who did not let go of her ski boots, rescuers who reached the opening, pilots who carried her to Tromsø, doctors who refused to put a period on the case when there was no pulse. And the cold, that same enemy, slowed the breakdown of her body for a few extra minutes. What matters here is not the record mark on the thermometer, it is the rule. In severe hypothermia, hope ends only after warming. Sometimes the last minute stretches into a whole hour. The next rescue will also begin with a detail that is easy to miss.
The rescue did not begin with the lights of a passenger train. It began with a sound no one on a farm can name, at first, in the middle of a storm. Not thunder, not wind, not a tree coming down. A dull blow somewhere near the creek, then a cry the rain almost swallowed. Kate Shelley was 15. She was not on duty, she was not holding a timetable, and she had no authority over trains. She simply lived where the sound of the railroad was part of the house. Her home stood near the Chicago and Northwestern line, by the station at Moingona, Iowa, and on a July night in 1881, that nearness suddenly became dangerous. The water rose fast, rain chewed into the embankments, small bridges were forced to carry a flood they were not ready for, and the railroad still looked safe only because the rails were still there. A night passenger train was still due. Old newspaper retellings do not always name the first machine at the Honey Creek Bridge the same way, a service handcar, an inspection locomotive, or a work engine. But the core does not change. Kate heard the disaster before the station did. The adults at the depot did not yet know that a bridge had already stopped being a bridge. And a timetable does not get scared.
It simply sends the next train down the same rails toward a black washout. She did not need to be an engineer to understand one frighteningly simple thing. If the rails ended around a bend, the engineer would learn it too late. Lanterns in rain make only a short circle of light. The brakes on a heavy train do not act like a door latch, and the passengers inside might not even wake until the final second. Kate took a lantern and went to Honey Creek. Down below, water hammered the wreckage, and voices from the service crew came out of the dark. For one girl, helping them alone was almost impossible. If she stayed by the water, she might hear another crash, this time with passengers in it. And this is the uncomfortable part. The closest human cry asked her to stay, while the farthest train demanded that she run. In the late 19th century, a railroad depended on more than steel. It depended on the telegraph. A station agent could send a warning down the line, hold a train, raise people, and send help. But the telegraph key was not in her house. It was at the station, beyond the high bridge over the Des Moines River. So Kate had to go not just into the night. She had to choose the one place where what she knew could become an order for the whole line. The bridge over the Des Moines River was not a road for a person on foot. It was a railroad structure of wet ties, dark gaps, and water far below. On a good day, you would not want to walk it. That night, she had to crawl. A step could land not on wood but in empty air, and knowing that did not make the body braver. Kate moved on her hands and knees, keeping close to the rail because wind and rain kept stealing her balance. The lantern could go out at any moment, and then all she had were her hands, the wood under her fingers, and her memory of where the track led. It is important not to exaggerate the scene. She did not stop the train with her hands on the rails. She did something harder for that era. She carried the news to the communication point. When Kate reached Morgana Station, she had almost no strength left for explanations. But a few sentences were enough. The bridge at Honey Creek was gone. The service engine was down below. The passenger train must not be sent out. Then came the work that kept night stations staffed, a person at the key. The telegraph clicked down the line, and the warning went where the train could still be stopped. Not a heroic pose on a postcard, but a chain of exact actions. A girl saw, decided, reached the station, and spoke. And the night passenger train was held before it reached the washout.
Later, there would be newspaper pieces, thanks, stories about Iowa's railroad heroine, and a bridge named for her. All of that came afterward. In the night itself, there was no bronze plaque. There was a soaked girl in kerosene light, and people who finally understood the size of the danger. Help was sent to Honey Creek. 2 men from the service crew died, and 2 were saved. The passenger train Kate had crawled across the bridge for did not run into the washed-out gap. This story matters not because a 15-year-old girl was braver than every adult. That is easier to tell, but it is a worse way to understand it. Here, courage worked with a very practical calculation. She lived beside the rails and knew their rhythm. She understood that a train moved by schedule. A bridge did not send its own signal, and a station with a telegraph could turn one voice into a warning for the whole railroad. In an age without sensors or instant calls, that was the safety system. See it, run, send the message. Sometimes several minutes stood between the ordinary tapping of a key and dozens of deaths. Kate Shelley made it into those minutes. And if this chapter has one main movement, it is not through the storm or across the river. It is from a sound in the dark to the person who could send the telegram. The next rescue will also begin with a small detail someone refuses to brush aside. The first mass breathing machine in this story was not a machine at all. It was a duty roster pinned to a hospital corridor. A young student found a name on the sheet, sat beside a bed, and squeezed a rubber bag, released it, squeezed again. If the rhythm slipped, the patient's chest stopped moving with that hand. That was Copenhagen in 1952, when an ordinary infectious disease hospital suddenly had to make breathing happen by hand.
Polio still came in waves then. Most people thought of it as the disease that damaged legs and left children in braces. But in severe cases, the virus climbed higher. It weakened the chest muscles, made swallowing fail, and filled the airway with secretions. There were already iron lungs for patients like this. Big cylinders created negative pressure around the body and pulled the chest outward. The idea made sense. Do not push air in, help the body expand. But these patients had a deeper problem. Air might not reach the right place. Carbon dioxide built up, the skin turned blue, and consciousness drifted away. This is where Chapter 14 stops being a story about a device. It becomes a story about hands. In Henry Lassen's office, the problem no longer fit into charts. Blegdam Hospital was taking in more and more patients who could not breathe, and the usual treatment could not keep up with the outbreak. Lassen brought in Bjorn Åge Ibsen, and that choice changed everything. Ibsen did not come from infectious disease medicine. He was an anesthesiologist, a doctor from the operating room, where someone may have to breathe for a patient until the patient can breathe again. He did not see only a complication of polio. He saw a blocked road for air. So he suggested something that sounded almost harsh in an infectious ward. Perform a tracheostomy and deliver air with positive pressure. The iron lung pulled the chest from the outside. Ibsen wanted to push air straight into the lungs through a tube. The first real test was 12-year-old Vivi Ebert. She was desperately ill. Carbon dioxide was poisoning her blood, and sleepiness was turning into a dangerous fading away. Doctors opened an airway through her neck, and Ibsen began ventilating with a bag. Nothing dramatic, just rubber being squeezed, a chest rising, and tense faces around the bed. But over the next hours, the numbers began to improve. The girl started coming back to consciousness. A difficult conclusion settled over the ward. Rescue was possible, but it required a person at every bedside.
And here was the hardest part. They had found the method, but they did not have the machines for it. Copenhagen could not build dozens of new ventilators in a few days. What it did have nearby was a medical school. Medical students came to the hospital, along with dental students, young people who had recently been learning from books and were now sitting beside living breath. They were not trained for a heroic gesture. They were trained for dull precision. One rhythm, one volume. Watch the face, the skin color, the movement of the chest. Do not squeeze too sharply. Do not forget that beyond the rubber bag is not a practice model, but a human being. The shifts covered day and night. By a common estimate, about 1,500 students passed through Blegdam Hospital. The ward became a strange workshop of quiet. A bed, a stool, a breathing bag, an enamel tray, glass syringes, a tube in the patient's neck. A student squeezed the bag, a nurse watched the secretions and the tube, a doctor moved on to the next bed. Fatigue became part of the treatment. If fingers stiffened, if someone started nodding off, that person had to be relieved before a mistake. But against death, there was now a new routine. Not an occasional round, not hope placed in an iron cylinder, but observation around the clock. Skin color, breathing, pressure, secretions, consciousness. In that way, an ordinary ward began to resemble the intensive care unit of the future. Later, it is easy to call that night the beginning of intensive care. But for the people sitting on those stools, it was not an era. It was the next shift. Hands hurt, eyes closed, and beside them was a patient who could not be told to wait. The outbreak did not become a simple victory story with one perfect technique. Patients still died. Sometimes the disease had gone too far, sometimes the body could not endure, and sometimes it was already late when the patient arrived. But the main thing had changed. Doctors saw that a critically ill patient could not be left between occasional decisions. That patient had to stay under constant attention, near people who could open an airway, deliver air, clear secretions, notice a decline, and call for help not in the morning, but now. From that experience, a new hospital structure soon grew in Copenhagen.
The sickest patients were gathered in a separate place where treatment did not stop for even an hour. Positive pressure, tracheostomy, and the simple discipline of shifts helped give birth to intensive care. Today, an ICU has monitors, pumps, and ventilators. But at the root of that familiar scene is the same stool, a student with a rubber bag, and a chest rising again. The next last minute will look different. Here it was held by human hands. The strongest piece of evidence in this case did not enter history as a document. It walked in on its own feet. A few weeks before the gallows, people found a living man whom the court had already treated as murdered. His name was Russell Colvin, and it was for his death that the Bourne brothers were being held in a Vermont jail. At first, almost nothing about it looked extraordinary. A small Manchester community, farms, roads that turned to mud and then froze hard, neighbors who knew one another's quarrels better than their own debts. In 1812, Colvin vanished after conflicts with his wife's relatives, Jesse and Stephen Bourne. He was a restless man, someone who could leave, come back, and irritate the people around him. In a place like that, a disappearance did not become a murder right away. First, people asked around. Then they waited. Then they got tired of waiting. But years do something strange to memory. What sounded like rumor yesterday begins to sound like a recollection. Someone remembered a quarrel. Someone repeated suspicious words. In the retellings came bones, buttons, old holes in the ground, even frightening dreams. There was no body, and still the village seemed to create a place where a body must have been hidden. One thing matters here. Early American courts placed enormous weight on confession. If a person said he was guilty, that could fill the hole left by a missing body. But emptiness is not always evidence. Sometimes it is just emptiness. By the time the case reached court, Manchester was no longer a blank page. Into the little courtroom came not only witnesses, but 7 years of talk by stoves, on roads, and beside barns. Handwritten statements landed on the table, and each one seemed heavier than it really was because the main emptiness sat beside it. Where was Russell Colvin? Without a recovered body, the court had to prove more than the brothers' guilt. It first had to prove death itself. And here the story gets uncomfortable. Jesse and Stephen were pressed not by one threat, but by the whole atmosphere of the case. They were held in jail, questioned, confronted with other people's stories, and with the thought that one brother might save himself by speaking against the other. Confessions appeared, shifted, disagreed in details, and were still treated as if they matched on the main point. To jurors, that sounded terribly persuasive. If a man confesses to murder, then surely there had been a murder. Today we can hear the trap inside that logic, but then it could sound like common sense. The court saw a chain, a disappearance, old hostility, suspicious traces, words from a jail cell. Only Colvin himself was missing from that chain. Yet his absence made the story easier to tell. A dead man does not argue. A missing man does not either. After the sentence, one strange chance remained. Test the impossible. Not find a knife, not dig a new pit, but ask through newspapers whether anyone had seen Russell Colvin alive. The newspaper notice traveled along the roads farther than a single rider could, because it could be reprinted, read in a tavern, and carried with the mail. In effect, the newspaper became a paper search. It was looking not for a criminal, but for a man already entered among the dead. And that is exactly what worked. In New Jersey, a man was found who resembled the missing man. He gave his name as Russell Colvin. People knew him as alive, wandering, thrown off his usual path, not as the victim in a Vermont case. From there, the story almost feels impossible to hold. A winter road, a stranger's house where a name is asked, the long trip back to Vermont. In the jail, meanwhile, the brothers waited, convicted of murdering the passenger who was traveling toward them alive. Imagine not a loud triumph, but a cold verification. He had to be recognized by people who knew him before he disappeared. The face, the voice, the way he carried himself. And when Colvin stood before people from Manchester, the case began to fall apart not because of a clever lawyer's speech, but because of one simple fact. The man whose death had already produced a sentence was standing there, alive. The rescue was almost absurd in its simplicity. No new witness remembered a forgotten sound. No clever piece of evidence was discovered. The murdered man simply had not been murdered. The Bourne brothers escaped the gallows, and Vermont was left with a case that lawyers and newspapermen would remember for a long time. Not because it was funny. There was very little funny in it. Two people had been brought to the edge of execution in a case where rumor, fear, and confessions tried to replace a body. That does not mean murder cannot be investigated without a body. People disappear, criminals hide traces, and courts sometimes have to work with circumstantial evidence. But the Colvin case showed the boundary. A confession obtained under pressure and in isolation does not have to be true. A rumor repeated many times does not become a bone in the ground. And a person's absence does not prove that he is dead. The most striking thing here is not Colvin's return, but how close the system came to an irreversible act. A newspaper line arrived in time where the record had almost ended in a rope. That is why the Bourne brothers' case remained an early warning. A court needs not a neat story, but something it can test. In this chapter, rescue came at the last minute not as a miracle, but as a man on the road. Next comes another road, and another last minute.
In the 19th century, a train could sometimes be stopped not by a phone call, but by a soaked teenager carrying a kerosene lantern. But first, that teenager had to reach a station, because the rails could not tell anyone that a bridge had vanished. Kate Shelley was 15. On the evening of July 6, 1881, she was at home near Moingona, Iowa, when the storm stopped being background noise and became a threat to the railroad. In that world, trains connected towns faster than news could travel from one farmhouse to the next. There was no telephone in every home. An engineer did not get a moving warning the way we expect now. If the track ahead disappeared, the nearest station man had to find out, because he had the telegraph. A Chicago and Northwestern passenger train was still on the schedule. On paper, it was moving over an ordinary line. In the real night, part of that line might already be hanging over floodwater or gone. It matters to see this plainly. Kate did not simply run for help. Help was on the other side of distance, rain, and a bridge where her feet would meet separate wooden ties, not a sidewalk. And while she understood that, somewhere in the dark, a train kept obeying its timetable. Before Kate left the house, the night had already made its first test. The rain filled every creek, and Honey Creek, usually a small point on the railroad map, became more dangerous than a wide river. Wooden bridges of that era could look straight from above, while the current was eating away their supports below. That is the ugly trick. A locomotive sees the broken roadbed too late. Old newspapers wrote that the railroad sent a single service locomotive out to check the track, or to move ahead through the risky stretch. At night, in rain, that engine was a scout before the larger train. It reached the bridge over Honey Creek and dropped through. Kate and her mother did not hear ordinary thunder. In a sound like that, you hear iron falling into a place where iron should never be. The girl took a lantern and went toward the creek. There, the worst part became clear. The bridge was ruined. The engine was in the water. 2 crewmen were dead, and 2 were still waiting for help. But there was no alarm button nearby. She could not wave down a passenger train that was still far away beyond bends and trees. To help the survivors and stop the next train, she had to reach the station. Only the station could send the warning down the line. At this point, the story stops being a schoolroom tale about a brave girl and turns into a problem of distance, wood, and water. Moingona was ahead, but the way there ran through night. The road was washed and broken. The water was loud enough to swallow the sound of her own steps. Then came the main obstacle, the railroad bridge over the Des Moines River. Not a friendly bridge made for walking, but a rail structure above black water with open gaps between the ties. A lantern in your hand does not make that path safe. It only shows how little room you have to be wrong. Kate had grown up beside this railroad. Her father had worked for it, and she knew where the rails led, where the station stood, and where the dangerous spans were. That knowledge mattered as much as strength in her legs. On the bridge, she could not truly run. Wet wood, wind, height, darkness. One step had to land exactly on a tie, then the next one did too. The lantern was never a guarantee. Wind worried the flame, rain struck the glass, and sometimes lightning could show the path better than any wick. A 15-year-old girl walks or crawls across a railroad bridge not for a grand, heroic gesture. She understands one simple thing. If she does not reach the telegraph, no one ahead will know the bridge is washed out.
When Kate reached the station, the rescue system finally became bigger than one person.
The night agent could do what a farmhouse by the creek could not do, tap the telegraph key and send a warning to nearby stations. That was how railroad safety worked before telephones spread everywhere. There was no single screen showing every train. There were stations, timetables, telegraph wires, flags by day, lanterns by night, and track walkers who knew bridges had to be checked with human eyes after heavy rain. The telegraph stopped the passenger train before it entered the dangerous stretch. To the passengers, it may have felt like a delay on an ugly night. To anyone who knew about Honey Creek, it was the line between irritation and disaster. Help then went back toward the wrecked service engine. Kate Shelley was thanked, newspapers wrote about her, and the railroad later kept her name alive on a bridge and in Iowa's local memory. But the strongest part of the story is not the reward. It is the plain chain. Rain undermines a wooden support. A service engine falls first. A girl realizes the passengers may be next. She goes to the telegraph because there is no other channel. That night, the timetable was not stopped by the system alone. It was stopped by wet hands on railroad ties. In the next chapter, the last minute will look different, but the question will be the same. Who reaches the signal in time? The most important move in this story looks wrong at first. To survive, Henry Briol first shut the way out. He was at the hatch of a sinking submarine, close enough to escape into the muddy harbor water. Metal scraped overhead, the hull shivered, and the bow of the American submarine 05 was already growing heavy and dropping. This was Panama, Limon Bay, on the morning of October 28, 1923. The steamship Abangares had passed too close, and for a low submarine, a collision with a much larger ship was not just a blow to the side. It was a sentence measured in minutes. Men rushed for exits. In a moment like that, the body chooses air and light. Briot could have done the same, but Lawrence Brown was still in the torpedo room. So Briot went back to the place where every extra step led deeper into the hull, not closer to safety. From the outside, it almost looks irrational. The open hatch was the only road out, but on a boat taking water, an open hatch is also a road in. Seawater does not wait at the threshold. It drops through, presses down, drags the air with it, and turns a compartment into another piece of the harbor. Briot shut the hatch from inside. In that instant, he did more than lock himself in with Brown. He left them what mattered more than an exit aboard a submarine: a pocket of dry air. Now, the important thing is not the slogan about heroism. It is the layout of that cramped steel tube. Early submarines were not one big, empty cylinder.
They were divided by watertight bulkheads, iron walls with doors and hatches that, on an ordinary day, mostly got in the way. To move forward, a sailor had to duck, step over a raised sill, and squeeze past pipes and levers. But after a hull breach, that bulkhead became a front line. Water on one side, air still on the other. If the door held, the men had a chance. If even a gap stayed open, the sea would find it. On 05, the forward torpedo room became a small pocket inside a much larger drowned hull. There was no space, no real light, no certainty that anyone above knew they were alive. There was only metal around them, torpedo tubes at the bow, a closed hatch, and the breathing of two men. Every minute damaged that air. Oxygen fell, carbon dioxide from their breaths built up, and cold steel pulled heat out of their bodies. And this is where the story gets uncomfortable. Briol's right decision did not get them out of danger. It only traded a quick end for a wait. Now only the people outside could save them, and they had to understand two things: exactly where the bow was lying, and whether anyone behind that bulkhead was still able to answer.
At the surface, at first, there was only dirty water, bubbles, and men getting out any way they could. The submarine had gone to the bottom of Limon Bay fast, too fast for a calm plan. The Panama Canal port had divers and heavy cranes, but that did not mean the boat could simply be hooked and lifted out like a crate from a hold. The damaged hull lay in silt. Some of it was full of water, some of it was holding air, and one careless pull could tear metal or shift the boat for good. The quietest tool became the most important one: knocking. Divers reached the hull, struck the steel, and listened for an answer. Hold that picture for a moment. A barge above, cables, low voices, and below, two men answering through iron, because they had no other language left. Once the answering knocks were heard, the rescue was no longer a general hope. It was a job with a point on the map. The crane barge Ajax did not need to lift all of 05. That would have been too heavy and too dangerous. The crew had to work slings into place, take up the slack, pull the bow free of the bottom, and raise it just far enough to reach the torpedo room hatch. With every attempt, the air inside aged. For Briault and Brown, time was no longer counted in hours. It was counted in breaths. The lift moved slowly, because rushing could kill the very men everyone was trying to save. Cables tightened, the hull resisted, wet rivets and dark steel came up out of the water. The bow of 05 rose high enough for rescuers to reach the closed hatch. After roughly 31 hours in that cramped compartment, Briault and Brown were brought out alive. That sounds like an ending, but the reality is harsher than a clean ending. Not everyone aboard survived the collision. 3 sailors were lost. 05 was later raised, but the central thing in this story was not the iron boat, and not even Henry Briault's medal, though he received the highest military award of the United States. The central thing was a small technical choice made in a second of panic. The closed hatch preserved the border between sea and air. The bulkheads gave that border a shape. Divers heard that living men were behind it. A harbor crane turned the answering knocks into an open way out. Remove any one of those pieces, and the miracle disappears. All that remains is a sunken hull and 2 men with no time left. That is why Briault's move is so hard to forget. He did not run toward freedom. He shut the door against the water. And behind that door, rescue had just enough time to arrive from the outside. The next danger will be different, but the question will be the same. Who hears the weak signal before it disappears? The brain usually does not bargain without oxygen. A few minutes pass, and the count turns brutal. But cold can break that familiar logic. It does not save a person by itself. It slows the fire inside the cells. In this story, that tiny window changed almost everything.
It is late spring of 1999. White slopes near Narvik in northern Norway. The kind of day that still feels like a gift for skiing. Anna Bagenholm, a young Swedish doctor, is out with colleagues. Nothing heroic. Work, snow, speed, the ordinary tiredness that comes after a hospital shift. Under the skis, the crust looks solid, but below it runs a mountain stream. The water is hidden under ice, dark and fast. When you hear that someone fell into a stream, you might picture soaked clothes and fear. This was worse. Anna was not simply drenched. The current hit from below, the ice broke, and she began to slide under the white lid. 1 second there was a slope. Now there was water against her face. Skis, clothing, current, the edge of the ice, all of it became a trap at once. Outside were snow, poles, tracks, and frightened friends. Under the ice began a fight where even breathing no longer fully belongs to her.
Her friends reach the hole and immediately understand the worst part. They cannot just pull blindly. Anna is pinned under a slab of ice, the current is pressing against her body, and her skis and clothing are catching on the edge. Keeping contact is already a kind of rescue. They call to her, try to hold on, scrape at the ice, and call for help. Somewhere beneath them, she still finds an air pocket. It sounds almost impossible, but that pocket may have given her the first minutes of breathing. Not comfort, only a chance. Icy water steals heat many times faster than cold air. At first, the body pushes blood toward the heart and brain. The muscles shiver, the breathing breaks apart. Then everything slows. The heart begins to beat unevenly, as if its electrical system is being disrupted by cold. At normal body temperature, a long lack of oxygen quickly damages the brain. In deep cooling, cells need less fuel, and the disaster moves more slowly. But this is not a magic shield. It is a race along a thin edge. After a while, Anna stops answering. For her friends, that may be the most terrifying moment. They are still holding the place where she vanished, and yet the person seems gone. The rescuers have to reach not just an injured skier, but an injured skier under an icy lid in water that is still moving. They cut the ice, widen the opening, and work almost against the mountain itself. About 80 minutes after the fall, they finally get her out. When Anna is handed over to the helicopter crew, the picture looks hopeless by ordinary standards. She is unconscious, her body is ice cold, and normal circulation is gone. Resuscitation continues on the way and on the table. In cases like this, the frightening part is not only that the heart has stopped, it is that any rough attempt to warm a person can disturb what little electrical stability the heart has left. She is taken to the University Hospital of North Norway in Tromsø. There, a team that included the physician Mads Gilbert sees a number that makes you want to check the instrument again. Her core body temperature is 13.7 degrees Celsius. For a living person, that is the edge. But that edge is also the argument for continuing. In deep hypothermia, the heart may be silent, the pulse may be impossible to find, and the skin may look dead. Even then, doctors do not place the final period until the body has been warmed. They connect extracorporeal rewarming. The idea is simple, even if the technology is not. Blood is taken out of the body, oxygenated, warmed gradually, and returned. The machine takes over work the heart and lungs can no longer do. This is not a pretty gesture of hope. It is a calculation. If cold slowed the death of cells, warmth has to restart metabolism before the damage becomes irreversible. The rest of this story is not an instant resurrection. It is important to say that honestly. Rewarming happens gradually. Doctors watch the blood, the pressure, the heart rhythm, and whether the organs begin to respond. As warmth returns, they manage to start Anna's heart again. But victory still does not look like victory. Ahead are coma, weakness, nerve damage, and a long rehabilitation. Surviving something like this does not mean opening your eyes and standing up right away. It means receiving a chance that has to be earned back over months. Anna eventually returned to life and to medicine,
though the traces of cold stayed in her body for a long time. This story is often called a miracle, but inside it is a very grounded sequence. Her friends did not lose contact. The rescuers did not give up on the ice. The doctors did not accept a cold body as the final answer. That is why the rule sounds almost like superstition, but works like an instruction. A person deeply cooled by cold is not considered dead until they have been warmed and checked again. In Narvik, the dark water did not save Anna, it only slowed the destruction. And that time was enough. In the next story, help will also arrive almost at the very edge, but the price of delay will be completely different.
The rope on the school bench looks ordinary enough, like something meant for tying up firewood. No sleds, no grown men nearby, no special rescue gear. Just a young teacher, 13 children, and one rule that almost sounds childish until the world outside disappears. Do not let go of the line. This is Nebraska, January 12, 1888. In the morning, the prairie did not look like a trap. After hard cold, the air had softened, and children walked to school the way they always did. Some across open ground, some along a road that was barely a road. A rural school then was a small wooden box with a stove, rows of desks, and one teacher for every age in the room. Minnie Freeman was very young, but in a place like that, age did not ask permission. You kept the fire going, heard lessons, watched the little ones for cold, and kept the older ones from leaving too soon. The nearest house in clear weather seemed close enough, and that is where the danger was hiding. On the prairie there is no city block, no awning, no wall to duck behind. Between the school steps and a neighbor's door, there may be nothing but open land. As long as you can see the ground, it is a path. When you can see nothing, it stops being a path. One thing matters here. People were not ignoring a clear warning. Most of them had almost no way to receive it in time. Forecasts move through telegraph wires, signal stations, and newspapers, and between that world and a small school near Mira Valley lay miles of winter ground. Homes did not have radio. A teacher did not have a telephone on the wall. Even if someone in town already knew a hard, cold front was coming, that did not warm a child sitting at a desk. The first crack was not thunder. It was grayness. The light in the windows went dull. Snow dust began moving almost sideways. Then the wind did the thing that is most frightening on the plains. It erased depth. A house, a barn, a tree, the bend of a road, all of it became one flat white surface. In that kind of whiteout, a person loses more than direction. You lose distance. You think the door is close and you have already passed it. You think you are walking straight while the wind is quietly turning your shoulders. A few dozen yards can become a deadly loop. Inside the school, the children heard snow scratching at the glass, and the stove no longer felt like a promise. The light wooden building was still standing, but Minnie had to count minutes, not hope. Staying was a risk. Taking the class out was a risk. The worst part was that the choice had to be made now. This is where the rope stops being an object and becomes a system. Minnie could not make the children stronger. She could not stop the wind. She could not explain to a blizzard that it was facing first graders and older students in wet mittens. But she could remove the deadliest accident of all. One person taking one step away. Old newspaper versions differ on small details, but the main line holds. She tied the pupils together with a rope and led them toward the nearest shelter. At first, it almost feels harsh. A child is not being asked to be brave. A child is being placed inside a rule. One after another, close together. No sudden pulling. If someone falls, the others feel it at once. If someone panics, the rope keeps that fear from carrying them off alone. The school door opened, and the warm air was gone instantly. Snow hit their faces not like soft flakes, but like hard little grains. After a few steps, the schoolhouse was no longer a building.
It was a blur behind them, and then it vanished. Ahead of them, there was supposed to be a neighbor's house, but inside a white wall, the word supposed becomes dangerous. Minnie walked first. The children moved behind her in a chain, and their whole geography shrank to the lines stretched through their hands. Not a map, not a road, a rope. Sometimes rescue begins exactly there, not with a grand plan, but with the order not to let go.
When they reached shelter, it did not look like the ending of an adventure. It looked more like people pulled out of a machine of cold a second before it slammed shut. The children were there. 13 of them had crossed the whiteout because nobody stepped out of the chain. That same day across the Great Plains, many people could not manage even a short crossing. Later, the storm would be remembered as the children's blizzard. Students were sent home, families tried to reach neighbors, and the storm turned familiar yards into empty space. More than 200 people died, including children. That is why Minnie Freeman's story moved so quickly into the newspapers. They made her a heroine, called her the fearless girl of Nebraska, and retold the episode almost like a prairie legend. But take away the newspaper shine, and something more useful remains. A young teacher understood the shape of the danger before the danger broke her class into separate, small people. She did not defeat the blizzard. She did not discover a miraculous route. She kept the group a group. In January of 1888, that was enough to keep the neighbor's house from becoming an unreachable shore. Sometimes the last minute does not look like a miracle. It looks like a knot tied in time. The next rescue will be different, but this rope is worth keeping in memory. A mailbag is something you expect by a door, not at the edge of icy surf. But on the Newfoundland coast, one detail has stayed in local memory. A baby was, people say, sent toward land inside a mail sack. Not for drama. In a storm, free hands could be less safe than heavy cloth and a good knot. Until that moment, the trip looked almost ordinary. The Reed Newfoundland Company's steamer Ethy was moving along the west coast of Newfoundland the way vessels like her did in 1919, carrying passengers, mail sacks, cargo, and the familiar hope that a schedule could outrun weather. For small settlements, a steamer was a bus, a store, and a thread to the wider world. People were not looking for adventure. They were going home, bringing purchases, letters, children. Then the shore stopped being a distant line. Winter wind drove snow and foam, and the sea pushed the hull where the captain did not want it to go. On a rocky coast, disaster does not always begin with a clean, cinematic blow. First, the ship answers a little less. Then a grinding comes from underneath. And suddenly the black hull is no longer steaming forward. It is striking the rocks at Martin's Point, near the places where Ethy's wreck is still remembered. The worst part was not that land was close. It was too close. Between the people and the shore lay a strip of water that could smash boats faster than anyone could climb into them. In that water, a lifeboat was not a solution. It was another danger. You had to lower it, turn it, bring it alongside, pull away from the rocks, all in surf that could throw wood like kindling. So, coastal rescues of that era began with a different idea. Do not sail out to the ship, tie the ship to the shore. One thing matters here. The first line was almost never the heavy hawser that could carry people. First, you needed a light line. It might be thrown, passed, fired by a line-throwing device, and then used to haul over the heavier rope. Once that rope was stretched between the vessel and the rocks, there was a road. Narrow, wet, terrifying, but still a road. That rope became the route. On that route worked the rescue device known as a breeches buoy. It was not a cradle. It was more like a ring or a strong belt with a canvas seat, almost like a pair of short trousers. A person was placed inside, secured, and hauled by people on shore above the roaring water. One trip out, one trip back. No rushing. Every pull of the rope decided whether the next person would make it. The dog in this story is still debated. In local retellings, a large Newfoundland dog appears, supposedly helping get the line to shore. It is a vivid detail, and a beautiful one. But even if you set it aside, the mechanism is the same. Until there is a dependable rope, you are still trapped beside the land.
When the rope finally holds, the fear does not end. It becomes measured.
On board, people wait for their turn while the shore sits painfully close, and still they cannot take a single step toward it. On the rocks, local residents and rescuers stand soaked to their sleeves. They cannot spend all their strength at the beginning, because the rope will be needed even more at the end. Passengers were taken off one by one. First came those who could endure the swing and follow simple instructions. Sit, hold still, do not try to help with your feet. For an adult, it is frightening and humiliating, but at least it makes sense. What do you do with an infant? You cannot seat a baby in a breeches buoy like an adult. You cannot ask a baby to hold on. And passing a child by hand over freezing water sounds brave only from a distance. This is where the mail sack stops feeling like a strange tale and starts to make practical sense. Heavy cloth, a familiar shape, a mouth that could be closed and tied. Local memory says the smallest passenger was laid inside it like a rough traveling cradle and sent along the rope toward shore. Not because the sack was perfect, because everything else may have been worse. Hold that picture for a moment. The black steamer scrapes against the rocks. A wet rope runs above the white water. Moving along it is not luggage, not mail, but a child no one dares to drop. And the people on shore pull as if the whole storm has narrowed to a few meters of rope. Ethie's rescue was not a quick ending where everyone suddenly stood safe. It was repetition. The buoy went out to the ship, came back with a person, then went out again into the gray wall of spray. Someone on shore received a soaked passenger. Someone kept watching the rope, because if it sagged or frayed, the whole system became nothing but a wet line with no purpose. The great fortune of this wreck can be said very plainly. No one died. For a steamer broken on rocks in a winter sea, that sounds almost too neat. Behind it were hours of cold, knots, torn hands, and people who did not leave the shore. The ship itself could no longer be saved. In moments like that, the first thing was not cargo, not the schedule, not the company's pride. The first thing was getting the living off. That is why the story of Ethie is not only about a baby in a mail sack. It rests on an older coastal technology where the miracle looked almost boring, a properly secured rope. Today we would expect a helicopter, radio contact, rescuers in dry suits. Back then, between the broken hull and the wet rocks, a line worked only because human hands kept it working. And the mail sack stayed in memory because it was too ordinary for that minute. Yesterday it might have carried letters. That day, if the story is right, it carried a life. The next rescue begins again with a simple object, one that becomes more important than all the technology around it at the exact second it is needed. Cold weather rescuers have a rule that feels unsettling the first time you hear it. A frozen person is not treated as finally dead until they have been warmed. It can sound almost cruel, because the person in front of you may have no pulse, no breathing, and skin that feels like ice. But in the mountains of Norway, that rule once left a woman a narrow way back. In late May of 1999, Anna Bagenholm was skiing with two colleagues near Narvik. She was a doctor, so she understood what minutes and oxygen can mean. But that day looked ordinary in the way northern beauty can look ordinary. Spring snow, mountain slopes, a narrow stream hidden under ice. A stream like that can look like a strip of white ground, and that small detail became the trap. Anna lost her balance on the descent and slid forward, under the icy crust. Above her were skis and snow. Below her were water, tight space, and a current pressing her in so hard she could not get herself out. Her friends did not see a clean emergency from a training manual. They saw something wrong and almost impossible. A person right there, almost under their feet, with only a few inches of blue ice between her and the air. By ordinary logic, the ending was already close to written. Icy water steals heat far faster than cold air, and every attempt to pull Anna free met the hard edge of the hole. But cold medicine does not run on ordinary logic. In this 21st chapter, what matters is not only how low the temperature fell, it is who refused to call the ending too soon.
At first, they did the most human thing imaginable. They tried to pull harder.
Her colleagues tried to hold Anna, talk to her, and work at the edge of the ice with ski poles. For a while, she could still answer, because there was an air pocket under the crust. That is the detail that makes the scene so uncomfortable. Rescue was within arm's reach, but the ice would not give, and the current would not let go. Time stopped moving evenly. For the people above, it became a race between hope and helplessness. For Anna, under the ice, the cold was doing two opposite things. It was killing her heart, disturbing its rhythm, draining her strength. At the same time, it was sharply reducing how much oxygen her cells needed. When the body cools deeply, metabolism slows down, as if every system switches to emergency power. That does not make ice safe. It only means the brain may get a short reprieve if the cooling happens before complete suffocation. A warm brain without blood flow has only a few minutes before severe damage begins. A cold brain needs less, and that terrible kind of saving is sometimes what gives doctors a chance. The rescue team did not arrive instantly. They had to reach the mountains, cut through the ice, and work beside water that punishes any rush. By the time Anna was finally lifted out, she was no longer breathing on her own, and no pulse could be found. The helicopter did not carry an ordinary accident patient. It carried a body that by every familiar sign seemed too late, but had not yet been warmed. And that meant no one had the right to give the final answer. At the hospital in Tromsø, she was met by a team that understood the northern logic of injury. Among the doctors was Mads Gilbert, an emergency medicine specialist. In front of them was a patient with a body temperature of 13.7 degrees Celsius. For a human being, that is an almost impossible number, not just cold hands. A level where ordinary instruments and ordinary habits seem to argue with hope. But the decision was not mystical. They did not try to wake her with one desperate procedure. Anna was connected to a heart-lung bypass machine, a system that could do what her heart was no longer doing. Blood was taken from her body, oxygenated, gradually warmed, and returned. In effect, the machine was temporarily given the job of heart, lungs, and heater all at once. And this is where cold stops being only the enemy. It is still dangerous because in deep hypothermia, the heart can easily fall into a fatal rhythm. But if brain cells are already chilled, they use less oxygen, and a long resuscitation is no longer an empty gesture. The doctors were not waiting for a miracle. Degree by degree, they were buying the chance for her blood to become warm and useful again. The monitor did not have to come alive quickly. By ordinary standards, it had been silent far too long. But ordinary standards were exactly what could be wrong here. In that operating room, they had to give the body back its temperature first, and only then ask whether there was still room in it for life. When Anna's heart began working again, that did not turn the story into an easy ending. A person can survive cardiac arrest, cold, and machine-supported circulation, then wake up to a long debt. Nerves, muscles, breathing, simple movements, everything has to be tested again. Anna spent a long time in treatment and recovery, and the miracle here is not simply that she opened her eyes. The crucial thing had happened earlier, in a chain of decisions. Her friends at the hole in the ice did not leave her, even when the scene looked hopeless. Rescuers kept cutting, even when the minutes already seemed stolen. The doctors in Tromsø did not treat a cold, motionless body as a final verdict. And physiology, usually so strict, gave them a brief reprieve. Later, Anna was able to return to life and to medical work. That does not erase the cost of that day, but it makes the case important for resuscitation. Deep hypothermia is not the same as simple chilling. It can kill quickly, and it can also slow dying enough for technology to take over blood, oxygen, and heat. That is why Anna Bagenholm's story is not really held together by the temperature record. A record is easy to remember, and just as easy to turn into a shiny label. The point is different. Sometimes the last minute does not arrive like a flash. It arrives as the cold, heavy work of many people who warm first, and only then decide. And that frightening rule worked once. Ahead is another rescue where the last minute looked completely different.
A ship can be lost completely and still win the night. In this story, the white passenger liner Prinzendam will burn. Her hull will later go under. But the passenger list will not become a list of the dead. That is the strange kind of victory you do not see in a dramatic photograph. People were taken off before the sea could claim them. It is night in the Gulf of Alaska, early October 1980. Passengers are asleep aboard the liner. Someone has left glasses on a bedside table. Someone has already tuned out the low, steady hum of the machinery. Outside is not a vacation ocean. It is cold, dark water, the kind that steals strength fast from anyone without protection. Then, in an otherwise ordinary shipboard night, a smell rises from below. A smell no sailor needs translated. Smoke. The fire began in the machinery spaces. For a passenger, it was not first an explosion or a movie wall of flame. It was an alarm in the corridor, footsteps, a crew voice, an order to put on a life jacket. The most dangerous part was that the liner still looked large and dependable. The decks were there. Some lights were still on. So the human instinct was to believe it would pass. But the crew could not afford belief. They had to count minutes. In a casualty like this, the first rescuer is not a helicopter. The first rescuer is radio. The distress call went into the night, and somewhere ashore another kind of work began, not heroic, almost clerical. Who is nearby? How many miles away? Who has the speed? Who can take people from lifeboats if fire forces the ship to be abandoned? This is where a word appears that almost never makes the movie version, even though it held the night together. AMVER. It was an international voluntary ship reporting system. Merchant captains sent in their routes, speed, and position reports. When a distress call arrived, the rescue center was not guessing across a black ocean. It could see which ships could be turned toward the liner. In 1980, this did not look like a bright phone map. It was radio, schedules, reports, coordinates, and people at consoles. But the idea was the same. Find the nearest vessels that belong to somebody else and make distance work against the disaster. That is how the tanker Williamsburg, the Coast Guard cutter Boutwell, aircraft, and helicopters entered the picture. On Prinzendam herself, the map would have meant little without another unglamorous thing: drill. Passengers were gathered at assigned points, counted, and led toward the lifeboats. On a deck like that, a crowd can become more dangerous than flame if everyone decides to save themselves alone. Order was not a ceremony. It was physical protection. Life jackets on, people seated, boats lowered when they could be lowered without capsizing. And this is where the story gets uncomfortable. Cold Alaskan water does not kill the way people imagine it. First, your breathing breaks rhythm, your fingers stiffen, your strength to hold on fades. A person can still look alive and already be losing the ability to help themselves. So the evacuation was not only a race against fire, it was a race against water temperature. Once the order to leave the ship became unavoidable, the white liner stopped being shelter and became a marker for rescuers. Hold this picture for a moment. Black water. Superstructure and smoke. Orange lifeboats, tiny beside a ship that had only recently felt like a floating town. Later, reports would turn it into tracks and times, but inside a lifeboat there are no neat lines. There is sea noise, coughing, short commands, and engines somewhere in the dark. The rescue was not one beautiful helicopter arrival. A helicopter carries only a few people, burns fuel, and depends on weather. A giant tanker does not become a bus either. It approaches slowly, holds course, and tries not to turn its steel side into a new danger for a small lifeboat. Aircraft overhead helped keep the larger picture together. Ships moved toward the plotted points, and crews received people onto gray decks. Some passengers were lifted from lifeboats, others were moved toward larger ships. Williamsburg and Boutwell were no longer names on a chart. That night they meant heat, metal underfoot, and a place to count the living. Then came medical triage. Who was wettest? Who was shaking and could no longer speak evenly? Who needed warmth first? Who needed a dry place? Whose breathing and awareness had to be checked? From a distance it can look almost ordinary. Blankets, warm spaces, lists of names. But that is how mass death fails to happen, not through one miracle, but through separate rescued lives.
By morning, the strangeness of the victory was visible. Prince Ndam was lost. Fire had gutted the ship. Later crews tried to hold and tow her, but the hull still went under. Usually after a sentence like that, you expect a heavy list of the dead. Here, there was none. More than 500 people from the passenger liner were taken off alive. That does not erase the fear, the cold, or the dangerous hours, but it changes the meaning of the whole night. Marine reports later took the case apart without celebration and without a legend about one savior. They cared about dull questions. When the alarm sounded, when the distress call went out, how quickly people were gathered, how the lifeboats performed, who was nearby through AMVER, how survivors were distributed, and who needed help first. For AMVER, the operation became a hard test. A stranger's ship on the chart could become the nearest safe place. And that is the real lesson. At sea, one lone hero rarely beats distance, smoke, and water temperature. A chain can. The person at the radio, the controller who saw the nearest ships, the tanker captain who changed course, the seaman at the lifeboat davit, the medic with a blanket. Each person did not do the whole, impossible job. Each did their piece. So the fire took the liner, but it did not take the people. Chapter 22 in our list rests on one plain thought. Rescue sometimes does not look like a hero shot. It looks like order that did not fall apart. Ahead is another case where the last minute is not a figure of speech, but a real reserve of time. On the table inside an Arctic hut, a needle almost looks absurd. Not a rifle, not a map, not a flag, just a thin little thing that could vanish between the floorboards. But on Wrangel Island, a hole in a mitten could cost you fingers, and a badly sewn hood could let the wind reach your skin. Ada Blackjack came here for those small things. She was not hired as a polar hero. She was a young Inupiat woman from Alaska, a seamstress, a mother of a little boy, and she needed the money. In 1921, 4 men and Ada set out for this island with a very large idea behind them. The expedition was pushed by Vilhjalmur Stefansson, the famous Arctic explorer who believed the far north could be almost friendly if people had rifles, skill, and enough will. It sounded solid when spoken out loud. The island would provide meat. The group would survive the winter. A ship would come later. Hold that picture for a moment. A low hut, an oil lamp, white emptiness beyond the wall, and a woman brought along to repair clothing. In this 23rd story, the loudest names at first belong to organizers and explorers. But the rescue ship will be met by the person with no grand title. For the first months, the camp could still look like it was functioning. Arctic fox tracks crossed the snow, sacks of supplies sat inside the hut, rifles and traps were close at hand. The men kept records, checked the ice, argued over routes. Ada cooked, repaired fur clothing, fitted mittens, and did the kind of work that rarely makes it into legends. But Arctic logistics are simple only in stories. It is not enough to bring supplies. You have to stretch them through storms, bad hunting, and a summer when a ship may not break through the ice at all. Fresh food was not a luxury. It was protection against scurvy, because hardtack and salted meat could not give the body the vitamin it needed. But fresh food does not sit politely on a shelf. It has to be taken in darkness and cold,
while the animal has gone somewhere a human cannot reach in time. In the summer of 1922, help really did try to arrive, but the ice kept the ship away from the island. It did not look like a disaster. No one simply appeared on the horizon, and this is where it gets uneasy. The romantic Arctic ended at wet seams, a thinning storehouse, and the weakness beginning in Lorne Knight's legs.
In January of 1923, the decision became heavy and almost unavoidable. Alan Crawford, Fred Maurer, and Milton Gall set out across the ice towards Siberia to look for help. On a map, that sounds like a route. In the real Arctic, the ice moves, cracks, groans underfoot, and erases tracks before a person can even turn back. 3 men left. Ada and Lorne Knight remained in camp. Knight was sick with scurvy and was less and less able to stand. Ada was not a doctor, not a commander, not the kind of hunter from adventure books. She cooked, kept the lamp going, tried to care for the sick man, and waited every day for a sound that never came. Footsteps outside, a voice, any sign that the 3 had returned. Then Knight died. It was June, only weeks before rescue, but she had no way to know that. After his death, the island became even larger. A low hut, fear of polar bears, fox traps, a rifle she had to get used to, a diary where order was held 1 day at a time. She was not saved by one great skill. She was saved by a chain of small tasks. Sew, check, stretch the food, write it down, get up again in the morning. That is how the hired seamstress became the only person who kept the camp alive. In August of 1923, the ice finally opened a passage for the Donaldson. Harold Noyce was on board, one of the people searching for the missing expedition. The rescuers could have expected almost anything, an empty hut, a note, signs of a hurried departure. But at the edge of the world, they found a small human figure. Ada was alive, the only person from the camp. In this strange ending, the camp cat, Vic, is often remembered too, but the human count was merciless. 3 men had gone out over the ice and vanished. Lorne Knight had died of scurvy, and the hired seamstress had waited long enough for the ship. In the plainest terms, the crew saved her, and so did the moment when the sea finally opened. But until that moment, she had been held by things with no shine at all. A needle, a trap, a diary, dry mittens, caution at a door that might have a bear beyond it. Newspapers later turned Ada into a sensation, but the deeper point is smaller and harder. The grand idea of conquering the Arctic did not break against a beautiful storm. It broke against daily life, against food, against clothing, against scurvy, against the need to do at least one useful thing every day. On Wrangel Island, she was not saved by a legend. She was saved by a morning when she got up again. And the next rescue story begins in a place where help will also arrive almost too late. Sometimes a thermometer does not give a diagnosis. It gives you the edge of what seems possible. In Tromsø, it read 13.7 degrees Celsius. At that temperature, ordinary hospital instinct almost gives up. No pulse, no breathing, a body cold in a way that feels unreal. But in this case, cold was not only the enemy. It may have been the thing that held the brain back from dying for a few precious minutes. Before that number, the scene was ordinary in the most dangerous way. Spring of 1999, northern Norway, Narvik, with snow still clinging to the slopes. Anna Bagenholm, a young Swedish doctor, was skiing with coworkers after work. Not an expedition, not a stunt for cameras, just mountains beside town, a familiar run, wet skis, tired legs. Then the slope broke the order of the day. Anna fell, slid downhill, and reached a narrow stream hidden under a crust of ice. The ice did not look like a deadly trap. It looked like a white skin over blue water. Her body punched through it, and the water began stealing heat at once. She was pulled under the ice in a position that left only signs of struggle above, and people on the surface already understood that hands alone would not get her out. The most frightening part is not a scream. It is that the surface almost closes again. Under it, a living person is breathing through a small pocket of air. Above it, friends search for a grip, break at the ice, and call for help. Down below, a process begins that looks like a sentence, but later becomes the reason doctors refuse to call the end. Under the ice, time changes shape. Anna is pinned in the water. The current presses against her. Her clothing grows heavy, and the cold does not strike only once. It takes movement away methodically. First the body fights with shivering. Then the shivering fades, the muscles feel distant, and thought breaks into simple tasks. Keep the mouth near air. Do not breathe water. Wait for hands from above. Her coworkers do not leave her. They try to free her skis, widen the opening, reach her body. But wet snow and ice give them almost no footing. The stream is narrow and treacherous, more like a crack in the mountain than open water. Rescuers receive the call, and people in red jackets move toward the slope with ropes and tools. Helicopter light falls across the snow. The picture no longer looks like a ski outing. It looks like an operation among rocks and ice. One thing matters here. In deep hypothermia, the body does not simply get cold. It slows down. The heart beats less often and can slip into a dangerous rhythm. Blood carries warmth poorly, and the brain needs less oxygen. That does not make anyone safe. The margin is very thin, but if the cooling happens before the brain is starved of oxygen, rescue gets a strange opening. After roughly 40 minutes, Anna stops responding. For her friends, that sounds like the end, even though no one is allowed to think that way. The cold water has already erased the visible signs of life, and this is where the medical paradox begins. A person can look dead, while some of the cells are still waiting for warmth. When they finally get her out, victory looks almost meaningless. Rescuers cut through the ice, pull Anna from the stream, and a body without breathing or a pulse lies on the snow. Wet skis nearby, red jackets around her, the white slope lit by the helicopter. In an ordinary scene, this would be where words run out. But rescuers and doctors in the north know a different habit. A cold person cannot be finally counted as dead until that person has been warmed. First comes everything that can be done immediately. Airway support, chest compressions, transport. But a warm blanket cannot solve this problem. The temperature deep inside the body has fallen so far that skin and muscle are no longer the main issue. Heat has to return to the blood and organs without throwing the heart into a final collapse, and without losing the brain on the way. So Anna is taken to a place with technology that can work in place of a stopped body. At the University Hospital in Tromsø, physician Mads Gilbert and his colleagues receive her. The thermometer shows the same impossible number, 13.7 degrees Celsius. No pulse. The heart is silent. But it is not the final diagnosis yet, because the body is cold. The decision looks almost bold, but the logic is strict. Blood can be taken out of the body, run through a machine, given oxygen, warmed, and returned. The machine takes over part of the work of the heart and lungs. It does not create a miracle by itself. It buys time while the cells slowly come out of their frozen mode. Rewarming moves slowly, and that is the point. If it is rushed in the wrong way, another rhythm collapse, swelling, or tissue injury can follow. The team is not watching a single sign. They are watching a chain. Temperature rising, blood carrying oxygen again, the heart getting a chance to remember its job. And at some point, it answers. Anna's survival did not become a simple fairy tale. After cardiac arrest and freezing water, she had serious nerve injuries. Her body did not obey right away, and recovery took months. But her brain was preserved enough for her to return to life and work.
That is why doctors still remember this case when they talk about deep hypothermia. Not because cold is safe, because cold changes the clock. For a warm person, loss of circulation hits the brain very fast. For a profoundly cooled person, metabolism drops and less oxygen is needed. If that timing happens to line up, if people nearby do not leave, if the route to the right hospital is still possible, no pulse is not always the last line. In this story, help did not arrive as one single hand. Friends held the place under the ice. Rescuers cut a path to the body. The helicopter carried her to Tromsø. Doctors refused to confuse cold with final death. The number 13.7 looked like a sentence, but it became the mark where return began. Sometimes, the last minute is ice cold.
The main rescue tool here was not a ship. On the wet deck of a rescue vessel sat a cramped steel room, like a bell with a hatch, and the plan was to lower it into the gray sea again and again. Beneath it, almost 74 meters down, the submarine USS Squalus lay on the bottom. Men were still alive inside. This was off Portsmouth, New Hampshire, in May of 1939. Squalus had gone out for a routine test dive. For the crew, it was not supposed to be a heroic story, just work. Check the systems, secure the hatches, submerge, and come back with notes in the log. Commander Oliver Naquin handled the new boat calmly, the way the manual demanded. But a submarine has one weakness that sounds almost ordinary. On the surface, the diesels need air, and that air comes through a broad intake path. Before a dive, that path has to be closed. Not partly closed, not trusted, locked. Otherwise, the sea finds the same route and runs it backward. That day, the main induction valve, the one meant to keep water out of the engine spaces, failed at its one essential job. The boat began to go down, and the ocean's door stayed open. At first, the disaster may have sounded like the wrong noise. Then it became a flow of water that did not belong inside a steel boat. It did not come through a hole torn by an impact. It came through a normal pipe, through a system that had been needed for air only moments earlier. Water poured into the after compartments, where the machinery sat, and where men had almost no time to understand the size of the failure. The submarine grew heavy by the stern. In that moment, watertight bulkheads do not feel like rescue. They feel like a terrible choice. A closed door buys air for the men forward and cuts off the men behind it. But that is why the whole boat does not become one flooded room at once. The forward spaces of Squalus held. Men waited there in the dark, listening to the hull and measuring time by breath. Of the 59 people aboard, 33 were still alive. 26 were in the flooded after sections and could no longer wait for help. On the surface, rescuers needed any trace they could get. It came as an emergency telephone buoy, a thin line between the gray water and the men below it. Through that line, the key truth reached the surface. The boat was on the bottom. The forward spaces had not failed, and there was still time. Not much, but enough to try the impossible. The rescue ship USS Falcon did not arrive with a clean, beautiful answer. It arrived with hard work. First, the crew had to pin down the exact spot, hold position over it, and send divers down. At that depth, a man in a copper helmet is not swimming freely like a movie hero. He moves almost by touch, through cold and murk, hauling a cable, checking steel, searching for a hatch on the back of a sunken submarine. And this is where that steel room became the center of everything. The McCann Rescue Chamber, built from the ideas of Charles Momsen and Alan McCann, worked like an underwater elevator without a shaft. It was lowered along a cable to the rescue hatch of Squalus. Its lower section settled over the hatch with a tight skirt. Water was cleared from the joint, and a dry passage appeared between the submarine and the chamber. Then the hatch could be opened. The men crossed over in small groups, not all at once.
The chamber was sealed, released from the hull, and pulled back to the surface. On paper, it almost sounds simple. In the real sea, every step depended on a wet cable, a diver's hands, and a seal that could not fail. For years, depth had often sounded like a sentence. Now they were trying to turn it into a sequence of steps.
The chamber went down again and again.
On deck, there was no single grand moment after which everything was over. There was a slow cycle: lower, seat, open, bring men in, close, raise. Each time the little room became crowded, damp, and quiet. Each time the men above counted the living all over again. All 33 survivors were brought up in 4 trips. Commander Naquin came up among the last. That detail matters because, in an accident like this, the order of escape says something about discipline. The cost of the disaster was still terrible. 26 sailors from Squalus did not come back. Steel bulkheads had saved the bow of the boat, but they could not save the stern. And yet after this operation, the submarine force looked at disaster differently, not because the sea had become kinder, because there was now a proven chain. Find the boat, reach the men, bring the rescue chamber to the hatch, make the seal, and raise the crew. Squalus was later lifted, repaired, and returned to service under the name Sailfish. But the turn had already happened in the gray water off New Hampshire. Men on the bottom were no longer only mourned. They could be brought out alive. And next comes another rescue, where the final minute begins not with depth, but with a small detail almost no one notices. Sometimes ice saves a person not after a disaster, but inside the disaster itself. That sounds wrong, almost cruel, but it is what happened to Anna Bagenholm. The cold water was killing her body while slowing the damage that usually destroys a brain the fastest. The May snow in the mountains near Narvik did not look like a trap. It was late spring in Norway, white slopes, scattered rocks, streams hidden under snow bridges. Anna, a young Swedish doctor, was skiing with 2 colleagues on a day off. Nothing heroic, just skis, wind, and the confidence of people who know how to move on a slope. Then one ski goes the wrong way. Under the white crust is a stream, the ice breaks, and Anna is swept down beneath the snowpack. From the outside, the scene still looks almost normal. Snow, poles, tracks. Under it, a woman is pinned in freezing water. The worst detail is not obvious at first. There is a small pocket of air. She can breathe. That is not rescue, it is a delay. Her friends rush to the hole and try to pull her out, but the ice holds like a lid and the current pulls sideways. From that minute, this is no longer a story about a cold temperature record. It becomes a chain of seconds where every mistake can cut off the next chance. Ice water does not work like movie cold, where someone just shivers and waits for help. It steals heat so quickly that the body starts saving on everything. First, blood retreats from the skin toward the center. Then shivering tries to squeeze the last warmth out of muscle. Then the heart rhythm becomes fragile, as if even an extra jolt could make it fail. Under the ice, time moved differently for Anna. She was close, almost under her friends' feet, but unreachable. They heard her, tried to break the ice, and called rescuers. As long as her voice answered, they could hold on to the idea that she was still fighting. After about 40 minutes, the answers stopped. This is where the story gets uncomfortable. In an ordinary accident, a brain without oxygen is damaged fast, and cardiac arrest turns hope into a formality. Deep cooling changes the speed of chemistry. Cells need less oxygen, metabolism drops, and destructive processes slow down. It is not a kind cold. It can cause arrhythmia and stop the heart. But if cooling arrives before the brain is irreversibly damaged, a strange window opens, a very narrow one. Anna was hanging inside that window while a helicopter searched the White Valley, and rescuers fought their way toward the icy stream. When rescuers reached her, the job was almost absurd. A living person had to be cut out of a stream, from a trap the mountain had closed from above. They opened the ice, worked against the water, and pulled Anna out carefully, because in severe hypothermia, a rough movement can make a fragile rhythm collapse if it is still holding. She had spent about 80 minutes in the freezing water. Once on the surface, Anna did not breathe on her own. They found no pulse. To anyone watching, that sounds like the end. But in cases like this, doctors follow a hard rule. A cold patient cannot be written off until warmed. A helicopter carried her over the White Valley to the hospital in Tromsø. There, the team included doctors such as anesthesiologist Mads Gilbert, and they faced a body temperature of 13.7 degrees Celsius. The heart had already stopped. The brain was the central question. Regular warming pads could not solve this. The blood had to be warmed slowly and returned to the body without creating a new blow to the vessels, blood chemistry, and the heart. So they connected her to a heart-lung machine. It drew blood out, oxygenated it, raised its temperature, and sent it back. The machine did what the heart could no longer do, while the doctors bought time in tiny increments. Rewarming was not a beautiful instant when the heart suddenly understands that it should return. It was hours of work, checking blood, breathing, pressure, and temperature. From the outside, the story can look almost mystical. A woman at a temperature below what many people would even connect with life gets a heartbeat again. From the inside, it is a set of very earthly conditions. The air pocket gave her time. Her friends did not leave, and they did not take silence as a final verdict. Mountain rescuers delivered her to medicine that had the right machine, and the cold, strangely enough, had slowed the destruction of the brain. Anna survived, though recovery was not simple. After coma, treatment, and long rehabilitation, she had to give her body strength again, especially because of nerve damage. Later, she was able to return to medical work, and her case became a way to explain the hard formula of hypothermia. A person is not dead until they are warm. Warm first, then decide. In this chapter, rescue did not arrive from one hand. It was assembled by snow, friends, a helicopter, an operating room, and a machine that returned warm blood to the place where the heart was silent. Ice nearly took Anna Bagenholm, but that same ice left the doctors the last minute. The next rescue will turn on that minute again. To keep from going over Niagara, 2 workmen did the one thing no normal safety manual would ever suggest. They started sinking their own barge. Not later, not in a harbor, but out in fast water, with the white mist of the falls already waiting downstream. The morning in 1918 was just a workday, not a heroic scene. Dredging work was underway on the upper Niagara River. A black iron scow was being pulled by a tug, and James Harris and Gustav Lofberg were still aboard. To them, the falls were not a postcard. It was a shift, rusty metal under their boots, and a roar of water you learned to live with. Then the tow line snapped, or slipped free. A small failure, just one rope, and the whole logic of the day vanished. The scow lost its tug and began drifting downstream toward a part of the river that does not care whether you can swim. It had no real power, no room to maneuver, only a heavy hull and the speed of the current. And this is where the first rescue happened, before the rescuers arrived. Harris and Lofberg ran for the bottom dumping doors. Scows like this dropped dredged material through the floor, and the men understood that mechanism better than anyone watching from shore. If they opened the doors, water would pour in, the hull would settle lower, and maybe it would catch on the rocks. It sounds insane, but the alternative was simpler and worse, a lighter barge sliding on toward the brink. Water came in, and the scow did not sink like a stone. It grew heavier, settled deeper into the current, and stopped hard on a rocky shoal above the falls. That was not safety. It was a pause in the middle of a trap. From shore, people could see the black hull in the rapids and 2 figures on it. They could shout, wave, and start getting ropes ready. but trying to reach it by boat was close to suicide. The upper Niagara, just before the drop, is not a broad, calm river. Water tears across rock, hammers metal, and spins anything that loses its hold. If the scow twisted free, there would be less time than a man needs to know which way to run. One thing matters here. In the early 20th century, a rescue on water like that was not about a helicopter or a modern swift water team. People had ropes, a line-throwing gun, river experience, and a very simple plan. Send a light line first, use it to pull out a heavier cable, and then hang a human-carrying buoy from that cable. The sun went down, and the job got worse. Wet rope grows heavy. Mist from the falls hides distance. Searchlights can make a circle of light, but they do not make the water safe. On the scow, Harris and Lofberg were not waiting for a graceful rescue. They were waiting to see whether the iron under their feet would hold, and whether the men on shore could get even one reliable line across. The line-throwing gun was almost an old-fashioned rescue cannon. It fired a thin line where no person could go. But hitting the scow in a violent river was not enough. The line had to be caught, secured, kept out of the water, and used to haul over a much heavier system. On paper, that sounds like a diagram. At night above Niagara, it becomes a fight with wet rope that keeps trying to slip away. At some point, they made a connection to the scow. Then the rescuers brought in a breeches buoy, a tool sailors and lifesavers knew well. It was not a boat, and it was not a magic basket. It was more like a heavy canvas seat riding on a block along a stretched cable. A man sat in it and was hauled to shore while water rushed under him, water he could not afford to enter. Then Niagara found the weak point again. Either the cable or the block jammed, and the whole crossing became a useless line hanging above the rapids. They had almost reached the men, but almost does not save anyone there. Someone had to go out and clear the snag by hand. That someone was William Hill, known as Red, a local rescuer and riverman. He knew this water from work, not postcards. Hill went out along the rope in the dark, over the roaring river, to free the gear. For a few minutes, all the complicated rescue equipment came down to hands, wet rope, and the choice not to look down. After that, the rescue finally began to move. The buoy was sent out along the cable again. First one workman left the scow, then the other. To a person in that sling, the trip to shore does not feel short. You do not steer it, you cannot make it faster, and you cannot jump off. You simply hang above the water and trust a rope that people have spent all night trying to make work. Harris and Lofberg got out alive after about 17 hours on the scow. They were not saved by one clean, heroic gesture, but by a chain of small, correct decisions. They flooded the hull so it would sit on the rocks. Shore crews got a line across. People hauled cables, cleared gear, and tried again whenever the river broke the plan. The scow stayed above the falls and became a strange monument to that logic. For more than a century, people saw it as a rusted black shape in the rapids. A tourist might have taken it for scenery, but behind it was a work accident in which Niagara's beauty helped no one. What helped were bottom doors, a line gun, a breeches buoy, and a man willing to crawl along a rope at night. In this story, the brink of the falls was not stopped by a miracle. It was stopped by the weight of water inside the barge, the rocks under its hull, and stubborn, practical engineering. First, they started sinking the barge. That is why the barge did not sink them. Next comes another rescue, where the same kind of unnoticed detail will buy people a few more seconds.
When the yellow craft was finally opened, it was as if an invisible stopwatch was standing beside it. One detail appears in almost every retelling. There was oxygen left for roughly 12 minutes. Not a calm reserve until morning, not a tank half full, but a few breaths of life for 2 men after a rescue that had stretched beyond 3 days. Hold that picture for a moment. The gray-green Celtic Sea, the wet deck of the Vickers Voyager,
lamps cutting through rain, and a small yellow capsule rising slowly out of the water. Inside was not a submarine crew, but two men in a cramped sphere, pilot Roger Chapman and engineer Roger Mallinson. In 1973, their submersible, Pisces 3, was working off Ireland on an underwater telephone cable. The job sounded almost routine. Go down, do the work on the bottom, come back to the ship. But a small deep-sea craft does not forgive ordinary mistakes. It has no long corridors, no spare compartments, no crew rushing in with tools. It has a pressure sphere, batteries, ballast, oxygen cylinders, and chemicals meant to pull carbon dioxide out of the air. Around it were about 480 meters of water. You could not send a diver down with a rope. Any help had to arrive as a precise tool, or it would become one more problem. The failure came after the job was done, at the moment a ship's crew usually waits for with relief. Pisces 3 was being brought back toward the surface, and then extra water entered a system that depended on balance. Different accounts word the accident in different ways, but the core is the same. Part of the craft's buoyancy was lost. It became heavier than it should have been, and it dropped back into the sea. That is why ballast matters. A capsule like this does not float by itself like a cork. It is balanced right on the edge. The heavy pressure hull pulls downward, external buoyancy holds upward, and releasable weights give it a chance to rise if things go wrong. But when water takes the place of air in an outside volume, the math breaks. Chapman and Mallinson did not feel theory. They felt impact, tilt, and a fall into darkness. At depth, the hull held, and that was the first miracle without a dramatic image. Then began the slow fight against their own breathing. Oxygen could be fed in tiny amounts, but every exhale added carbon dioxide. Scrubbers absorbed it, and while they worked, the air remained usable. If the men moved, argued, or shivered too hard in the cold, the count would run down faster. So the two men below tried to stay almost still, saving light, warmth, words, and nerves. Communication with the surface did not save them by itself. It gave them a rhythm: what to check, what to switch off, how long to keep holding on. On the surface, it became clear that a heroic dive was useless here. At that depth, a person cannot work with his hands the way someone might in a harbor. Ships work. Winches work, other submersibles work, and people have to judge exactly where to send a cable. Sister craft, Pisces 2 and Pisces 5, were brought toward the site, and later the remotely operated Curve 3 joined the operation. But even that did not turn the rescue into a simple tow. One craft might find the yellow hull in the murky dark. Another might try to guide a line, and the robot might attach a lifting cable. None of them could cancel the swell at the surface. On deck, a wet cable looks like a crude piece of steel. At depth, it behaves almost alive, sagging, drifting sideways, catching in the wrong place. A mistake could damage the hull or ruin the attempt, and the men inside did not have the luxury of waiting out another day. This is where it gets uncomfortable. The rescuers above could not see Chapman's or Mallinson's faces, but they were constantly working with their breathing. Every delay meant less oxygen and more carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is more treacherous than it sounds. It does not merely spoil the air, it presses on the head, clouds thought, and makes the body want to breathe faster. Faster breathing was exactly what they could not allow.
The last part of the rescue did not look like one final charge. It looked like metal and sea reaching a very slow agreement. The line was secured, the winches took the load, and the yellow craft began to lift from the seabed. That was not victory yet. A lifting cable at that depth runs through hundreds of meters of water. The ship above is moving, and every sharp motion travels downward with a delay. Inside, the men could do almost nothing to help. They could only wait, breathe as quietly as they could, and listen for any change in the sound around the hull. When Pisces 3 reached the surface,
The rescuers had to become careful all over again. The hatch could not be opened like a car door after a drive. First, the hull had to be held, steadied, and reached safely. The fastenings had to be worked, and the crew had to make sure the cables and water had not created a new danger. Only then did the outside world rush into the cramped sphere. This story grips because the technology was not all-powerful. Quite the opposite. One craft could not do it. Another searched for the right point. The robot and cables worked by tiny margins. The surface fought the weather. And below, 2 men turned breathing into calculation. When they were brought out, the famous 12 minutes no longer sounded like a neat detail. They sounded like the price of every delay. At last, one correct cable was enough. And ahead is another story where the final minute also begins with one small technical detail. From the bridge of a freighter, a tiny raft does not look like a rescue. It looks like an error in the eye. The faded sun beats down on the Gulf Stream. The water breaks into glare. And then a dot appears in all that blue. Not a boat, not a buoy. Just something flat and low, almost the same color as the sea. A watch officer could have called it debris and kept going. That is usually how the ocean hides people. It does not label the living and the trash. The Greek freighter, Captain Theo, was moving on its own route, not staging a dramatic search and not knowing the full story. Back on shore, a version was already taking shape. The yacht Bluebell was gone. An adult witness had survived, and he had explained what happened. That is easier for newspapers, early reports, and the human mind. There is an adult, there is an explanation, so the blank space feels closed. But the dot on the water was not debris. On a small cork raft was 11-year-old Terry Jo Duperol. She had been at sea for more than 3 days, with no shade and almost no strength left. When the white hull drew closer, the most important witness was not the confident adult figure on shore. It was a child, spotted only because someone on the bridge kept looking. A few days before that barely visible dot, everything looked like the kind of vacation people later show relatives in photographs. The Duperol family from Wisconsin had come to Florida for the sea and the Bahamas. Arthur, Jean, their son Brian, Terry Jo, and the youngest girl, Renee. They chartered the sailing yacht Bluebell. The captain was Julian Harvey, and his wife, Mary Denis, was also aboard. In November of 1961, that passage did not seem reckless. A private yacht, warm islands, short stops, talk about fish and weather. The ordinary world rested on a schedule and on trust in the man at the wheel. The first crack came at night, far from shore. Later, investigators would no longer be talking about one accident. They would be looking at a crime on board. But at first, no one on land had seen that. One thing matters here. Back then, searching for people at sea was almost blind. The yacht had no satellite beacon that could send its own coordinates. There was a last route, estimated weather, current, radio traffic, and requests for other ships to keep a sharper watch. So the story told by the rescued adult carried enormous weight. Harvey was picked up separately, and he spoke of sudden trouble, damage, fire, and the loss of the yacht. It sounded like a terrible sea accident, and the second witness was still drifting in the Gulf Stream.
A cork raft sounds almost like a toy, but in this story it worked like the last piece of survival equipment. Cork floats not because it is strong, but because it is light and full of air. A raft like that does not need bailing out. There is almost nothing to flood, and it rides low. That helped keep it from turning into a sail or standing broadside to the waves. But there was no comfort in it at all. No water, no shade, no side high enough to hide behind from the sun. For Terry Jo, that meant simple survival math. Every hour took moisture, skin, and voice. Salt dried on her face, the sun kept coming back, and the raft stayed far too small for the ocean. From the air, or from a ship bridge, It was almost impossible to tell from random wreckage. To see a child that low on the water, you needed the right angle, a careful eye, and the strange willingness to doubt your own boredom. Searches in that era depended on people. Navigators estimated drift, where the current would carry something, how the wind was blowing, and how much time had passed since the last known position. The Gulf Stream did not save or destroy. It simply moved the search area like a wide river without banks. Commercial ships became part of that network not by plan, but by the duty of the sea. Radio brought messages, captains passed coordinates, and watch crews looked into the water. Sometimes that was enough. When Captain Theo realized the dot was alive, a big ship could no longer behave like a big ship. It had to slow down and approach carefully, because the wave from its own hull could become the raft's final danger. That is one strange thing about rescue at sea. Sometimes a giant has to move as if it is afraid to touch a match. The sailors came close, lifted the girl aboard, and sent a radio message to shore. A child from Bluebell had been found, alive. From that minute, the investigation no longer rested on one version. Terry Jo was not giving the newspapers a sensation. She was giving investigators a crack they could test. Her account did not match what Harvey had already reported. Investigators began looking again at the timing, the damage, the position of the dinghy, the traces that had been found, and the logic of his own survival. Old Florida newspaper pages quickly changed their tone. This was no longer the story of an adult who alone escaped a disaster. It was the story of a child who came back from the sea and made the facts speak differently. Harvey died by suicide soon after, and the case never reached trial. For Terry Jo, being rescued did not erase the loss of her family, and that should not be softened. But the last minute here rested on three things. The cork did not sink, the freighter was exactly there, and the people on the bridge did not write off the dot as trash. The next rescue will also begin with a detail that is easy to miss. A white swaddling cloth on gray concrete looks more wrong than any headline. It does not belong among rebar, dust, and broken glass. But outside the collapsed maternity wing of Juarez Hospital, rescuers kept seeing exactly that. Baby things, far too clean for a place like this, and people nearby begging them to keep digging. In Mexico City, the word miracle did not attach to one survivor. It attached to a group of newborns pulled from the ruins days after the quake. And that leaves a question you cannot shake. Why did babies, the most fragile people in the building, sometimes live where adults beside them died? The morning of September 19, 1985, did not begin like a disaster inside the hospital. The maternity ward ran on short instructions, footsteps in the corridor, the beep of machines, white sheets on metal beds. Someone was waiting to be discharged. Someone had just become a parent. Newborns lay in small bassinets, and the whole point of the place was that nothing sudden should happen. Then the ground moved like a wave, not a movie jolt lasting 1 second, but a long, heavy rolling. The epicenter was far away, near the Pacific coast, yet the soft ground of the old lake bed under Mexico City amplified the motion. For the city, it became a terrible trap. For a hospital filled with slabs, partitions, and heavy equipment, the trap snapped shut at once. At a destroyed hospital, chaos starts immediately, but rescue depends on order. First, people who can walk are moved away. Then the wounded are carried out, the ones who may live long enough to reach bandages, oxygen, surgery. It is harsh triage, and inside a medical building it is especially painful. The patients were already vulnerable before the earthquake, and the doctors suddenly became victims too. The most tempting mistake after a collapse sounds completely human. Bring in a crane, lift the slab faster. But a crane can finish off the person lying in the void beneath it. After an earthquake, concrete is not calm. Rebar is holding on by luck, partitions sag, aftershocks arrive. So at the maternity wing, people worked by hand, with crowbars, jacks,
and sometimes almost with their fingernails, centimeter by centimeter. And here is the crucial detail. An adult in rubble takes up more space and receives the blow of the building with a larger body. A person can be pinned so badly that nearby air is not enough. Blood is lost, the chest cannot expand, the body grows cold. A baby is weaker, but smaller. If a bassinet, an incubator, a pipe, or a tilted slab left an air pocket nearby, a tiny body could sometimes survive in a gap where an adult could not even fit. That does not soften the horror. It explains the strange chance. The most valuable instrument at a collapse site is sometimes not an instrument at all. It is silence. Rescuers asked for engines to be shut off, extra people to step back, and the pounding on concrete to stop. Then everyone listened. Not for a heroic sentence from deep underground, but for a thin, almost impossible sound. A weak cry, a rustle, a short breath. In the ruins of a maternity ward, that sound could matter more than any building plan. Then came the kind of work that cannot be rushed in a dramatic way. A flashlight into the gap, a hand after it. First the glass, then a piece of plaster, then rebar that must not shift. If one slab is pressing on another, you do not yank it upward, you support it. If a child can be heard, you widen the path not where it is easiest, but where it is safest for the child. That is why a rescue could take hours, and sometimes days. When a newborn was finally passed out, the story was not over. The baby had to be warmed, breathing checked, fluids given, and someone had to decide who needed a hospital immediately and who could wait a few minutes. Yes, even among the rescued, there is triage. Every small bundle had signs to read: skin color, cry, pulse, injury. The white swaddling cloth was not a symbol then. It was working material, used to keep warmth in and keep a child from being lost in the flow of the wounded. Later, Mexican newspapers would write about the bebés milagro, the miracle babies. The exact number of rescued children and the timing of the discoveries vary from one account to another, and they are best checked across several Mexican sources. But the heart of it is not a survival record. The heart is that beneath the slab, rescuers were not finding a legend. They were finding living children. It is easy in this chapter to get stuck on the word miracle, but here that word is almost too convenient. It hides the work. Beside the hospital stood parents, neighbors, doctors without proper rooms to work in, soldiers and volunteers learning rescue directly on the rubble. They argued about where to dig, waited for silence, feared another collapse, and still returned to the same cracks because a sound might come from there. The answer to the central question is not mystical. It is very physical. Adults were killed by the weight of slabs, pinned chests, blood loss, and time. Babies could be protected by the accidental geometry of the collapse. A small bassinet acting like a brace, a piece of concrete like a roof, an air pocket the size of a box. It was not size alone that saved them. It was that their size sometimes matched the emptiness. For Mexico City, these children became part of the memory of the earthquake. But that memory was not only bright. Juarez Hospital was a reminder that a medical building after a quake demands a special kind of search. Many people inside cannot shout, cannot walk, and cannot point to where they are. Rescuers work by sound, by ward layouts, by the smell of gas, by the slightest movement of a swaddling cloth in dust. And that is the image that remains. A gray morning, a flashlight in a crack, hands that did not hand the work over to a machine, and a child too small for the rubble, but small enough for a chance. The next last minute will be very different. Here, it was the size of an air pocket. The most important object in this rescue was almost painfully ordinary. Not a horse, not a rifle, not a map, but a rope held by a young teacher at the low door of a schoolhouse. At the other end stood children in wool scarves and short coats. Outside the door there was no road. There was a white wall so thick a person could disappear by taking 2 steps the wrong way. On January 12, 1888, the Mira Valley School in Nebraska looked like almost any rural school on the Great Plains. One room, a stove, benches, a kerosene lamp, children of different ages, and one teacher for all of them. Her name was Minnie Freeman. She was under 20, but in a school like that, age stopped being the main thing pretty quickly. She had to keep order, tend the fire, send the little ones home, and handle what a town might have left to a whole group of adults. The morning did not feel deadly. Children came from farms on foot or by sleigh, and some may have dressed lighter than usual because the weather had softened in a misleading way. Forecasts already existed. The United States Signal Service gathered observations and sent warnings by telegraph. But the wire stopped in towns and at depots. It did not run out to a lonely school on the prairie. Out there, people read the weather in the sky, the wind, and the experience of neighbors. And that day, experience failed them. At first, the change may have looked like a small turn in the weather. The door pulls harder in the wind, the window darkens, and children lift their eyes from their copybooks. Then the prairie loses its edges. An Arctic front did not arrive slowly like an ordinary snowfall. Cold air slammed into the warmer air of the day. The wind shifted hard, the temperature dropped, and dry snow came not only from the clouds, but from the ground. This was not a quiet scene of big flakes. It was white dust flying sideways. On flat land, that is especially dangerous. In a forest, your eyes can catch on tree trunks. In a town, on fences and walls. On the open Nebraska prairie, a child had only noise, snow, and gray milk where the horizon should have been. That is why a few yards could become a gulf. You step outside, turn around, and the school is gone. A one-room schoolhouse was not built for a blow like that. The stove helped as long as there was fuel, and the walls held back the wind. The windows were small, but glass and cracks could steal heat fast. If they waited too long, the younger children could begin freezing inside the room, and darkness could arrive before adults knew where to search. But taking everyone out at once was frightening too. In normal life, the nearest house feels close. In a blizzard, close stops being a useful word. And this is where newspapers later liked to smooth the story out. A young teacher, 13 children, a heroic walk through the storm. In reality, it was not a walk. It was a choice with no good option. Old newspaper retellings do not agree on every detail, and that matters. But the backbone of the story is solid. Minnie Freeman did not send the children out one by one, and she did not let them scatter into the white emptiness. She tied them together with a rope and led them toward the nearest warm shelter. Hold that picture for a moment. The door opens, and the warm light of the school fades behind them almost at once. The teacher goes first. Behind her comes a chain of children. The rope runs from hand to hand, from coat to coat, and every tug tells the group that someone has stumbled or fallen behind. In a line like that, speed almost disappears. But the most important thing appears. No one can quietly vanish. The route was probably short only on a map. About half a mile on a clear road is nothing a child would remember as a story. About half a mile inside a white wall becomes a count of breaths, steps, and another hand on your sleeve. Minnie had to remember direction, not with her eyes, but with her body. Where the road was, where the house was, where it was dangerous to drift aside. The children could not see rescue ahead. They followed the tight rope. And when a doorway finally appeared in the storm, the most important thing had already happened. They could be counted. 13 children had reached warmth. Afterward, Minnie Freeman became an easy heroine for newspapers. On the page, she appeared as a young Nebraska teacher, almost storybook-like, as if courage alone had beaten the weather. But if you remove the shine, the act does not get smaller, it gets clearer. She understood the shape of the danger. In a white storm, you cannot rely on sight. You cannot let children become separate dots.
and you cannot wait until a weak building starts losing its fight with the cold. A school rope turned frightened students into one group that could be guided, stopped, and counted. That January storm stayed in memory as the children's blizzard, or the schoolhouse blizzard, because it struck in the middle of the school day. Across the plains, children were leaving small schools, families were waiting at home, and warnings often arrived late in the places where decisions were made beside a stove and a door. That does not mean people were careless. They lived in a world where information traveled slower than the front. Today, that is hard to feel. A phone in a pocket tells us about weather before we look out the window. Minnie Freeman had a different set of tools: a low door, a freezing wind, a group of children, and a rope. That is why this story rests not on a pretty nickname from an old newspaper, but on a very checkable action. She did not defeat the blizzard. She kept the blizzard from taking the children one by one. Later in this episode, another last minute will look different. Here, everything came down to one simple thing in her hands. That was what they held on to. On that shift, the miners were not betrayed by a storm, an explosion, or a bad roof. They were betrayed by paper. On an old map, the edge of an abandoned mine sat farther away than it did in the real ground, and that was enough to turn an ordinary entry into a trap. On the evening of July 24, 2002, at the Queek Creek Mine in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, 9 men were doing routine work. The cutting machine was moving through coal. Helmet lamps slid across black walls. Ahead of them, according to the plan, there was still supposed to be a barrier pillar, a thick wall between the active workings and the old Saxman mine. On paper, it looked safe. Here is the thing to keep in mind. A map of an abandoned mine does not become precise just because it is archived. It may have been drawn decades earlier, copied from one plan to another, checked against old landmarks, and then treated as settled truth. The line looks confident. Inside it, someone else's mistake can still be hiding. Then the cutting bit does not meet just coal. Behind the wall is open space filled with water. In an old mine, water can collect for years in the entries like an underground reservoir, and here the amount was counted in tens of millions of gallons. Once the barrier gives way, the flow takes the mine entries, pushing, carrying mud, carrying cold. At Queek Creek, the disaster did not begin like a movie. A wall that was supposed to be safe became a doorway into a place no one expected to reach. Underground, water is not a puddle. It chooses the fastest passages, rises with the grade, cuts off the way back, and steals heat from a body too fast. The 9 men had to move higher, toward the pockets where air still held. Their lamps caught wet coal. Their boots slipped. Behind them, the water kept rising. Up on the surface, there was no clean point on the map. There was a field, a summer night, floodlights in the mud, and people trying to make several versions of the underground world line up. If the old map had failed once, no one could simply trust it again. But drilling had to start now. First, rescuers needed a small borehole. Not as a symbolic gesture, but because a narrow path can be made faster. Engineers calculated coordinates, drill crews set the rig, and a steel drill string with a bit worked downward, foot by foot. The task sounded simple only on paper. Hit from the surface a small space where living men might be waiting, about 240 feet below. When the borehole broke into the mine workings, it became more than an opening. Air could be pumped through it, and rescuers could find out whether anyone below was answering. For the families behind the line, that was not rescue yet. But after hours of uncertainty, there was finally one solid thing. Voices were still underground.
Now the rescue became a race, not only against water but against geometry. Air helped by time, pumps tried to take the cold volume away from the old mine. Nearby, crews prepared a second larger borehole. You cannot pull a person through the small one.
They needed a passage wide enough for a capsule, but still possible to drill in hours, not days. That is where the strange yellow object comes in, almost toy-like beside rigs and trucks. A narrow rescue capsule exists for one reason. You cannot build a new mine shaft quickly from scratch. A full shaft needs support, ladders, ventilation, and constant control of the ground. A 30-inch cased borehole, though, can become a vertical elevator if steel pipe holds the walls and the capsule can travel without tilting. On the site, every sound mattered. Was the drill running straight or drifting? Was the rock breaking cleanly or fighting back? Was the water falling or rising again? One delay on the surface became another hour below, where wet clothing pulled heat out of the men. Rescuers checked depth, changed tools, watched the casing, and kept going back to the map that had already failed them once. And this is the hard part. Above ground, there were machines, lights, and dozens of hands, but no one could simply open a door. Underground, the miners waited in darkness, while rescue came toward them through a round hole in the Pennsylvania rock. After midnight, the capsule finally went down. Not like a dramatic ride, but like a very tight medical hope. Crews lowered it through the steel pipe, checked communication, waited while one man below was secured inside, and then pulled it back. Slowly, carefully, one miner at a time. The first lift did not end the fear. Men were still in the mine, and every new trip could hang up, slow down, or need adjustment. On the surface, people watched the top of the pipe more than the clock. From there, a helmet, a face, shoulders, coal dust, and exhaustion had to appear. By the morning of July 28th, all 9 Queek Creek miners were above ground. Nearly 78 hours underground ended with hospitals, blankets, and one simple fact: alive. Then the story moved out of the floodlights and into reports. The yellow capsule was no longer the center. The focus turns to old plans, mine boundaries, barrier pillars, and the question of why a line on a plan had outrun verification. After Queek Creek, abandoned mines were discussed with less comfort. Old maps had to be checked harder, danger zones marked more honestly, and probe holes drilled near possible water before a cutting machine reached the wall. This rescue is remembered because the ending was almost impossible, but its main lesson is quieter. Underground, an error on a map does not stay on the map. It arrives as water. And next comes another last-minute rescue, where help will also have to land in one very small place. When the rescue ship finally cut through the fog off Wrangell Island, the people on deck expected to find a small polar team. Thin, angry, frostbitten, but still a team. Instead, a woman came out toward the shore alone, wrapped in fur, with the cat Victoria somewhere nearby, and the face of someone who had spent far too long speaking only to the wind. The men were gone. The survivor was Ada Blackjack, the seamstress hired into the expedition almost as a household attachment to grand plans. That was the uncomfortable part. 2 years earlier, Ada was not chasing polar glory. She lived in Alaska, an Inupiat woman who knew how to sew fur clothing, and she took the job because she needed wages for her young son. The plan pushed by Vilhjalmur Stephenson was simple: hold Wrangell Island, north of Chukotka. It sounded bold, almost national in scale. In practice, it was 4 men, 1 hired helper, a modest pile of supplies, and a huge belief in hunting. This is the small detail that matters. Polar expeditions of that era were often supplied like a wager against nature. Flour, tea, ammunition, tools, warm clothing, and the rest would be found on site. If the animals were there, if the ice allowed it, if the ship returned in summer. Too many ifs. At first, the low tent held against the wind, the rifle stood by the entrance, the needle moved through fur. It looked poor but manageable. Then the island stopped testing their plans and started testing their stores.
At first, danger did not look like disaster. Meat simply came less often than the theory had promised. Arctic foxes left tracks near the camp, but tracks do not cook in a pan. You have to see a bear before it sees you. You have to reach a seal where the ice lets you get close. Every missed chance turned into a smaller dinner. Ada was not the polar hero newspapers liked to imagine. She was afraid of the rifle, did not think of herself as a hunter, and did not command the men. But she did the work that keeps strength from leaking away in cold country. She sewed, patched, dried clothing, counted food, tended the stove, kept the camp usable. In the Arctic, a hole in a mitten is not a household nuisance. It is a finger that may be black tomorrow. In the summer of 1922, they waited for a ship. In an expedition like this, contact with the mainland was not a voice in a headset. It was a line on a calendar. The ship was supposed to come, take people off, bring flour, news, and help. But ice kept the rescue from reaching the island. The group had no radio, and that changed everything. On the mainland, people could argue over routes. In camp, there were sacks, cartridges, and a silence that kept growing. Then scurvy arrived. Without fresh food, it creeps in quietly. First, weakness, temper, pain in the legs. Then swollen joints and bleeding gums, as if the body stops repairing itself. Lorne Knight was stuck in bed, and a small mistake in supply became someone else's daily pain. In January of 1923, the camp made a choice that is hard to call a decision. Alan Crawford, Fred Maurer, and Milton Gallet set out over the ice toward Siberia to look for help. On a map, it was a route across white space. In real life, it was cracks, pressure ridges, wind, and a sled you had to pull when you were already hungry. Ada stayed with the sick Knight. Hold this picture for a moment. 3 men walk away from the tent, and their backs quickly turn into dark points. The ice beneath them is alive, creaking and shifting. Wind covers their tracks faster than a person can keep hope in place. The rifle remains at the entrance. Knight coughs inside. Ada does not understand everything, but she understands enough. Every tomorrow will have to be built by hand. The 3 men never came back. Most likely the ice and sea took them on the way, but there is no exact answer. Knight grew weaker, and Ada cared for him as best she could. She gathered fuel, cooked what food remained, set traps, learned to shoot even though she had once feared the gun. In June, he died. After that, the island held Ada, the cat Victoria, a diary and work that could not be canceled. Ada's diary does not sound like a polished legend. What matters in it are traps, weather, food, the condition of the sick man, small victories over a single day. Those entries later made it harder to turn her into a convenient background figure. The diary showed not a miracle, but labor. In August of 1923, a dark line appeared on the horizon. It was the Donaldson, the rescue ship that brought Harold Noyce and a new group of people. For those on deck, the island was a point on a map. For Ada, it was almost 2 years of counting, stitching, traps, and nights when she could not get sick because no one would be there to bring her water. The rescuers did not find a living team. They found the woman who had been treated at the start as an auxiliary figure. She had survived hunger, Arctic winters, the death of a companion, and the emptiness after the others vanished. Victoria was still there, a cat, a strangely domestic detail in the ice. That is why, for the organizers, the story did not fit neatly into a report. They had planned a masculine polar triumph. The proof of survival was the work of a woman they had barely noticed. After the rescue, newspapers quickly pulled the story toward sensation. Some wanted a castaway tale. Some wanted a guilty nurse. Some wanted excuses for a failed calculation. But the diary stubbornly pulled everything back to earth. It showed that an island does not feed people on schedule, that without contact, a summer ice barrier can become a sentence, that scurvy breaks not character, but the body.
It also showed that sewing, food records, and traps can matter more than slogans. Ada came back not carrying a legend, but carrying evidence. She was saved by a ship, by persistence, and by a long chain of small tasks that no one wanted to call heroism. On Wrangel Island, the last minute looked simple. A dark strip of ship on the horizon. Ahead waits another last minute, of a completely different kind.
If people on the seabed have no voice, they still have metal. Not a radio, not a flag, not a flare, but the oldest signal a Navy knows. A strike against the hull. In May of 1939, that kind of knocking came from the American submarine Squalus, lying off New Hampshire, in about 240 feet of water. The men inside could not simply swim up. They were alive in the forward compartments, while behind sealed doors the water had already taken over. The answer from above was not a voice. It was a round, steel bell lowered toward a dark hatch. The morning off Portsmouth had started almost routinely. The new submarine went out for a test dive, and the crew checked machinery, valves, and the familiar order of work. For submariners, a dull test can matter more than a clean maneuver, because that is where a weak point shows itself. Commander Oliver Naquin took Squalus down, and the first minutes gave no warning of disaster. But a submarine breathes only as long as it is allowed to breathe. On the surface, diesel engines draw air through large induction trunks. Before a dive, those trunks have to be sealed by valves. One main induction valve did not shut the sea out the way it had to. A simple piece of machinery turned the whole hull into a trap. Water inside a submarine does not enter gracefully. It crashes through the air intake, hammers the steel, pours into the engine spaces, and takes the light with it. The crew has no minute for a meeting. Close the doors, cut off the stern, save the bow. Watertight bulkheads are not there for comfort. They are built for that brutal math. One compartment is lost, the next one stays dry. On Squalus, that is exactly what happened. 33 men were trapped forward and could still breathe. 26 remained behind bulkheads where no one could go back. And this is where it gets uncomfortable. The boat had not just broken, it had settled on the bottom. The stern had taken on weight, and neither ballast nor engines could give it buoyancy again. Above it lay the cold Atlantic, and every layer of water added pressure. Opening a hatch meant letting the sea inside. Leaving on their own with escape gear from that depth was a last bet. Flood part of the boat, endure cold, darkness, a hard rush upward, and danger to the lungs. So the men in the bow saved air, moved less, listened to the hull, and knocked back. Their signal was very simple. It meant one thing. There were people in the bow. That was enough for the men above to stop searching for wreckage and start working with a living submarine. On the surface, the job fell to people who had spent years arguing with the same problem. How do you remove a crew from a submarine that is intact but sunk? Officer Charles Momsen had been fighting for a simple idea. Rescue should come to the hatch, not force every sailor to jump into a column of water. Alan McCann designed the chamber. From the outside, it did not look heroic. A cylinder with a rounded bottom, cables, a gasket, pumps. But that plain machinery now decided how many men would see the surface. Beside the gray rescue ship Falcon, divers in heavy helmets moved with the swell. They did not just have to dive. They had to find the dark hatch on Squalus, fasten a guide cable, and give the chamber a path down. Inside the chamber there was air, and its lower rim had to press against the landing around the hatch. The bell was lowered on the cable so it would sit exactly right. If the rim landed crooked, the passage could not be opened. If the seal held, water was forced out of the joint, pressure was balanced, and a dry path appeared between the submarine and the chamber. Before Squalus, the chamber had been tested, but never against this kind of test. Real depth, real people, real oxygen. Now a mistake did not ruin an experiment. It killed. The first ascent was not a finale. It was more like a test of nerves. The men from the forward compartments moved into the chamber in small groups. The hatches were shut, and the steel bell was hauled back toward the surface. Then it all happened again. Divers again. The dark hatch again. The weight again, until the metal sat straight and hope was not lost to a crooked edge. In 4 trips, the McCann chamber brought up 33 survivors. On one of the later ascents, the chamber was delayed, and the cables and the depth reminded everyone that this was not a shipyard demonstration. But it came up. The price of the rescue was not made smaller by success. 26 sailors remained in the flooded compartments, and no survivor could forget why closed doors saved some men and cut off others. Later, Squalus was raised, repaired, and returned to service under the name Sailfish. But the second name of the boat is not the heart of this story. The chain is the valve, the bulkheads, the knocking, the divers, the steel bell on a cable. Help came at the last minute, not as one beautiful leap, but as a series of exact movements. Sometimes rescue sounds like metal striking metal. Further in the episode, that sound will turn into another small detail, but here it began with this one. The most important thing in that classroom was not a book, and it was not the iron stove. It was a rope. It gave no warmth, taught no arithmetic, and could not replace a roof, but it could do one simple thing: keep a child from vanishing at arm's length. The morning in central Nebraska felt almost like a gift. January 1888, the Great Plains, a one-room school in Mira Valley. Children came in from farms, some on foot, some by wagon, and maybe not every mitten was pulled tight at the wrist. After hard cold, the air had softened, and adults often took that kind of thaw as a break. In Minnie Freeman's school, the young teacher's day began like hundreds of other days. Boards, notebooks, a stove, small desks, one adult for the entire class. Here is the thing to understand. A school like that was not just a room for lessons. Out on the prairie, it stood by itself, between farms, and after class the children still had to get home. There was no telephone in the room, no radio. Even if a weather warning moved somewhere by telegraph, it did not instantly become a voice at the schoolhouse door. People watched the sky, the wind, and what their neighbors had learned. Most days, that was enough. Not that day. Toward midday, the familiar logic began to break. First, the edge of the air darkened. Then the wind seemed to find cracks that had not existed that morning, and the ordinary stovepipe above the school roof suddenly stopped being a detail of a building. It became the only black mark in a world that was turning white. The blizzard did not arrive like weather slowly getting worse. It arrived like the world outside the window had been changed. The temperature fell, snow drove sideways, and that was the real enemy. Not a drift, but the loss of direction. In a whiteout, the eye stops trusting distance. A barn a few steps away can disappear. A road becomes one flat, white surface. A person thinks he is walking straight, then slowly bends away until there is no house, no fence, no track around him. Later, this storm would be remembered as the schoolhouse blizzard, because it struck while children were in school or trying to get home. But for Minnie Freeman, it was not a name. It was the class in front of her. Local versions differ on small details, but they agree on the main point. The building had become a poor shelter. Wind tore at the openings, snow pushed inside, and the stove no longer solved the problem. Staying meant waiting for cold and a damaged schoolhouse to do their work. Leaving meant opening the door into a place where several hundred yards could be deadlier than a long road. And this is where the rope appears, not as a grand, heroic gesture, but as an extremely practical idea. If the children went one by one, the blizzard could take them apart at once. One would slip. One would panic and turn away. One would lose a mitten and stop. Within a minute, the teacher might not hear that child's voice. So Minnie tied the pupils into a chain, checked the younger ones, and placed the older children where they could help hold the line. She could not remove the storm.
she could remove the loneliness inside it.
When the door opened, the blizzard did not simply let them out. It seemed to enter the classroom first. White dust flew into their faces, the sound of the wind swallowed words, and the whole schoolyard map vanished at once. The path, the field, the distant house, the horizon line. For an adult, that is frightening. For a child in heavy boots and wet mittens, it is almost impossible. There were 13 pupils in the chain. Minnie Freeman walked in front, very young, but in that moment older than everyone around her, because the decision had already been made. She was not moving blindly in some romantic sense. She was moving by memory of the place, where the farm should be, where the familiar route ran, how the wind hit in relation to the schoolhouse door. On the plains, there is no mountain to give direction. Sometimes there is not even a tree. There is only the body, the rope, and the count of children behind you. That is why several hundred yards became a trial. On a normal day, a child could have run it, maybe stopping only at a puddle or a fence. In a whiteout, the same route broke down into steps. One step, check the pull. Another step, someone stumbles. The rope tugs the whole line, and that is good. It means the loss has not gone silent. The teacher could not see every face, but she could feel that the chain was still whole. Liam made it. Not because the storm softened, but because one simple connection kept the class from falling apart in the snow. At the farm door, words mattered less than the count. One child, a second, a third, and all the rest. 13 out of 13. Afterward, newspapers wrote about the story, and Minnie Freeman was remembered as a rare case in which a young teacher defeated not the force of the blizzard, but its main trick. Whiteout separates people. It takes away landmarks, muffles voices, and makes a yard as dangerous as an open field. The rope answered exactly that. It did not protect them directly from the cold. It did not point the way. It forced everyone to remain one class. Fame quickly turned Minnie into a prairie legend. Her name appeared in articles and songs, and later she became Minnie Freeman Penny. But behind the newspaper shine, it is easy to lose the everyday cost of that decision. In a one-room school, a teacher was responsible for more than letters on a board. A teacher had to know when to release children, which younger child needed an older sibling beside them, how to read the sky without a proper forecast, and what to do when parents were far away and the road had vanished. That January blizzard killed many people across the Great Plains, including school children. The warning system was weak, messages moved slowly, and rural geography did not forgive mistakes. After storms like that, people could see more clearly that the distance to the nearest farm should not be measured only in steps. It had to be measured in visibility, wind, the age of a child, and whether an adult had a plan. So the story of Miss Freeman does not rest on a polished portrait of a heroine. It rests on a cord, children's mittens, and the choice to leave when staying was also dangerous. That day, the rope did not warm anyone. It simply kept anyone from disappearing. And the next last minute will not be out on a white prairie, but in a place where rescue has to be heard before it can be seen. The most important thing in this rescue may not have been in the tower at all. It was down by the landing, an ordinary rowboat and a pair of oars polished by hard use. Ida Lewis did not learn to row for newspapers or medals. After her father, the keeper of Lime Rock Light, became ill, rowing became part of life at home, like carrying water or feeding a stove. The family lived on a low rock in Newport Harbor, and every trip to shore began with a boat. For food, for a doctor, for younger children. Across dark water, where the tide could push the bow aside before you had even settled yourself on the seat. By her 20s, Ida knew the harbor not as a postcard, but as a room with a bad floor, where it slipped, where it pulled, where the wind was not worth arguing with. In the 19th century, a lighthouse was not a switch or a bulb on a timer. The lamp had to be filled,
the wick trimmed, the glass cleaned of soot and salt. And someone had to watch. Just watch the water, while everyone else assumes the lighthouse only shined. At Lime Rock, that habit would one day cut a rescue down to minutes.
In late March of 1869, Newport Harbor looked deceptively close. From Fort Adams to the town, it seemed almost within reach if you were standing on shore. 2 soldiers set out across the water in a small boat, with a boy tied to that crossing in the story. It did not look like an act of bravery. People rode in that harbor every day, hauling goods, going home, moving from one side to the other. But cold water does not care about familiar routes. Once a boat rolls, the body is hit before the mind can build a plan. The first breath turns into a gasp, fingers stop obeying. Wet wool pulls downward, and boots suddenly feel like weights. That day the boat overturned, and the dark water divided everyone into roles. Someone had to call out. Someone had to hold on. Someone had to see it from shore. In the old tellings, the boy could not be saved. The 2 soldiers were left at the overturned hull, in water that allowed no long discussion. And here is the uneasy part. The fort was close, the town was close, people were close, but close does not mean in time. While someone runs, while an alarm is raised, while a boat is found, strength runs out in cold water. Ida saw not a drama, but a task, and that is exactly why she made it in time. She did not wait for the rescue to take on some official shape. At Lime Rock, the boat was not decoration. It was kept ready because without it, the keeper's family was trapped on the stone. Ida took the oars, and her younger brother went with her. It did not look like a beautiful scene. The wooden boat struck the chop, her skirt grew heavy with spray, and the wind kept breaking the rhythm. But she had an advantage no order written on shore could give her. She knew how the current pulled a boat away from the rock, and what angle would bring her to the men without sliding past them. At an overturned boat, rescue becomes almost rough labor. You cannot lunge blindly at a drowning person. You cannot let a panicked man roll over the side and capsize everyone. You hold the bow, work the oar, catch the moment, pull at a wet sleeve, a shoulder, a belt. The soldiers were alive, but the cold was already stealing the accuracy from their movements. A few more minutes, and their hands might simply have opened. Ida brought the boat in, held it on the water, and helped get the men aboard. At this point, heroism sounds too smooth. In practice, it was back strength, hand skill, and the decision not to waste a single stroke. Afterward, it was easy for newspapers to turn Ida Lewis into a legend. A woman from a lighthouse, soldiers, an overturned boat, the last possible minute. The story almost asked to be printed. Later came awards, attention, visitors, and her name stayed in museum collections and in the memory of the future Coast Guard. But if you take away the shine, something more important remains. A 19th century lighthouse did not rest only on the appointed keeper. It rested on a family that rose for the lamp, cleaned the glass, watched the oil, and noticed someone else's mistake on the water. Women and children were not always listed as rescuers, but they were often the closest people to trouble. Lime Rock worked like a small rescue station, not because it had a sign on it. It had a light, eyes at the window, knowledge of the current, and a boat that did not need to be found. That is why Ida got there first. Not by miracle, and not by fairy tale. For years, other people's crossings had been part of her ordinary life. On the day the boat off Fort Adams overturned, that ordinary life became rescue technology. Sometimes the last minute does not look like a siren. Sometimes it is wet oars, a ready boat, and a person who already knows where to row. Next comes another rescue, where the count will again be measured not in hours, but in breaths. The strangest part of this trap was that the water barely touched the men. It pressed from the outside, against steel, portholes, and tiny hatches. Inside, 2 men sat in a dry capsule and understood the ocean was not what would kill them. The air was.
and it was getting worse by the minute. Roger Chapman and Roger Mallinson were working in Pisces 3 off the coast of Ireland, in the North Atlantic. It was August of 1973, and for their world this was almost routine, helping with an underwater cable beyond the reach of a diver. The small steel craft went down, did its job, and came back to the surface. And that is where ordinary logic breaks. The danger did not come below. It came above. During towline handling, the aft buoyancy compartment ended up open, and seawater poured in. For a submersible, buoyancy is not magic, and it is not courage. The crew sits inside a strong sphere, while outer volumes and droppable ballast help keep the machine afloat. If the ballast goes, the craft should become lighter and rise. But if the sea floods a buoyancy space, that margin disappears. Pisces 3, just saved by the surface, began to sink again. On deck there was no explosion, no giant wave. A small capsule simply grew heavy, pulled on the lines, dropped stern first, and vanished into the dark. The two men inside did not drown. That was the stranger part. They had a dry room on the seabed and a clock that was counting breath instead of water. On the bottom, the craft had nowhere left to fall, which almost sounds comforting. But at about 480 meters, comfort is scarce. Outside, the pressure made any kind of walk impossible. No diver could come down from the ship with a wrench and a rope. Inside, Chapman and Mallinson began saving themselves with things that look like almost nothing to an ordinary person. Stay still. Speak as little as possible. Switch off anything they could live without. Lights went dark, heat was cut to a minimum, and the batteries were saved for communication and instruments. In a sealed volume, oxygen is not the only enemy. You can add oxygen from a cylinder, and before this dive, one of the oxygen cylinders had been replaced with a fresh one. But carbon dioxide builds with every breath out. Chemical scrubbers catch it until they are spent. After that come headache, drowsiness, and confused thinking. A very quiet accident, with no noise at all. Above them, rescuers knew the main fact. The men were alive, but the window was shrinking. Underwater communication was moody, voices breaking up and sinking into interference. This was not a modern screen where a dot holds itself on a map. A ship had to stay over the site, current bent the cable, radio calls came in fragments, and positions were checked with instruments, paper, and tired eyes. The operation gathered everything that might reach that depth. Other Pisces craft, the American robot Curve 3, and deck crews. No one could simply dive down and put a hook on by hand. The rescue had to descend to them on a line, almost blind. Hold on to one detail. At that depth, a cable is not a neat line from a textbook. It has weight, a curve, memory, and a mean temper. While an operator above pays out the winch just a little, the far end below may move somewhere entirely different from where everyone wants it to go. The robot camera sees silt. A lamp catches a piece of metal. Then darkness again. At first, the rescuers were not lifting Pisces 3. They were trying to give it a handle that could be pulled safely. To do that, a thin messenger line had to reach the hull and be secured. Then a stronger line could be sent down along it. Then slings had to be arranged so the load would not tear through one weak point. A mistake could roll the craft, rip off a fitting, jam a hatch, or simply lose the capsule they had already found in dark water. Attempts came one after another. One craft could see the target, but could not approach it well. The robot snagged, backed away, and searched again for the right angle. Above, people were not watching a beautiful picture. They watched a shaking signal and instrument needles. Captains held their ships so the line would not run under a propeller or lie across a hull. On deck, wet ropes seemed heavier with every hour, and crews were running on the remains of sleep. Below, Chapman and Mallinson could hear knocks and sense that something was happening outside, but they could not help. In this story, courage was a very dull thing. Sit almost motionless and wait for someone in the dark to put a loop exactly where it had to go. At last, the rescue line lay correctly. Not victory yet, just the first real reason not to lose count of time.
When Pisces 3 finally began to rise, the rescuers did not earn the right to hurry. Lifting a capsule from about 480 meters means pulling up more than metal. You are hauling a long, wet cable, the drag of water, the roll of the ship, and the risk that the whole system will start swinging like a pendulum. One sharp jerk could break what had taken so long to secure. A climb that was too slow kept eating their air. That is the uncomfortable math of rescue. Even the best action steals time. Above, they counted meters and listened to radio commands. Below, two men breathed air that could no longer be called normal. Their capsule rose from darkness toward the gray surface, but the last meters were still dangerous. There was the ship's hull, the lines, the swell, and people on deck who had to receive a heavy steel object without striking it or losing it. When the hatch finally opened, the usable air left was estimated at about 12 minutes. Not a pretty symbol, but a hard technical difference between in time and almost. Chapman and Mallinson survived because dozens of small decisions, above and below, did not collapse into one large mistake. A fresh cylinder, heat switched off, chemical scrubber, an operator who guided the robot back to the hull again and again, a captain holding the ship over the point without today's digital luxuries, a winchman who did not pull too sharply. That is why the rescue of Pisces 3 is remembered not only as a depth record, it is remembered as work at the limit, where every meter of cable could have been the last. Sometimes the final minute begins 3 days before it arrives. A sledge is not supposed to save a man. Its job is much duller, hauling boxes, dog feed, kerosene, instruments, and field diaries. But in the emptiness of Antarctica, there was 1 second when wooden runners landed across a blue crack, and an ice-covered rope became the only extension of Douglas Mawson's life. No teammate grabbed his sleeve. No machine sent a signal. A cargo sledge simply jammed in the right position, as if something had braced the edge of the world. Until that second, everything looked almost routine for polar work. The Australasian-Antarctic expedition was moving through a land where a normal landmark might not exist in daylight at all. White sky blended into white crust. The sun hid inside a dull glow, and distance was counted by time, compass, observations, and the track of the sledge. No satellite navigation, no rescue helicopter, no button to press while waiting for help. Mawson, Mertz, and Minnis were far from the base at Cape Denison. Their world was a tent, dogs, several sledges, and supplies arranged to last on the way out and the way back. On journeys like that, romance gets eaten quickly by arithmetic. 1 extra ration is never truly extra. A spare rope feels like dead weight only until the minute when the snow opens into nothing. The worst danger on a glacier rarely sticks out in plain sight. A crevasse can be covered by a thin snow bridge, smooth and innocent, no different from the rest of the route. The sledges move, the dogs pull. A man shifts his skis, and only then the crust gives way. In 1912, that happened to Ninnis. The snow bridge beneath him and his team broke. For Mawson and Mertz, the disaster was almost silent. A man vanished. Dogs vanished. A sledge vanished with a crucial share of food, equipment, and feed. On a map, it was a point far east of base. On the ice, it meant something else. They had to return across the same desert, but now the arithmetic no longer worked. That is why polar depots mattered so much. The expedition left supplies along routes so the return trip would not depend on a single sack of biscuits. But a depot helps only if you can reach it. Mawson and Mertz turned back with what remained.
The dogs were killed one by one. Meat went into the pot, and liver looked like a valuable piece of food. Later, doctors would debate how much the vitamin A-rich liver contributed to their collapse. But one thing is not in doubt. Hunger, cold, and a narrow diet were breaking them fast. Mertz weakened, and the dim lamp inside the tent was no longer lighting a journey. It was lighting a countdown. Mertz died, and Mawson was alone.
Mawson's solitary route back was an almost unfair problem. He checked direction by the sun when it appeared, counted his progress, guarded the last crumbs, and hauled a lightened sledge, as if distance could still be negotiated. His body was failing, skin peeled away in sheets, his legs punched through the crust, and ahead there was still only a white flatness. And this is where dull discipline mattered more than strength. Mawson was not walking separate from his load. He was tied to the sledge by a rope, the way a man should be in dangerous ground. There was no loud crack underfoot, no long warning. The snow simply disappeared. He dropped into a cold blue slit, and the rope hit his body with a brutal jerk. From that moment, objects decided everything. The sledge that might have followed him down landed across the crevasse. The runners caught the edges, weight and friction pressed it into the snow, and the rope stretched between the man and that wooden anchor. It was not magic. It was the physics of a simple brace. If the sledge had lined up with the crack, if the rope had been weaker, if the crust under the runners had slid, the story would have ended below. Mawson hung in empty space and saw a small strip of light above him. Beneath him was depth the eye could not measure. He began climbing the rope, gripping the knots, knocking ice loose with his mittens. At the lip, the snow crumbled, and one movement could undo the whole attempt. But the sledge held. It sounds almost absurd. The thing that saved him was the thing he had simply been dragging that morning. Getting out did not mean he was saved in the ordinary sense. He still had to live after that minute. He caught his breath, checked the rope and the sledge, and started again toward base. Because in Antarctica, a miracle does not cancel distance. Ahead were supply depots, Aladdin's cave as a snow storehouse along the route, and people at Cape Denison who could not simply drive out to meet him. Mawson reached the base, exhausted. The ship Aurora, the vessel meant to take the expedition home, had already gone to sea by then, and he had to spend another winter with a small group left on shore. It sounds cruel, but for that era it was almost normal. Once the weather window closed, the sea became a wall. In this story, it is easy to see a man who did not give up, but it is more precise to see a chain of dull decisions. The sledge was not abandoned, the rope was not untied, supplies were counted, depots were placed. The diary was kept even when the hand shook. The rules of a sledging party seemed slow until the crevasse arrived. Ninnis and Mertz did not come back, and no clean ending can soften that. Mawson survived not because Antarctica became kind. For 1 second, it simply met a correctly tightened rope and a sledge jammed crosswise. Sometimes help does not come from outside. Sometimes it is already tied to you with a knot. Next comes another rescue, where the final minute will depend not on ice, but on someone noticing an impossible little detail. Start not with the sea, but with the boat. In a museum, it looks almost indecently small for a word as large as rescue. An open wooden cobble, low sides, oars you can immediately imagine soaked through. Boats like that went out for fish along the northeast coast of England, were hauled up on sand, repaired in a yard, then pushed back into surf. Now hold on to one simple fact. The people who went toward the wrecked steamship Forfarshire were not a crew on a powerful vessel. They were the lighthouse keeper's daughter and her father. The gray morning at the Farne Islands was the kind where a white lighthouse looks like the only straight line left in the world. Below it, black rocks boiled in foam. The wind tore at the water,
and on Big Harkar Reef lay a steamship that had mistaken a dangerous passage for safety in the night. Its machinery had already failed, the storm had ruined the calculation, and the iron hull had met the stone. Grace Darling did not see only wreckage. She saw people still alive on the bare rock. They were less than a mile away, but that mile ran through current, reefs, and wind that could turn a cobble sideways. For a lighthouse family, this was not a postcard about courage. It was a question. Could they reach the rock right now, while tide and wave still left a chance? We have to drop the familiar picture where a rescue engine is already roaring somewhere nearby. In 1838, help at sea often began with whoever saw the trouble first. A national lifeboat organization already existed, but its web of stations, boats, and funding did not yet cover every dangerous mile. On the Farns, the nearest people to that cry were not officials and not a powered rescue crew. They were a family in a lighthouse. A lighthouse keeper's life sounds peaceful only on paper. He cleaned glass, tended the flame, watched the oil, read the weather, waited for supplies, and knew how water changed around every rock. A mistake here was not philosophical. If the boat drifted a little too far left, it hit a reef. If they waited too long, the rock would be covered by water and the survivors would be left in the foam. Forfarshire was a steamship, a sign of new speed, but steam did not erase the old fears. When the engine and boilers failed, a ship became a heavy body in a storm again. Through the night, the captain tried to take her past the islands, and by morning the lighthouse saw what the impact had left behind. This is where it gets uncomfortable. The big ship had already lost to the sea, and the small boat had to win a few minutes. William Darling did not rush straight to the boat. That detail matters. A good lighthouse keeper does not confuse bravery with a blind dash. He watched the chop between the rocks, the direction of the wind, and the way the sea opened and closed over the black teeth of the reef. Grace stood beside him and saw the same thing. People on the rock were still moving. A cobble was a boat with the personality of the northern shore. Its high bow took the wave, its broad wooden body gave stability, and its shape let it be hauled off a beach and worked in shallow water. But it was still an open rowing boat. No deck, no engine, no second chance if a wave laid it sideways. They went out together. The oars entered cold water, and every stroke had to be not just strong, but exact. They could not simply row straight at Big Harkar. The rock could split the boat's side as easily as it had ruined the steamship's hope. William chose a place where he could get a grip on the stone. He stepped out, and Grace held the cobble on the oars while the sea pulled it toward the reef and away again. First, they loaded some of the survivors. Then her father, with 2 rescued men, went back for the rest. 9 people came out of the foam that way. Not by one miracle, by several precise decisions in a row. Inside the lighthouse, there was no movie ending with dry blankets and calm music. There were soaked people, cramped rooms, Grace's mother helping receive the survivors, and a storm that made a quick departure impossible. For a while, an ordinary lighthouse home became a shelter between the sea and the shore. Then came a second wave, and this one was not made of water. Victorian newspapers seized on Grace Darling's story with enormous appetite. Portraits, gifts, medals, engravings, requests for letters. A real rescue was quickly turned into a national image. A young woman with an oar, pure courage, almost a ready-made legend. There is a catch in that. The brighter the picture became, the easier it was to forget that everything had depended on physical work, knowledge of the tide, and an old boat of the right shape. The museum cobble brings the story back down to size. It shows the scale of the risk better than any praise. Before the familiar modern system of sea rescue, people in trouble were often pulled out by those who lived beside danger and could read the water faster than help could arrive. Grace did not live long, but her mourning at the Farns lasted not because the press needed a heroine. It lasted because, in the final minute, someone took the oars and found the right gap between the waves. Next comes a case where the final minute begins with a very different signal.
A heavy diving helmet rests at the edge of a mine shaft, as if it has been brought not to the sea but to a well. Around it are the red mud of Western Australia, wet boards, kerosene lamps, and people speaking more softly than usual. There is no ship below. There is a miner below. They cannot simply haul him up because the road to him has turned into an underwater corridor. So the rescuers choose an eerie first step, send a diver down to him, like a messenger to another world. This is where Chapter 40 of our series begins, Bonnie Vale, near Coolgardie, 1907. After a heavy downpour, water took the easiest path it could find, straight into the mine workings. For a mine, this was not drama. It was a familiar danger. But this time it arrived too fast. Modesto Varischetti was working below when the shaft and the drives began filling with black water. On the surface, the first thought was simple. Start the pumps, lower the water, reach him. But a mine is not a bathtub with a plug. Water moves through pipes slowly, against resistance, through mud and wreckage, under a depth that presses on every valve. And a man underground cannot wait forever. That is the moment this stops being a story about luck and becomes an engineering rescue. To understand why he had any chance at all, you need to picture one strange thing. In a flooded mine, there can still be a place where a person can breathe. Not a room in the usual sense, but a pocket of air under the roof of a drive or in a slightly raised section of tunnel. Water comes up from below and traps the air overhead. As long as pressure has not forced it all out, and as long as the oxygen is not gone, a person can stay alive. It is not salvation. It is a delay. And it can end quietly, without a cave-in, without a cry, simply because the air no longer has enough to give. Modesto was caught in exactly that kind of trap. Darkness, cold, wet rock close to his face, and the knowledge that every breath makes the air a little worse. A kerosene lamp is no longer a friend there. It is another thing eating oxygen, so light becomes a luxury. The people above understood that. They had to count not only water, but air. If Varischetti was alive, he needed food, candles, and matches kept dry, a message that he had not been abandoned, and most of all, time. The pumps worked like rough, stubborn mathematics. A steam engine or motor turned the mechanism. Water rose through pipes, valves kept it from falling back, and the level dropped not when people wished it would, but when the volume was finally beaten. Every foot of water overhead meant hours of work. Every clog could push them backward. So they could not pull the miner out at once, but they could try to reach him before the water won. The diver who went down into that mine did not look like a modern swimmer with a light tank on his back. He wore heavy fabric and rubber, weighted boots, a copper helmet with glass ports, and a hose that fed air from the surface. The hose was his breathing. The rope was his way back. If either one caught on a beam, a rail, or rock, the whole attempt could fail. And this was not clear ocean water. It was mine water, black with clay and ore, tight, cold, crowded with ladders, rails, and edges he could not see until his hand hit them. Light underwater promised almost nothing. The beam ran into silt and came back as a blur. The diver moved not like a hero in a picture, but almost by touch, testing the path ahead and listening to his own breathing inside the helmet. Above him, people held the hose and the line as if they were holding the man himself. When they finally managed to get through to Varischetti, the rescue still was not over. They could not simply drag him through the water like a sack. The route was long, the gear was heavy, and an untrained miner might die on the way back faster than he would in his air pocket. So the first delivery was almost impossible in its idea. Food, light, a message, and proof that the people above were not guessing. They were working. For Modesto, it may have been the most important sound of his life.
another helmet, and another man's breathing out of the dark.
After that first contact, every job on the surface became heavier.
This was no longer a search for a body, and no longer a vague hope for a miracle. Under the water there was a living man, and every stopped pump became personal. The crews watched the level, pushed the equipment, moved water, checked the diver's air, and kept asking where a hose might snag. Night made nothing easier. Kerosene lamps only caught pieces of wet timber and faces stained with red earth. The rescue found its own rhythm: pumps, hose checks, another descent, another stretch of waiting. Slowly the water level fell. Not beautifully, not quickly, but enough for the route to Varashketi to stop being a corridor of death. When he was finally brought up from the mine after almost 10 days underground, the important thing is not only that he came out alive, it is how they made that happen. Before modern emergency gear, before tiny cameras, before lightweight breathing equipment, people built a rescue out of what they had: pumps, hoses, calculations, courage, and cold discipline. Modesta Varashketi's case is remembered not because the water suddenly took pity on a man. It did not. He survived because the people above understood a simple thing: if the path has become water, then the road has to be built through water. Next on our list comes another last-minute rescue. There, too, it will not be loud heroics that decide everything, but one exact move. There is something far too domestic about children's pajamas in the open Atlantic. No suitcases, no promenade deck, just thin cloth and cold metal around you. Linda Morgan went to sleep as a passenger on Andrea Doria, the luxurious Italian liner bound for New York. And when she was found after the impact, she was already on Stockholm, the ship that struck hers. No gangway, no lifeboat, no clear route between them. It sounds like a sailor's tale, but the story stayed in newspapers, investigations, and the memories of the people who lived through that night. Linda was 14. It was a July night in 1956, south of Nantucket. Fog settles there often, thick enough that the lights of another ship can appear too late. The coast may feel close, but in the ocean, that guarantees nothing. On Andrea Doria, life was still holding to its usual order. Passengers had dinner, some packed for arrival. Children slept in their cabins. The white liner was a showcase of post-war Italy: elegant lounges, crisp uniforms, the confidence of a great ship. And the first blow in this chapter is hidden inside that ordinary calm. Linda's rescue did not begin with a boat or a sailor's hand. It began with a mistake on a green screen. To understand how this could happen at all, do not look at the hole first. Look at the bridge. By the middle of the last century, radar on a passenger liner was already a serious tool, but it was not yet an all-seeing computer. A dot flashed on a round screen. An officer saw range and bearing, then took another mark a few minutes later, and worked out by hand where the other ship was going. Today that can feel strangely slow. Back then it was normal seamanship. But fog can turn normal work mean. Andrea Doria was moving through a belt of heavy haze. Stockholm was coming out of New York toward her, and both ships saw each other first as marks on radar. The point was not just to notice the mark, but to understand its motion correctly. Is it coming from the right or nearly head-on? Is it passing clear or cutting across the course? If you get that geometry wrong, the sea suddenly shrinks to only a few minutes. And this is where it gets uncomfortable. On Andrea Doria, they believed one maneuver could open up the dangerous approach. On Stockholm, they reached their own conclusion and turned in a way that seemed safe to them. Each decision by itself could look reasonable. Together, they worked like a lock snapping shut. In fog, you do not see the whole chessboard. You see faint lights, needles, marks, and your own confidence that you have understood the other ship's course.
The collision was not a neat movie impact, bow to bow. It was worse.
Stockholm drove into Andrea Doria's starboard side with a bow strengthened for ice. In the Baltic, that was an advantage. The steel was meant to break ice crust and take pressure. Off Nantucket, that same strength turned the bow into a wedge. In the last minute, people on Andrea Doria saw a silhouette and lights. The liner tried to get away, but the turn only offered up her side. Then everything happened too quickly for a human mind to process. Metal shrieking. Cabins that had been rooms a second earlier became torn-open boxes. Water and debris came in, the hull shuddered, and people woke not to an alarm, but to the physical breaking of the world around them. Linda was asleep right in the impact zone. No one could reconstruct the exact path of her body down to the inch, and that has to be said plainly. But the basic physics is clear. Stockholm's bow did not simply punch through a wall. It entered the passenger decks and carried away parts of a cabin, furniture, and structure. The girl may have been ripped loose with the wreckage and carried onto the crumpled bow of the ship that hit hers as the vessels pulled apart. This was not teleportation. It was terrible mechanics, where the steel that killed some people left another person a narrow, empty space for life. When Swedish sailors reached the mangled bow, among the iron and other people's belongings, there was a girl from Andrea Doria. That find should not have been possible, and yet she was there. After that, the story becomes a sea disaster again, not a single miracle. Andrea Doria had a huge wound, began to list, and the list quickly became a separate danger. Some lifeboats could not be launched properly. Some came down toward the water at a bad angle. Others hung too high above it. Stockholm herself had a crushed bow, but she stayed afloat. Ships began gathering by radio, and help arrived not beautifully but for real. Searchlights in the fog, people being transferred, wet decks, crews checking lists again and again. Andrea Doria went under the next day. In all, 51 people died after the collision. Linda Morgan survived, although her rescue looked almost offensively impossible against the cabins where no chance had been left. That is why this story cannot be told only as a miracle. There is a price inside the mistake. After accidents like this, radar could no longer be treated as a magic eye. It showed a mark, but it did not make the decision for the officer. Crews had to plot, slow down in fog, check their conclusions, and not guess another ship's intentions from one dot on a screen. By the middle of the century, ocean liners had become faster, heavier, and more confident, while the person on the bridge could still misunderstand the geometry of approach. And yet one stubborn image remains in this chapter: children's pajamas among crumpled steel on the bow of a stranger's ship. A girl went to sleep on one liner and survived on another. Sometimes the last minute does not come as a rescuer. Sometimes it comes in the shape of a wound. At the moment the ground vanished beneath him, Douglas Mawson did not see people, sledges, or a horizon. He saw only a rope leading upward and a few knots that suddenly looked like steps. In Antarctica, that almost sounds absurd. Not a flag, not a map, not some loud display of courage, just knots tied in advance, something to grab while his fingers still obeyed. By then he was no longer moving like the leader of an expedition. He was the last man of a small party. The Australasian Antarctic expedition worked from a base at Cape Denison, and late in 1912, Mawson had gone far east with two companions, Belgrave Ninnis and Xavier Mertz. Sledges, dogs, instruments, food bags. It was the normal arithmetic of polar travel. Cover the day's distance, pitch the tent, trim the ration so there would be enough to get back. But the ice was not a flat floor. Beneath the white crust ran a network of crevasses, some narrow, some so deep the bottom disappeared. Wind packed snow over them. It froze, took another dusting, and the place began to look like ordinary ground. A person sees a white plain. Under it there may be empty air. That is why polar travelers moved roped together, or kept sledges on a line. If a bridge broke, something might arrest the fall. Not a guarantee, a small chance.
And this chapter is about how that chance was prepared before the disaster ever happened.
The first crevasse to break was not the one Mawson himself would fall into. The first one was different and worse, because it took a man and almost the whole calculation for getting home. On December 14th, 1912, Belgrave Ninnis was moving with a sledge over what looked like ordinary hard snow. The snow bridge held for a second, then another, and then it vanished. Ninnis, the sledge, the dogs, and the load dropped into a narrow, dark cut in the ice. Mawson and Mertz could not reach him. There was no rescue team below. There was Antarctica. After that, the journey's math changed. The base was still hundreds of kilometers away, like crossing an entire country made of ice. With Ninnis went much of the food, the best dogs, and things that do not look important on a map until they are gone. Every portion became a decision. Eat it now, save it for tomorrow, or feed it to a dog so it could pull one more day. Polar rations were counted roughly then, but without romance. How many biscuits were left? How much pemmican, chocolate, tea? How many days of travel to the hut in normal weather? And normal weather out there could disappear within an hour. When the dogs could no longer be fed, they were killed. Mertz and Mawson ate the meat, sometimes the liver, and that probably made Mertz's illness worse. He weakened, became confused, and could not move the way he had before. In early January, he died. Mawson was left with a sledge, the remains of the food, a failing body, and a direction west, where the base was supposed to be. One man in a white emptiness becomes very small, very fast. Mawson moved in short stretches, dragging a lighter sledge, keeping not grand goals in his head, but the next small actions. Lift the ski, test the crust, do not lose a mitten, keep the stove from freezing. His feet were raw, his face burned by cold, and hunger kept nudging him toward a mistake. Still, he had to move. A snow bridge is dangerous because it rarely gives warning. Sometimes a crevasse shows itself as a blue shadow or a slight sag. Sometimes there is nothing. The layer holds the weight of a ski, then the weight of a person, then it breaks under the sledge, or the other way around. Roped travel is not there because polar men loved rope. It buys seconds. If one person falls, another person, or the sledge, may catch across the split and become an anchor. In mid-January, one of those bridges gave way under Mawson. He stepped, the crust snapped, and the white surface became a hole. His body went down with the snow. The rope jerked so hard that the whole world narrowed to the loop at his waist and the dark ice wall in front of his face. The sledge jammed above, caught across the gap. Beneath him, the depth fell away. And then the small detail mattered. There were knots in the rope. Not for show, not for legend, but as plain handholds. Mawson began to climb, gripping them one after another. He reached almost to the edge, but the snowy lip broke away and he dropped back onto the rope. After that, it would be easy to stop fighting. He hung there, rested as much as he could, pulled himself up again, and searched with his boot for purchase. The knots did not save him by themselves. They simply gave his fingers a place not to slip. When he finally rolled over the edge, rescue did not look like an ending. He simply lay on the snow beside a place that, a minute earlier, had been a path. He still had to get out of the harness, keep the sledge, force himself around the crevasse, and go on. The hardest part of this story is right there. After a nearly fatal fall, he did not receive some new strength. He had the same tasks, only his hands were shaking more. Mawson continued toward Cape Denison. He was not counting victories. He was counting miles to the base and the food left in the bags. If a day's travel came up short, the ration on paper immediately lied. If a blizzard held him in the tent, the next day began in debt. In polar diaries, distance and food are tied more tightly than hope and fear. If you do not make it today, you eat tomorrow's chance. He did reach the hut.
The ship meant to take the expedition home had sailed only a few hours before he arrived, but men had remained at the base to search. So the ending was strange. A man had beaten the crevasse, hunger and isolation, yet Antarctica still forced him to stay another winter. Why remember this story as more than an act of courage? Because the main object in it is very quiet. The knotted rope was not a miracle. It was a habit. Someone had understood in advance that a bare rope, in mittens, in freezing cold, above an abyss, could turn into something useless. A rope with knots gives a person one more grip. In Antarctica, sometimes that is enough. In the next rescue, it will not be a knot that decides the outcome, but another small thing that is just as easy to miss.
Sometimes a ship is saved only after everyone has been taken off it. Later, Sweivik would have her smashed bow cut away, like a broken part of a machine, and a new one joined to the surviving hull. But that night, no one was thinking that far ahead. On the Cornish coast, people could see only the dark bulk of the liner, kerosene lights, and white foam hammering the iron. Sweivik was coming back from Australia toward Britain, and for her passengers this felt like the near-home stretch of a long voyage. Wet decks, packed luggage, children worn out by the sea. In March of 1907, captains did not relax near the Lizard. Those rocks did not bargain. At first it looked like an ugly delay in thick fog. Then the hull settled onto Monheer Reef. Not a light scrape, but a hard grounding, with the sea starting to beat the ship like a hammer. And here's the strange part. There was no helicopter, no searchlights, no fleet of motor launches. There were shore stations, volunteers, heavy wooden lifeboats, and people who knew the local water better than any chart. The rescue did not begin with one heroic leap. It began with a chain of lights along the shore. The alarm ashore in those years was simple, and it was heavy. Someone saw distress rockets or lights, someone ran to the station, and men were roused in houses where, by day, they were fishermen, masons, shopkeepers. They were not waiting for an order from an office. They pulled on cork belts and oilskin coats, dragged the lifeboat to the water, and knew they would have to drag it back again. That was how the shore network of the Royal National Lifeboat Institution worked. Not one harbor, but several small knots ready to rise together. Crews came out toward Sweivik from the Lizard, Cadgwith, Coverack, and Porthleven. One thing matters here. An early 20th century lifeboat did not race up to a hull like a modern rescue boat. It had to be launched from the shore, turned in the surf, held bow on to the sea, and then taken into the place where the reef broke the water into white teeth. The tide decided almost everything. Too little water, and the rocks waited under the keel. Too much motion, and the boat could be flung into the side of the liner. Meanwhile, order had to be made on deck. People were gathered in groups, belongings left behind, children kept close to the way out. It sounds ordinary, but without that order, hundreds of passengers could have become a crowd at a wet gangway. And a crowd on a heeling ship can be worse than any command from the wind. At the ship's side, everything came down to a few feet of water, not grand commands. The lifeboat came in. A wave lifted it toward the iron wall, and the next moment pulled it away and down. Anyone about to step off did not see a harbor. They saw the black gap between ship and boat. Sailors caught the moment with their hands, shouted short commands, counted people, and pulled clear again. A mistake of 1 second could crush the lifeboat against the hull, or turn her stern first into the surf. So the rescue was slow. Trip after trip, passengers were taken from the liner and carried toward the shore, where the light of the lifeboat stations must have looked almost like home. Soaked people were received, warmed, moved aside, and the boats went back. And this is where the story becomes uncomfortable. The wreck had already happened, but the danger had not left. The ship was sitting on the reef, Waves were striking the bow, fog and night were eating up distance, and people were still on deck. Old newspaper columns gave the number as 456 passengers taken off without a life lost. Behind that number was not magic, but the same hard motion repeated again and again. Come alongside, hold position, take a person, pull away, return.
When the last passenger was ashore, the story could have ended with one plain line: everyone alive. But something else happened to Swivik, something almost impossible to landlocked logic. The liner was not abandoned on the reef like an iron corpse. The damaged bow held her on the rocks, while the stern section remained sound enough to be worth fighting for. The human rescue was the first job. The engineers got the second. The broken forward section was, in effect, separated. The hull was freed and taken off the reef. Then the surviving section went to a dock, and in Belfast a new bow was built for it. Not a model, not a patch, but a true new section, later joined to the old ship. That ending matters because it also explains the night of the rescue. There was no single magical answer. There was a network of stations, the tide, discipline on deck, the skill of the oarsmen, and the stubbornness of people who went back into cold water again and again. That is why Swivik is remembered as more than a wreck. It is one of those rare cases when the shore reached everyone in time, and the sea did not take a single human life. Ahead is another rescue where the last minute will be very real, too. Sometimes in a mine, the thing that kills you is not a cave-in or an explosion. It is a thin line on a plan. On the working map, that line looked like a safe border, old abandoned workings beyond it, mineable coal on this side. But the line was wrong. The abandoned mine was closer than the men underground believed. In the summer of 2002, in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, the Quay Creek crew was doing ordinary work. 9 miners, including Randy Fogel, John Unger, and Tom Foy, were about 70 meters beneath fields and houses. Helmet lamps picked out wet coal. The continuous miner cut into the seam. One man watched cables, another watched roof support. This was not a heroic mission. It was a night shift, the kind that depends on a map and on habit. One detail matters here. In coal country, old mines often sit beside the active ones, closed decades earlier. They are not empty. Water can collect for years in their rooms and tunnels, like an underground bathtub. So crews leave a wall of coal between the new workings and the old ones. It acts like a plug. But when the map is wrong, the plug is thinner than anyone thinks, and the person running the machine is the last to find out. At first, it may have looked like a bad leak, but still a leak someone could understand. Black water pushed through the wall where the cutting drum had just bitten into coal. Within moments, the truth was obvious. Beyond that coal was not a wet crack, but an abandoned mine packed with water. Pressure did the rest. The water surged into the lower entries of Quay Creek. The miners had very little time to decide where to fall back. In the dark, familiar landmarks stopped helping. Machines, cables, rails, and walls turned into obstacles because the level was rising too fast. They tried to move toward the way out, but the flow cut them off. So 9 men started looking for the highest place they could reach, a spot where air might remain under the roof. That is where the strange mechanics of survival begin. Water was the enemy, but the air trapped above it was the chance. If one section of the mine sits slightly higher than the rest, a pocket can hold until the water pushes it out. The men were in cold water, in places up to the chest and higher. The danger was not only drowning. In water like that, the body loses heat fast, hands stop working, and thinking slows down. To avoid losing one another in the dark and the noise, they stayed together, shared whatever dry spots they had, and saved their strength. Underground, this was no longer a shift. It was a countdown. Above ground, rescuers first knew the most important thing and almost nothing useful. The men had not come out. The mine was flooding. and the old plan had failed. But the exact location of the air below had to be proven. You could not simply park a drilling rig in a field and hope. A narrow hole that missed by a few meters could pass beside the men. A large hole drilled in the wrong place would only burn precious hours. Engineers kept matching maps, survey points, directions of the entries, and depth. The old mistake now had to be corrected not with a pencil, but with steel. Pilot holes came first. A small bore can move through rock faster and show whether it has reached the right passage. When one of those holes reached the area where the miners might be, rescuers finally had a real tool. They could push air through it and check conditions. But even help had to be careful. The air pocket depended on balance. If the water rose, the men would have nothing to breathe. If air pressure changed sharply, the pocket could shrink. Pumps pulled water, compressors pushed air. Drillers prepared a wider rescue shaft for the capsule. All of it happened at night, under floodlights, in a field where every mark on the ground suddenly mattered more than any road. The main rescue shaft could not be just a hole in the ground. It had to reach almost exactly that underground pocket, keep its walls from collapsing, and be wide enough for a narrow capsule. From the surface, it looked painfully simple and slow. The drill turned, people watched instruments, pumps kept running. Below, 9 voices waited for metal to find their ceiling. After 77 hours underground, the capsule began to go down. One man would sit inside the tight metal cylinder, the hatch would close, and the cable would climb. The lift took minutes, but for the people around the mouth of the shaft, each minute stretched. Out of the dark pipe came a miner in a dirty helmet, gray-faced, soaked, and freezing. He was wrapped up, handed to medics, and the capsule went back down. All 9 came out alive. Later investigations did not study a miracle so much as a chain of errors. Old plans, an unverified boundary, work too close to a flooded mine. After Quay Creek, old mine maps and test drilling were treated with more caution, because paper had already shown its price. This rescue came from pumps, drilling calculations, a capsule, and people who refused to guess from a bad line. Underground, centimeters won. And in the next rescue, the count will again come down to the last minute, but the trap will be something else entirely. On the hospital monitor, a number appeared that normally ends the argument with reality. 13.7 degrees Celsius, not the air temperature, her body temperature. And around that number, under the white light of intensive care, people kept working as if there was still a chance. That is the part that breaks the usual logic. Her heart had stopped, her body was almost ice cold, and an impossible amount of time had passed underwater. So why did they keep going? The answer does not begin in the operating room. It starts high in the mountains near Narvik, where an ordinary ski outing still looked almost routine. Late May in northern Norway does not mean summer. Snow can still hold on to the slopes, streams hide under crusts of ice, and the blue evening can arrive fast and without warning. Anna Bagenholm, a young Swedish doctor, was skiing there with colleagues after work. To them, this was not reckless. Skis, a familiar slope, cold air on the face, the kind of landscape that feels normal when you live with winter. But inside that calm picture was one dangerous detail. Under a smooth white surface, water can still be moving. From above, it looks like snow and ice. Underneath, it has carved a tunnel. One wrong turn, one brief loss of control, and a quiet ski run becomes a trap that human hands can barely open.
Anna slid into the narrow stream and went under the ice head first. It was not a wide black hole you could see from far away. It was a treacherous slit in a white crust, water under snow, and a hard ceiling of ice above her face. Her colleagues saw that she was trapped. They tried to pull her by her skis and legs, but the current pinned her body, and the ice would not let go. The strangest part is that, at first, she could still breathe. Under the ice there was an air pocket, a small space between the water and the frozen roof. It did not protect her from the cold. but it delayed the worst. Hold that image for a moment. A person wedged in a stream, her face near a tiny pocket of air, friends above scraping at the ice and realizing their hands are not enough. They called for help. After that, time stopped being just minutes. It became heat being stolen. Ice water pulls warmth out of a body far faster than air because it flows over skin, clothing, hair, and carries that heat away again and again. The body tries to defend itself. It shivers, narrows blood vessels, protects the brain and heart. But the reserve is small. After a while, Anna lost consciousness. Then her heart stopped moving blood. And this is where the story becomes uneasy. Outside, rescuers were still fighting the ice, while inside her body, she had reached a line that usually looks final. By the time they finally got her out, she had been under the ice for about 80 minutes. For an ordinary drowning, that sounds like an impossible delay, the kind of delay that turns hope into a formality. But the rescue chain did not break. Resuscitation began on the snow. Then came the helicopter, the cold air, the stretcher, and the hands of people who were not debating philosophy. They were doing compressions, giving oxygen, and moving her to a place where warming did not mean blankets, it meant machinery. At the University Hospital in Tromsø, the team included Mads Gilbert and other specialists, and they had a reason not to call the end too early. In severe accidental hypothermia, there is a hard medical rule. Do not decide a person is beyond saving until they have been rewarmed and assessed again. Not because cold is kind. Cold kills. It disrupts the heart, thickens blood, slows reactions, and breaks coordination. But if cooling happens before complete oxygen injury, it can sharply reduce what the brain needs. The cells shift into a much slower burn. They need less oxygen, and doctors get a narrow window. Anna was placed on extracorporeal circulation. In plain terms, her blood was taken out, oxygenated, carefully warmed, and sent back in. This was not a fire or a warm bath. It was an attempt to restart the body from the inside without breaking it further. As her temperature began to rise, the main question did not disappear. You can sometimes make a heart beat again, but the brain does not forgive a long lack of oxygen at normal temperature. So the doctors did not celebrate early. They waited for signs, assessed responses carefully, watched breathing, pressure, and movement. What makes this case remarkable is not one brilliant switch. It is the sequence. The air pocket gave Anna time. The cold slowed her metabolism to the edge. Her friends did not leave and did not decide it was pointless. Rescuers reached the ice. The helicopter brought her to a specialized hospital. Resuscitation continued for a long time because the team understood the rare door that hypothermia can sometimes open. Then came weeks and months of recovery. Anna survived, regained consciousness, and had to work her way back through weakness and nerve injury. It was not an instant miracle, and that matters. Cases like this do not mean icy water is safe. They mean something more precise. Sometimes a person appears lost before medicine has the right to stop. 13.7 degrees was not a magic number. It was one marker in a chain where each person did their part. And so, in the white light of Tromsø, a monitor showed the impossible, while doctors kept choosing action. In the next story, help will also come late. But the enemy will not be cold. It will be something a person was never meant to see.
The most frightening part of this story is not the depth. It is something worse. Two men are sitting in a small, yellow capsule on the bottom. The communication line still works, and they can hear the rescue above them fail again. Not rumors, not distant hope. A living voice through the water. Then the kind of update that makes the cabin feel colder than the sea. The line did not take. The attempt is being delayed. Another craft is needed. In 1973, Pisces 3 was working off Ireland at roughly 480 meters. It was not a military submarine. It was a tiny civilian deep-diving craft. 2 men inside, batteries, ballast, small thrusters, viewports, and a thick steel pressure hull holding back the sea. That day, Roger Mallinson and Roger Chapman were doing familiar work, helping with an underwater cable. Above them waited a gray sea, a wet deck, and the routine return to the support vessel. Then a normal recovery step turned into a trap. After surfacing, the craft still had to be lifted and secured. Machines like this do not become safe just because they reach the surface. They roll, they pull, they depend on lines, lifting eyes, and buoyancy. One bad moment, one lost line, one flooded compartment, and the yellow capsule began to go down again. Inside, it would not have felt like a movie impact. More like instruments, a changing angle, black water beyond the glass, and the realization that the surface had been right there and was now moving away. At that depth, the hatch is no longer a door. It is a cover pressed shut by an entire column of water. Opening it is impossible, and even the idea is useless. Outside is not an exit. It is pressure that would destroy a person before he could draw a breath. So Pisces 3 had to remain its own small, sealed world. Everything needed for life was already inside. But the air in a sealed craft does not simply run out. It goes bad. The body takes in oxygen and breathes out carbon dioxide. If oxygen remains but carbon dioxide is not removed, the headache comes first, then confusion, then unconsciousness. That is why craft like this carry chemical scrubbers. Air is pushed through granules, and the granules absorb the extra carbon dioxide. A simple thing, almost ordinary. On the seafloor, it matters more than food. Mallinson and Chapman understood fast that their job was no longer to repair the craft. Their job was to spend as little of themselves as possible. Move less, talk less, endure the cold, because heat also costs power. Every unnecessary argument, every panicked movement became stolen minutes. Above them, the rescuers were building a rescue from what they had: ships, other Pisces craft, cables, specialists, and weather. And this is where it turns uncomfortable. On paper, equipment has safety margins. In real water, that margin rolls with the ship. The first idea sounds simple: find the capsule, attach a line, lift it. But half a kilometer of water turns a simple idea into delicate work in the dark. A cable that looks dependable from above becomes a heavy living thing below. The ship shifts a little, the current pulls sideways, and the load arrives as a jolt. If the hook lands wrong, it can slip. If the line takes the shock, it can part. The rescue crews sent down sister Pisces craft and a remotely operated vehicle with a manipulator. They had to locate the yellow Pisces 3, approach without striking it, and place lifting lines on the right points. It sounds like crane work, but the crane operator is on a rolling deck, and the hook is in black water, at a depth where a lamp only cuts out a small piece of metal. For the 2 pilots, silence was not the worst part. Sometimes silence helped. The worst part was hearing attempts fail. The communication let them know they had been found, that people were fighting for them, and at the same time it delivered the next blow. It did not work. A line parted. They had to start over. Hold that picture for a moment. Inside, 2 men are carefully rationing their breathing. Above, other men with wet hands are sorting cables and sending metal back into the sea. No one is making one grand, heroic move. They are doing small, precise tasks, and each one may decide whether another hour remains inside.
When the working lift finally took the load, victory still had not arrived. The craft had to be brought up slowly, because every meter tested the lines again. Lift too hard, and the attachment could tear free. Give it slack, and control could be lost. Somewhere above, people were not watching a beautiful rescue shot. They were watching gauges, winch drums, and wet steel that could betray them again at any second. Pisces 3 climbed out of the black water, and inside were Mallinson and Chapman, exhausted, cold, but still controlled. By the end, their remaining life was no longer measured in days. When the craft reached the surface and the hatch was opened, the calculated oxygen left was about 12 minutes. There is no cinematic beauty in that number. It simply shows how close the edge was. The operation is often called the deepest rescue of people from a submersible. But the record is not the important part. What matters is that it was not a miracle prepared in advance. The team above learned as they went, made mistakes, lost lines, changed plans, and kept going anyway. The pilots below survived not because they had endless air, but because they protected every movement. After Pisces 3, work like this was harder to treat as ordinary offshore routine. The small yellow capsule left a plain lesson. At depth, technology saves people only when people can wait and not break. The next story will be different. Here, time was counted in breaths. Kate Shelley could not stop a train by shouting. That is the first thing to understand. Between her and the passengers were rain, darkness, a bend in the line, and miles of railroad already moving on a night schedule. If the train was on time, it would not ask a farmhouse whether the bridge ahead was still there. It would just keep coming. The only real chance was not beside the tracks, but at a small station where a telegraph key could send a warning faster than any person could run. But someone still had to reach that station. On the night of July 6, 1881, Iowa was not a quiet postcard of fields. A storm sat over Boone County, creeks were rising, and water was hammering at embankments and bridge supports. 17-year-old Kate lived near the Chicago and Northwestern line, so a train was not some distant wonder to her. It was a sound next door, part of an ordinary night. Wheels on rail, a whistle, the ground trembling. Then another sound cut through the rain. Not just thunder, a hard, heavy crash, and after it, the railroad seemed wrong. This is where the story stops being a simple tale of bravery and becomes a practical problem. If a bridge had gone down, the next train would not discover it in time. The engineer would see the gap too late. Passengers in the cars might still be dozing, adjusting coats, waiting for the station. Ahead of them, the track was already gone. She went toward the creek because first, she had to know what had happened. On an ordinary day, Honey Creek did not look like an enemy of the railroad. A small bridge, timber, rails, water below. But floodwater does something frightening in silence. It eats away at the things people trust without thinking. At night, that is almost impossible to see in time. A railroad service engine and its crew had already gone down. The bridge failed, and the engine dropped into the current. Old newspaper accounts differ in some details, but the central line is the same. Some of the men were lost, and some could still be searched for and pulled out. Beside that disaster was another one, larger and faster. A night passenger train was due over the same route. In the 19th century, a railroad did have eyes and ears, but not on every yard of track. Track walkers inspected the line. Stations held the timetable. The telegraph connected one point to the next. Signals, lamps, and train orders worked only if someone knew what had to be sent. If a bridge failed between inspections, the system went blind at exactly that spot. Kate could not repair the rails. She could not lift an engine out of the water. She could not count on seeing the passenger train through the storm and waving it down in time. That left one choice: reach Moingona and make the telegraph speak before the wheels reached the gap. The road to the station was not a safe lane with a fence and dry ground. She had to cross the railroad bridge over the Des Moines River, at night, in a storm. With water far below and wooden ties under her feet, gaps of darkness opening between them.
Hold that picture for a moment. This girl is not walking across a bridge like it is a sidewalk. She chooses a place for one hand, then one knee, then one boot. A lantern does not solve much when rain is in your face and the wind is tearing at the light. In stories like this, it is easy to say she was brave. But here, bravery was made of tiny movements, any one of which she could have refused to make. Turn back home. Decide the adults would handle it. Run for neighbors and lose time. Or trust the railroad timetable more than her own fear, because the train was not waiting for anyone to gather courage. The timetable was almost a physical force. Stations lived by the clock. Opposing trains passed by rule. Telegraphers sent orders in short taps of a key. Yet all that precision came down to one wet bridge and one girl on it. When Kate reached Moingona, she brought more than a rumor and more than fear. She brought the location of the wreck and a clear need to act, warn the line. The telegraph became what a radio channel or emergency alert would be now. Only a person at a desk had to work it, under a kerosene lamp, while the night was still booming outside. What happened next looks almost ordinary, and that is what makes it powerful. There was no giant searchlight, no siren, no instant command from a central office. There was a small station, a soaked girl at the door, a telegrapher who understood this was not childish panic, and a chain of messages moving through wire. The passenger train was stopped before it reached the broken bridge. To the people in the cars, it may have felt like an annoying delay in the middle of the night. They had not yet seen the black water, the shattered supports, or the place where rails stopped being a road. That is the strange thing about last-minute rescues. The people saved often do not fully know what they were pulled away from. Later came newspaper stories, thanks, and Kate's name stayed in local memory. In time, one of the great bridges over the Des Moines River would be tied to her act. But take away the ceremonial frame, and the machinery of the age remains. A 19th-century railroad looked iron from the outside. In truth, it depended on people who listened to the night, inspected the line, sat at telegraph keys, and believed bad news quickly enough. Kate Shelley did not defeat the storm. She simply reached the place where what she knew could become a signal. Sometimes there is no wall between a train and a drop. Sometimes there is a person with wet hands and a Morse key. There is an uncomfortable detail attached to this rescue. The medals arrived almost a century late. Not because the paperwork was confused, and not because anyone doubted that people had been pulled out alive. On that night, the station on the sandbar was worked by an all-black crew, and official America in the 19th century was very good at overlooking men like that. The storm did not care what color the hands were that held the line. At Pea Island, off the coast of North Carolina, the life-saving station stood almost like a lone lamp at the edge of the water. Around it were sand, shoals, low sky, barracks, and kerosene lights. This was before the modern Coast Guard. It was the United States Life-Saving Service. Men lived there on rotation, walked night patrols, and searched the dark for the lights of ships. Their work began long before anyone could shout for help. In October of 1896, a hurricane moved through the Atlantic and left the water along shore looking less like surf than a white wall. The schooner E.S. Newman, battered by wind, ended up on a shoal. There were 9 people aboard, including the captain, his wife, and a small child. Land seemed close. That was the frightening part. Between the ship and the sand there was no path, only boiling surf that could flip a boat before it even cleared the beach. At a station like this, danger was not supposed to be noticed only after a vessel was already breaking on the sand. Patrolmen moved along the beach, met neighboring posts, marked the round, and watched the sea. If a distress signal appeared in the dark, the answer was a Coston flare. It was a short conversation through rain and wind. "You are seen. We are coming." That night, one of the surfmen, Theodore Meekins, saw the signal from the Newman. What followed was not romance. It was routine under pressure. The keeper, Richard Etheridge, a former soldier, held his men to hard discipline.
The crew dragged the gear across the sand: ropes, blocks, a breeches buoy, a heavy cart, and the surf boat, if the sea would let them launch it. The sea would not. That detail matters. In a movie, you just push the boat harder. In real surf, a wave on a shoal hits from underneath and from the side, like a hammer against a rib. Miss the moment, and the boat turns, fills, and comes down on the men around it. Then the rescuers become another problem in the water. Etheridge did not only have to be brave, he had to avoid losing his own men before they could reach the people on the schooner. While the ship sat in the white water, the distance felt cruel. You could see almost everything and reach almost nothing. And then the station did something that sounds almost reckless until you see the calculation behind it. The men were tied together by a line, not for show, and not as a last prayer for luck. The rope gave the shore some control over a human body in the surf. If a wave knocked him down, the others could pull, hold, and bring him back. Meekins went into the water first, with others behind him. They did not have to defeat the ocean. They had to catch the small gaps between the blows of the waves. A step, a drop, salt foam in the face, the line jerking at the waist, another step. In the dark, the kerosene lamps at the station did not light up the sea. They only showed where the shore was. On the schooner, people waited, not knowing whether the next breaker would outlast the hull and their nerves. Every trip was its own problem. Reach the side, secure the line, take a person without letting the surf tear that person away. Come back through the same boiling channel where the sand moved underfoot. Who came first and who came next had to be decided in the moment. Reports do not always preserve the breath of that minute, but the meaning is clear. 9 times the shore had to receive a living person. This is where it gets uneasy. The rescuers on land were not safe either. A rope could strip skin from hands. A wave could throw a returning man into his own crew. Every pull demanded a shared decision without a long discussion. The station worked like one machine, except the parts of that machine were people. By morning, the story had a dry ending. 9 people from the schooner E.S. Newman were saved. The Pea Island crew returned to the station, and the storm moved on. But that dry ending is misleading. Behind it were hours of waiting, wet lines on the sand, and men who knew that on an isolated spit of land, help for them would not arrive quickly. This was how the life-saving service worked before the modern Coast Guard. Watch. Answer with a signal. Choose the boat or the line. Read the wave. Obey the keeper, even when your heart wants to rush in at once. In that profession, courage without order was dangerous. Order without courage was worth nothing. Richard Etheridge and his crew saved everyone, but broad recognition came late. Their rescue stayed for decades at the edge of public memory, much like the station itself at the edge of the sand. Only in 1996 did the Pea Island crew receive the Gold Life-Saving Medal, posthumously for the men who had been there that night. Late honor cannot change what happened, but it can put the names back where they should have been from the beginning. If you hold on to one image, do not make it the giant wave. Make it wet hands on a rope and dark figures stepping again into the white water. Next time, help will come in another almost impossible way. Here, it came as a job.
This airplane did not end its emergency in a scrapyard. It was taken off a grassy levee, repaired, and eventually the white Boeing 737 went back into service. That strange ending is the right place to begin the 49th story, because the landing site did not look like an airport. A wet green strip beside a canal, the Michoud industrial complex off to one side, where enormous rocket tanks were built, a gray weather front hanging over Louisiana, and a passenger jet sitting in the grass as if someone had carefully set it down in the wrong place. A few minutes earlier, Taka Flight 110 had 45 people on board.
It was flying from Belize to New Orleans, a normal international leg where passengers could already start thinking about bags, clocks, and the end of the trip. In the cockpit were Captain Carlos Dardano and First Officer Dionisio Lopez. The weather was ugly, but not the kind of cinematic disaster that announces itself. Thunderstorm cells over the Gulf and Louisiana often make airliners weave around clouds, and that is what makes this story unsettling. At first, almost nothing seems broken. The jet is descending, air traffic control is guiding it between storms. The cockpit radar shows dangerous patches ahead, rain, hail, and one short stretch to cross. From outside, it looks like bad weather. Inside an engine, it can become a wall of water and ice. The first strike of hail against the jet does not sound like the end of a flight. It is more like gravel thrown across thin metal. A passenger at the window sees gray water, white streaks of ice, and a wing disappearing into a cloudy sheet. In the cockpit, the important thing is not the dramatic noise. It is the small numbers and needles. RPM, temperature, thrust. A jet engine is not a campfire that rain can simply smother. Air comes through the huge fan. Some of it flows around the core, and some is compressed inside, mixed with fuel, and used to hold a steady flame. But that flame has conditions. It needs airflow, heat, and a place where water does not break the burn. During descent, thrust is often near idle. The engine is quiet and efficient, but it has less margin. And right then, hail and heavy rain are being swallowed by the engines. Ice breaks apart, water moves deeper, the airflow becomes uneven, and the flame in the combustor blows out. First one engine loses thrust, then the other. In the cabin, it may feel like the sound has fallen away. For the crew, it is suddenly several problems at once, and none can wait too long. Hold the speed, bring in backup power, try a restart, turn the airplane toward any usable landing surface. The restart attempts begin, but the engines will not stay alive. One can show a hint of life and then quit again. The water and hail have already done their work. A heavy airliner has just become a glider. One thing matters here. An airplane without thrust does not fall like a rock as long as it still has speed and a wing. Altitude becomes stored energy. Keep the nose a little down, keep the speed alive, and the wing can still carry the machine. But that energy is melting away every second, and there is no way to refill it. There is no elegant holding pattern now, no second try. Every action has a price. Lower the landing gear and you lose distance. Leave it up, and you risk tearing the fuselage open on the ground. Pull too hard, and the airflow can separate before you arrive. Dive too steeply, and the ground comes too fast. Dardano and Lopez do the thing that sounds dull in an emergency, but saves lives. They hold a flyable speed, watch the altitude, listen to air traffic control, and search with their eyes. The nearest runway is no longer a reliable hope. Then, below the clouds, another option appears, strange and very narrow. A grassy levee beside a canal, near the Michoud industrial area. Not an airfield, just a straight green line between water, roads, and buildings. For a passenger jet, it is almost absurd. But absurd is better than marshland or rooftops. On the final stretch, the crew is no longer choosing a good place. They are choosing a place where the airplane can stay intact long enough for people to get out. The white Boeing sinks lower, wet grass beneath it, wings almost level. The landing gear takes the hit, the wheels roll along the levee, the fuselage shudders, but it does not break apart. The airplane stops where it was never supposed to be, and no one on board is killed.
After the stop, the most remarkable part is almost quiet. There is no giant fireball ending. There is wet grass, a canal nearby, and people stepping out of an airplane trying to understand why the ground beneath them is not airport concrete. For rescuers, it is a rare sight, an intact passenger jet on a levee, as if it had been parked there on purpose. Later, investigators would break the landing down into details. This was not one broken part, and it was not some mystical run of bad luck. Heavy hail and rain entered turbofan engines while they were running at low thrust. The testing and procedures before then had not fully covered that exact combination. After TACA Flight 110, the CFM56 engine family was examined much more closely. Parts around the fan nose were changed, protection against hail and water ingestion was improved, and procedures for heavy precipitation were clarified, including thrust settings and ignition. So the rescue did not remain a neat story about luck. It produced a specific lesson for airplanes that kept flying every day. And the white Boeing did not become a monument to a mistake. It was removed from the levee, repaired, and flown again. In this story, the miracle is very practical. The pilots did not defeat the storm. They simply did not let it waste the last few feet of altitude. Sometimes the final minute of rescue is just a green strip seen in time. An ordinary refrigerator keeps food only a few degrees above freezing. When Anna Bagenholm reached the doctors, her body was at 13.7 degrees Celsius. That sounds like the end of the story, but in Tromsø, the doctors saw a strange chance inside that number. Near Narvik, the evening had started almost routinely. After work, the young doctor went skiing with colleagues. Twilight, mountains, snow, a fjord far below. The tracks ran down the slope, and nothing looked like a trap. Then a ski slipped, her speed became too much, and the thin crust of ice over a stream broke. Black water took her instantly. Her head and upper body were under the ice, while her legs and skis stayed outside. Her friends rushed to her, but the icy water held her like a clamp. The crucial thing here is not heroic language, but one small practical detail. They kept her from slipping deeper and tried to preserve access to air. Beneath the snow, there was a tiny air pocket. For a while, Anna could breathe. Barely. In the mountains, rescue sometimes does not begin with a helicopter. It begins with someone nearby holding one impossible inch between a face and the water. The rescue call went out, but between that call and the rescuer's hands, there was a slope, snow, and ice that could not simply be smashed like glass. On a mountain, you do not just yank someone by the legs and hope for the best. You can lose your footing, widen the break, or injure a body that is already cooling. The rescuers had to reach the spot, secure themselves, widen the opening, and avoid destroying the one remaining chance for air. Her friends kept calling to Anna, held the skis, and worked with their hands in the snow. In accounts of this case, there is one grim marker. After roughly 40 minutes, she stopped responding. By then, the cold was no longer just a feeling. It was chemistry. The heart slows, electrical signals become unstable, blood pulls toward the center of the body, muscles stop obeying. Then, the heart can stop. On the slope, it can look almost quiet. A person silent, the water black, ropes creaking on snow. But inside the body, time is moving differently. The colder the tissues become, the less oxygen the brain demands. That does not make icy water safe. It does not. It kills. But in rare cases, cold also presses the brake on destruction. When Anna was finally pulled from beneath the ice, about 80 minutes had passed. There was no pulse, no breathing. But it was not the final period yet.
Anna was pulled out like a person with no signs of life. To ordinary logic, that means almost no chance. In cold medicine, it is not the end of the conversation. Resuscitation began, and she was taken to the place where they could warm her, not from the outside, but from within. Blankets matter here, but they do not solve the central problem. If circulation is stopped, heat from the skin does not reach the places that need it most, the heart and the brain. Sudden warming can also be dangerous. Cold blood from the limbs returns toward the center,
blood pressure can drop and the rhythm can fail. So the answer is not a fire or a hot bath. It is a controlled machine. The helicopter crossed the fjord toward Tromsø, while at the hospital, Mads Gilbert and the team prepared an artificial circulation machine. The idea is simple, even if the equipment looks frightening. Blood is drawn through tubes, given oxygen, warmed gradually, and returned to the body. For a time, the machine does the work of the heart and lungs. That is the same logic behind extracorporeal warming, which many people now know through the term ECMO. The key word is gradual. The doctors were not just pushing her temperature up. They were trying to bring the body back to a pace where the heart could find a rhythm again, and the brain would not pay an extra price. That is why this story is not about a cold record. A record by itself saves no one. Anna was helped by a chain in which every link protected the next one. Her friends kept her near air. The rescuers pulled her body from the water and did not stop fighting because everything looked hopeless. The doctors in Tromsø treated the cold not as a sign of death, but as a condition that had to be used carefully. At normal body temperature, the brain does badly with even a few minutes without blood flow. Cells need oxygen, and they break down fast. In deep hypothermia, metabolism slows, and that clock runs more slowly. That is why a heart stopped by cold can sometimes leave doctors a narrow window. But a window is not a miracle without cost. After warming comes another kind of work. Resuscitation, swelling, nerves, muscles, long checks, the return of movement. Anna survived, and later returned to life far more fully than anyone could have expected when she was being pulled from that stream. In mountain cold medicine, there is a hard rule without pretty words. You cannot finally write a person off until they have been warmed and checked again. That day, icy water stopped Anna's heart, and strangely, it also slowed time enough for people to start it again. By the 17th day, even listening at a collapse site changes. The first cries have long faded, heavy machinery no longer draws applause, and the city has already lived through its loudest wave of hope. Then, inside the concrete silence, rescuers catch signs of life again. Not near the edge, not in an easy gap close to the surface. Beneath a department store that collapsed more than 2 weeks earlier, a young woman was still alive. This was Seoul in the mid-90s, a district of expensive windows and new shine, where the Sampum department store looked like a normal place to shop after work. A young employee named Park Sung-hyun had come in for a shift that should have ended like hundreds of others. Customers picked out groceries, someone hurried toward a restaurant upstairs. Staff thought about closing time and paychecks. In a place like that, danger almost feels out of place. What rubble could there be when the lights are on and the cash registers still work? But that is what makes the story so frightening. The disaster did not come through the front door. It was building up in columns, in floor slabs, in decisions ordinary people could not see. Then a normal shift became a dark chamber where life depended on air, water, and the strength to conserve strength. To understand why this building did not simply crack, but folded down in layers, you have to look first at convenience, not disaster. The store was built around large, open halls, fewer walls, wider aisles, more room for merchandise. Buildings like that often use a flat slab system. The floor slab rests directly on columns, without heavy beams running between them. In a proper design, it can work. But that clean, open look has a weak point. Around each column, the slab carries a fierce load. If the column is too thin, if extra openings are cut into the slab, if more weight is added above, the floor can punch down and pull nearby sections with it. At Sampung, investigators later found that dangerous choices had converged in one building. The design was changed for a shopping center. Some columns were weakened near the escalators. The 5th floor was loaded with restaurants, kitchens, and heavy heated floors, and massive cooling units sat on the roof. They were moved not by crane, but by dragging, and cracks spread across the roof. The key word here is not one mistake, it is chain.
Each decision on its own looked like a way to gain space, money, or time. Together, they turned the store into a machine waiting for the final push. On the day of the collapse, the building itself was warning that the count had come down to minutes. On the upper floor, people had noticed wide cracks. In the restaurant area, pieces were falling. Some people upstairs were let out, but the lower levels of the store were still alive. That is the hardest part to understand. The danger was already visible to people inspecting the cracks and making decisions, while a customer at a display case saw only dust and worried faces. Closer to 6 in the evening, one overloaded area failed. The floor dropped. Then the next one followed. In a flat slab building, punching around the columns can turn into a chain reaction. The slab loses support, strikes the floor below, and that floor receives a load it was never designed to carry. From outside, it looks like part of the building suddenly vanished. Inside, it is a few seconds where sound is stronger than thought. The lights go out, the air turns gray, the floor stops being a floor. Park Sung-hyun was not left in an open room, but in a small, dark void among broken concrete and the store's belongings. These pockets do not appear out of mercy. Slabs fall unevenly, held up by broken columns, furniture, shelves, and pieces of stairs. A large collapse can place thousands of pounds of pressure overhead, yet leave a body-sized space right beside it. That is where a different fight begins. After the first day, rescuers are no longer searching only with their eyes. They shut down machines, ask people to be silent, lower microphones and cameras into narrow openings, and send dogs where no person can crawl. Sound under rubble is strange. A tap can seem to come from the side, a voice gets lost in voids, and water and concrete confuse direction. So every faint signal is checked again and again, while crews remove layer after layer carefully, trying not to crush the person they are trying to save. Park Sung-hyun lasted 377 hours. Reports from those days said rainwater seeping through the rubble helped her, along with the tiny supply of air inside the dark pocket. When she was brought out in mid-July, it was no longer just a miracle for television cameras. It was the final question put to the building. How many people had paid for someone else's confidence that the concrete could take a little more? More than 500 people died in the Sampung disaster, and hundreds were injured. Sampung owner Lee Jun and others found responsible received prison sentences, and the country began looking harder at alterations, loads, and inspections of large buildings. But for this chapter, the loud verdict is not the most important part. The important part is simpler. The rescue began with a void no one had designed, and with a silence in which someone could still answer. The next story also begins with an ordinary minute. Only there, the danger will come from a very different direction.
A length of rope usually does not look like rescue equipment. In a schoolhouse, you might use it to pull a curtain, tie a bundle of firewood, or lower a bucket into a well. But in Nebraska, in the winter of 1888, that ordinary thing suddenly became a map, a handrail, and a teacher's voice all at once. Minnie Freeman was a very young rural school teacher. The class in front of her was not a neat row of children the same age. In the one-room schools of the Great Plains, little ones sat beside older students, and beside children who already helped at home but still came in for reading and arithmetic. A black iron stove stood in the corner. On the walls there may have been a board, a few lesson sheets, and children's coats. Outside was a kind of country where distance lied to you. A house could look close while flat open ground waited in between. The morning did not look like a trap. That day an odd warmth moved across the plains, and that made it more dangerous. When winter pretends to back off for a moment, people trust their skin more than any telegram. There was no radio, there was no fast warning delivered to every little schoolhouse. There was only the sky, the wind, and the hope that the day would hold until lessons were over. Then at the door came the thing people on the plains often recognized too late. The light did not fade like evening. It was as if the air had been mixed with snow. The first enemy was not the cold.
It was the loss of the world around them. In an ordinary snowstorm, a person can still make out a road line, a dark barn, a fence. Here the snow came low and thick, and the nearest marker could vanish after only a few steps. That is the worst part of whiteout. You can be standing on ground you know, and no longer know which way your body is facing. Staying inside the schoolhouse was not an easy answer either. The stove gave heat only as long as there was wood, and as long as wind and snow did not choke the draft. The walls of rural schools kept children out of the wind, but they did not turn a building into a fortress. Parents on scattered farms might be waiting for children to come along the usual path. The teacher was not just counting minutes. She was counting small hands, little coats, and fear moving from the older children to the younger ones. If she sent them out one by one, some would disappear at once. If she waited for darkness, they would be left in a cold box, with every hour taking strength away. One thing matters here. In the 1880s, weather did not reach people like a message on a screen. Warnings moved slowly, by telegraph, newspaper, station, and rumor. On a farm or in a school, they often arrived after the front had already hit the window. So Minnie was not solving some pretty problem about bravery. She was solving a schoolroom problem. How do you keep 13 children from becoming 13 separate dots in white air? The answer was almost ridiculous in its simplicity. A rope. Not for a sled, not for a well, not for some large machine, just a long connection between people. Minnie gathered the children, broke the usual classroom order, and made a new one. Stay together. Do not argue. Do not run. Listen for her voice. She tied the pupils so the line would not fall apart, running the rope through coats and hands, checking the knots, counting the class again. 13. After that, the school door stopped being an exit and became a border. Beyond it, there was no road in the normal sense. There was noise, a white wall, and air that slapped the face with hard little grains. Hold this one step for a second. She had to go first into a place where she could barely see, with children behind her who could not be allowed to become more frightened than they already were. The line moved slowly. If someone stumbled, the others felt it. If a smaller child began to lag, the rope knew it before eyes could. That is the point of tying people together. It does not make them stronger. It makes them one body, harder to lose in pieces. In a whiteout, sight stops being the main tool. Touch, counting, and order take over. A few hundred steps could feel like a mile, but every step had one simple goal. Not to find the whole world, just to not lose the next child.
The house did not appear like a beautiful ending. It appeared as a dark shape in the snow. For the children, that was enough. They were brought inside, warmed and checked over, faces and fingers first. Only then could anyone understand how thin the margin had been. In that January blizzard across the Great Plains, travelers, farmers, and school children died after being caught on their way home. Later, many would call it the schoolhouse blizzard or the children's blizzard. Minnie Freeman's story spread through newspapers, and then through songs about the 13 who were saved. To be honest, old retellings disagree on some details, from the exact school location to the precise kind of rope she used, but the core holds. A young teacher led her whole class out of a white snow trap because she did not let them travel separately. And this is where heroism stops looking like a blind leap. It looks like discipline. In a rural school, the teacher was responsible for more than letters on a board. She was the adult on the spot, with no school bus, no siren, and no forecast on a phone. Her decision was almost ordinary, and that is why it worked. Tie people together, count them, move slowly, do not let the line go. So this chapter is not about a person defeating a blizzard. Nobody defeated it. 13 children simply lived through it because one teacher understood the main thing in time. In a white storm, strength matters less than connection. The next last-minute rescue will be somewhere else,
but this one leaves the feel of rough rope in your hands. The glass thermometer in the hospital room no longer promised anything good. The mercury line climbed above 41 degrees Celsius, and the strange part was that the doctors were not facing some rare disease from a textbook, not a battlefield wound, not a mysterious infection from another continent. In the bed was Anne Sheaf Miller, a woman from New Haven, and she was being killed by an infection that today can often be treated without much drama. The year was 1942. The war was already taking laboratories, factories, doctors, and trucks, but in this room, the front line was one patient's bloodstream. After a miscarriage, Anne developed an infection. At first, it could look like a severe complication the hospital would fight with the tools it knew. Then the fever kept rising, her strength drained away, and the normal logic of medicine began to crack. The pharmacy was not far away, but no shelf held the medicine that could quickly stop bacteria in the blood. Penicillin existed. Doctors and laboratories knew about it. For an American hospital, though, it was not yet an ordinary drug. It was closer to a rare sample at the edge of a new kind of medicine. So when the late-night calls began around her room, the doctors were not looking for a fashionable new treatment. They were looking for a tiny portion of a substance that almost no one had. One thing matters here. Before mass antibiotics, infection followed different rules. A doctor could clean a wound, bring down a fever, transfuse blood, give a sulfa drug, and wait to see whether the body had enough strength left. Sometimes it did. Sometimes the bacteria simply went around everything medicine had within reach. Anne had streptococcal septicemia. In plain terms, the streptococcus was no longer staying in one spot. It had moved into the blood, as if the infection had gained access to every room in the house at once. That meant there was no neat focus to cut out or drain and then relax. The fever held, her condition worsened, and the sulfa drugs did not create the turn the doctors needed. John Bumstead and Orvin Hess were stuck at a painful point. They knew penicillin was being tried in Britain and America against bacterial infections. But knowing about it and holding a vial in your hand were two very different things. Early penicillin had to be grown from mold, purified slowly, and produced in tiny amounts, while the war immediately turned any promising drug into a strategic resource. This was not the age of a prescription and a pharmacy line. It was the age of night calls, personal contacts, and the question of whether even a little of the drug could be found before the patient gave out. From there, the rescue did not look like a dramatic operation. It looked like a chain of requests, decisions, and very small glass containers. Bumstead and Hess started searching for people who had access to an experimental supply. In this story, the laboratory penicillin from Merck is usually named, and that detail matters. The medicine did not come from a hospital cabinet. It came from a world where scientists were still learning how to make enough of it. The vial that reached New Haven was almost absurdly small for such a large hope. A tiny supply, one that would seem strangely limited today, could decide whether a person lived or died. The early doses had to be calculated carefully. Penicillin left the body quickly, so its effect had to be maintained, and a wasted drop felt like a real loss. When Anne began receiving the drug, no one could promise a clean ending. This was not a familiar course of treatment, where a doctor had seen the outcome hundreds of times. It was a cautious step into a place where a laboratory discovery was being tested on a dying patient. And here the story changes pace. Within a day, the fever began to fall. The body that had not answered the older medicines suddenly answered. The doctors saw the reason they had called, asked, waited, and risked their professional certainty. The infection was retreating. Anne survived. That sentence is easy to say now, when penicillin has long since become familiar. But in that hospital room, it meant something entirely different. She is often called the first patient in the United States whose life was saved by penicillin. Not because her infection was the strangest, because, for a moment, the bridge between a hospital bed and a new technology actually held. After cases like this, penicillin stopped being only a laboratory hope.
Production accelerated, mold strains were selected, factories learned to make more of the substance, and the war pushed everyone to move faster. Later, penicillin would enter ordinary medicine so deeply that people would begin to forget how frightening a simple bacterial infection had once been. But Ann Miller was lying there before that forgetting could happen. For her, penicillin was not a pill from a home medicine cabinet. It was a small vial, a late-night decision by doctors, and a chance that arrived in time. She lived for more than half a century after that, and her case remained a reminder of a narrow moment when new medicine could still fit inside one vial. Next, help will arrive by a very different route. Here, the last minute fit inside a small glass vial. A diver reached towards something that looked like a body in the muddy dark. He had done this kind of work before, searching for the dead inside a vessel where corridors had turned into traps. Then the fingers squeezed back. You cannot train yourself for that moment. Until that second, on the seabed off Nigeria, there was just a familiar kind of maritime nightmare. The tug Jascon 4 had rolled over and gone down in May of 2013, while working in an offshore oil field area. On board were seamen, engineers, and the cook, Harrison Okene. For them, it was a shift, not a mission built for heroics. Early morning, cramped compartments, metal underfoot. A normal roll of the sea. Then the roll stopped being normal. The vessel listed hard. Water entered places where it should never be, and within minutes, up and down changed sides. Some men tried to get out. Some were trapped in cabins. Okene was inside when the tug overturned. He did not watch the disaster from the outside. He heard it from within. What saved him was not an exit, it was a trap. Inside the upside-down hull, an air pocket remained, and Harrison found a place where he could keep his head above the water. Beneath him was the ocean. Above him was steel. Around him was darkness. The surface was about 30 meters away.
From the surface, it could sound simple. If a man found air, then he had shelter. But at roughly 30 meters down, air does not behave like air in a room. The weight of the water presses on it, and the pressure is about 4 times higher than at the surface. The pocket shrinks. Every breath changes its chemistry. Oxygen disappears, carbon dioxide builds up, and nitrogen dissolves more deeply into the body. Okene was in a place that kept him alive and slowly drained his strength at the same time. The water took his heat. The darkness erased the count of time. He did not know whether anyone was searching for him as a living man or already as part of the dead crew. And this is where it gets uncomfortable. For the rescuers, that question was almost already answered. The people who came to the tug were not ordinary scuba divers. It was a team of saturation divers. Their bodies are kept under pressure in a special system, so they can work at depth for longer and avoid a dangerous ascent after every dive. A diving bell carries them to the worksite, and hoses for breathing gas and communication run to the helmet. That is not technical excess. In this water, simple solutions can turn deadly fast. Their task was grim: find the dead. The flashlight moved across walls that had become floors, across doors opening the wrong way. One careless movement could lift silt and blind the search. The divers were looking for silence. In that silence, someone was still breathing. When the flashlight found Harrison, it still was not the ending. In front of the diver was a man who had spent about 2.5 days inside a dark steel box. There was every reason to feel relief, but first there had to be no mistake. Alive, but not free. The most dangerous question was simple. How do you get him out of the tug if the ascent itself can kill him? For all that time, Okene's body had been living under depth pressure. Nitrogen was dissolving in his blood and tissues like gas inside a sealed bottle. Near the surface, the pressure drops sharply, and that gas can form bubbles. In a joint, that means brutal pain. In a blood vessel or near the brain, it can be fatal. So they could not just grab him and rush upward. First, he needed breathing, equipment, and a route. The divers prepared breathing gear, brought him out of the air pocket, and guided him through the overturned hull toward the diving bell. That sounds quick, but try moving through someone else's house after the ceiling has become the floor, the doors are twisted, the water is cloudy, and hoses trail behind you. Any snag becomes a stop. That is the strange part of this victory. The rescuers found a living man, but moved as if they were carrying a fragile machine. Okene was not simply being moved from water to surface. He was being moved from one pressure to another, without breaking what had already endured the impossible. Speed would have looked brave only from the outside. The real courage was in not hurrying. Inside the diving bell, the ocean was no longer all around him, but the rescue was still going on. Harrison was moved into the saturation diving system and held under controlled pressure. Then that pressure was lowered slowly, hour by hour. The chamber does not look like a miracle. It looks like a tight technical room. A heavy door, pressure gauges, the voices of medics and divers, small actions done on schedule. That was where his body could release excess gas without a destructive jolt. So the story most people remember for a living hand in the dark is really held together by patience. The air pocket did not beat the ocean. It only bought time. Pressure was not background detail. It dictated every step. And the saturation divers were the people who knew how to work in a place where ordinary haste can turn rescue into a mistake. The cost of this scene is heavy. 11 crew members died on Jaskin 4, and that cannot be hidden behind a beautiful ending. Harrison Okene survived because air stayed in the right place, because his body endured cold, fear, and a poisoned pocket, and because the diver's hand did not pull him upward too fast. When he finally reached the surface again, the miracle was no longer a single moment. It was a chain of slow, correct decisions. The hand answered from the dark, but caution saved it. And next in our episode comes another last minute, where help will also arrive not as fast as anyone wants, but as precisely as it has to. Sometimes the thing that is killing you gives you one last favor. Freezing water steals your breath, tightens your chest, and shuts down your fingers. But it can also slow the body so deeply that the brain starts using less oxygen. Hold on to this picture for a moment. Blue-white mountains near Narvik, spring twilight, a pair of skis at the edge of a stream, and a woman almost invisible under the ice. Anna Bagenholm was a doctor, skiing with colleagues after work. Northern Norway in 1999 did not look like the setting for a disaster case study. A normal descent, familiar people nearby, snow still holding on, water running beneath it as a hidden dark line. Then one ski goes the wrong way. Anna loses her balance, slides down, and breaks into the freezing current. Not into an open hole where everyone can see her. Worse, she is pulled under the ice crust. The current pins her, and above her is a hard white lid. Her colleagues reach the edge within seconds. They try to get to her, break the ice, hold on to gear, call for help. Somewhere under the crust, Anna finds a small pocket of air. It is not rescue. It is a delay. And sometimes the impossible is built out of delays like that. The worst part of water like that is not only the cold. The frightening part is how quickly the body stops being dependable. At first, a person can think and answer. Then the words get shorter. Then the muscles stop obeying, even while the mind still wants to fight. Anna stayed conscious for a while. According to accounts of the case, she could breathe through that small air pocket for roughly 40 minutes. Her colleagues lay on the ice and refused to let the situation slip away. They could not simply pull her out. The ice was in the way, the current held her body, and their tools were never meant for this kind of work. When rescuers arrived,
The scene already looked beyond any normal limit. A helicopter over the mountains, people on the ice, a stream under their boots, and a person somewhere beneath a white surface that would not break in the right place. They got her out roughly 80 minutes after the fall. By then, Anna had no visible breathing and no pulse. In ordinary logic, that sounds like the end. But in deep hypothermia, ordinary logic can be dangerous. Cold lowers the brain's need for oxygen. It does not cancel death, no. It simply stretches the window where resuscitation might still matter. So they did not write her off beside the stream. They took her farther, to the place where she could be warmed not from the outside, but from within. At the hospital in Tromsø, doctors saw a body that showed almost no signs of life. Among the people making the decision was the Norwegian anesthesiologist Mads Gilbert. Her skin was cold, her heart was silent, or detectable only through equipment, and her core temperature was 13.7 degrees Celsius. For a living human being, that sounds almost impossible. For a resuscitation doctor, it is also an extremely difficult choice. A hypothermic heart is unpredictable. You cannot simply shock it and wait for a neat answer on the monitor. Its electrical system is disrupted, the blood thickens, medications behave differently, and warming too fast can damage what is still holding on. And this is where the rule behind this case appears. A person is not considered dead until they are warm. The idea is simple. If the body cooled before the brain died from lack of oxygen, appearances can lie. No pulse, no normal breathing, frightening pupils, but still not the final point. Anna was connected to a heart-lung machine. It took her blood, oxygenated it, gently warmed it, and sent it back. This was not a magic heater. It was a way to give the heart and brain time while the body climbed out of the cold pit, degree by degree.
The return did not look like a movie comeback. A heart does not wake up to fanfare. First, there are hours of work, tubes, pumps, doctors' hands, and plain numbers on a screen that suddenly matter more than any words. When the heartbeat came back, it still did not mean victory. They had to wait and see what the brain would say. And at that point, the cold was again not only the enemy. It had slowed metabolism so much that nerve tissue survived something that, at normal temperature, leaves almost no chance. The price was heavy. Nerve damage, weakness, months of recovery, learning again to make her own hands and legs obey. But Anna survived, and later she was able to return to medicine. The answer to the main question is not one heroic gesture. It was a chain. Her friends did not lose contact. The rescuers did not decide it was too late. The doctors did not trust the hopeless appearance and chose to warm her through circulation instead of saying the final word too soon. The most dangerous thing here was the ice. But that same ice slowed her body enough to give the doctors a narrow door, almost closed, but not locked. In medicine, one door like that can be worth an entire life. Next comes a rescue where time was measured not in degrees, but in seconds. The strangest detail in this story comes after the landing. The white passenger Boeing was not written off as scrap. It was pulled out of the grass, repaired, fitted with new engines, and flown again. A few minutes earlier, neither engine had been working. Not the left one, not the right one. Hold that image for a second. A narrow green levee by the water, wet air after a storm, and a big airliner sitting in the grass as casually as a bus driver who took the wrong turn. This was TACA Flight 110, May of 1988, on approach to New Orleans after a flight from Belize. There were 45 people on board. Someone was probably thinking about passport control. Someone was gathering a bag under the seat. Someone was looking through a gray window, waiting for the city to appear out of the rain. In the cockpit were Captain Carlos Dardano and First Officer Dionisio Lopez. For them, this was an unpleasant but familiar phase. Thunderstorms over Louisiana, descent, radio calls with air traffic control, the radar, and trying to steer around the darkest returns on the screen. None of that sounds like the start of a story about a passenger airplane becoming a glider. And that is why this case stays with you. No explosion, no movie warning. First, an ordinary flight, then a wall of water and hail. Then silence where 2 jet engines should have been working. The rain was not just weather on the other side of the glass. At the speed of an approaching Boeing, the engine inlets become huge scoops, and whatever is coming at the airplane goes straight into the throat of the engine. A jet engine has one simple need: steady air. The compressor squeezes it, fuel burns in it, the turbine takes energy from it, and thrust appears. But when too much water and hail arrive with that air, the flame in the combustor no longer has a healthy mixture to burn. Water steals heat. Ice pounds the airflow and breaks up its order. The engine starts to surge, cough, and lose speed. Engineers have careful words for it, like compressor surge and flameout. In the cockpit, it feels much less careful. The thrust is gone. On Taka Flight 110, the weather hit both engines on the Boeing 737 Series 300, powered by CFM56 engines. That matters. The 2 engines hang close enough to fly through the same wall of rain. The crew tried to bring them back. A restart seemed to catch for moments, needles moved, but real power did not come back. One engine would not spool up normally, the other scared them with rising temperature. And this is where it gets uncomfortable. The airplane still answers the controls, still carries everyone inside, but altitude is now a reserve you cannot refill.
A passenger jet without thrust does not fall like a stone. That is important. It glides. But every choice is paid for with altitude. Hold a heading toward the airport a little longer, and you may lose the chance to reach anything else. Put the landing gear down too early, and drag starts taking its cut. Miss the speed by too much, and a heavy airplane stops forgiving you. Dardano and Lopez had to do several things at once: hold speed, keep trying the engines, talk with the controller, and judge whether any runway was still within reach. The main airport no longer looked like a promise. Too far, too little margin, too quickly the ground was coming up beneath the wing. Water was an option, but landing a jet on water is not like easing a boat onto a lake. A wave can hit the fuselage like a wall, an engine can catch the surface, and the body of the aircraft can start to break apart. Then, inside that wet gray picture, a thin green line appears. A levee by NASA Michoud, straight, grassy, stretched beside the water. Not an airport, not a runway, just the last piece of land with the right shape. The crew turns the Boeing toward that line. Ahead is grass, water, and industrial buildings sit to the sides, and under the wheels there is still only air. In the cabin, people may have felt the long, unnatural quiet and the strange angle of descent. Then the landing gear touches the levee, softly. The airplane rolls through wet grass, slows, and stops. No one dies. The big white Boeing is left standing in the green like a forgotten bus. After a landing like that, it is easy to say they got lucky. But an investigation does not like that word unless the details come with it. Specialists from the National Transportation Safety Board went through the engines, the weather, the recordings, and the crew's actions. What mattered was that the conclusion did not reduce the event to pilot error. The picture was rare, but it made sense. Heavy rain and hail entered the engines in such volume that the flame went out in both of them. The hail and water did more than put the fire out. They also damaged the engines, so the restart attempts did not bring normal thrust back. The uncomfortable lesson for the industry was that the tests and rules of the time did not fully catch this combination. Not clean rain on a test stand, not neat ice by itself. A dense mix of water, hail, flight condition, and a real thunderstorm that an airplane can meet during descent. After the report, the engine maker and aviation regulators changed how they looked at water and ice ingestion, and both hardware and procedures were revised. The airplane on the levee became part of the lesson too.
It was not abandoned in the grass. It was moved out, repaired, given replacement engines, and later flown again. That is why Taka Flight 110 is not remembered as a tale about one magic switch. It was the overlap of calm crew work, a rare technical weakness, violent weather, and the geography of New Orleans. The last runway was a levee, and sometimes that is enough. The next rescue story will have its own last minute, with no such clean strip of grass. On the plan in front of the cutters, there was supposed to be a wall of coal. Not a river, not a lake, not empty space. Just a seam they could cut through yard by yard. And that is the frightening little detail here. Underground, a life can depend on how accurately someone once drew a line on an old map. On the evening of July 24, 2002, the miners at Key Creek near Somerset, Pennsylvania, were working a normal shift. A low entry, the roar of the mining machine, wet rock under their boots, lamps on their helmets. They were following a plan that showed the abandoned Saxman mine nearby. On paper, a coal barrier still stood between them, an underground dam made of solid rock. So what lay ahead should have been coal. Then that certainty broke open. At first, it may have looked like a bad crack, a dark seam in the wall. But behind it there was no dry passage. There was water, stored for decades inside old workings. When the machine opened a path, the entry became a pipe. Black water slammed into men, equipment, and rails. 18 people were underground. 9 managed to escape through entries that climbed upward. The other 9 were cut off. Their lamps were still burning, but the map above them had stopped being a rescue map. It had become a question. Where exactly are they? How much rock is above them, and will the water rise faster than rescuers can drill a path down?
In a trap like that, the water level is not the only danger. The danger is that the water is cold, dark, and in no hurry to leave. The miners retreated toward higher ground inside the workings until they found a place where they could keep their heads above water. Around them were coal walls, wet helmets, and 9 weak circles of light. The mine water was roughly 55 degrees Fahrenheit, about 13 Celsius. On paper, that sounds survivable. On a body, it is different. Wet clothing pulls heat away, fingers go numb, muscles stop answering cleanly. After hours, a person is no longer arguing only with panic, but with a body that wants to lie down, close its eyes, and stop moving. They did not know what rescuers could see from the surface. They did not know whether more water remained in the old workings, ready to rise higher. Still, in that tight darkness, a simple strategy appeared. Stay together. Save strength. Keep checking one another by voice. Do not let one man disappear into silence. One thing matters here. To the rescuers above, those 9 men were not a dot on a screen. There was almost no exact screen at all. There was an old map with an error, fresh calculations, accounts from the men who had escaped, and the terrible fear of missing the target. Underground, every extra weight stole heat. On the surface, every wrong yard could send the drill into empty rock. The first hole they drilled toward them was not meant for a person. It was too narrow. It was meant for certainty and for air. On the surface, among the Pennsylvania hills, a drilling rig was set up, and crews began searching for an invisible room beneath many yards of rock. There is no pretty magic in this. First, you take the plans, compare the angles of old workings, and calculate where the men could have retreated. Then you drill a slim exploratory borehole. If it reaches open space, there is a chance. If it wanders a few yards off, people on the surface may hear the machinery and feel hope, while the men below hear nothing at all. When the borehole broke through to the place where the miners were holding on, the rescue became more than hope for the first time. Air moved through the narrow opening. Not a hand, not a rope, not a capsule. Air. For men in cold water, it was a sign that they were not merely being searched for. They had been found with enough precision. But a slim borehole cannot pull people out. Nearby, crews began drilling a wider rescue shaft, large enough for a capsule. The bit had to travel almost straight down through rock, where any breakdown could consume hours. The shaft was lined with casing, so the walls would not crumble and the capsule would not jam. From outside, it looked like floodlights, mud, and metal. In reality, it was a race between the drill, the water, and the cooling bodies of 9 men. After 77 hours of waiting, the wide borehole became a passage. Not wide, not comfortable, but real. A rescue capsule was lowered into it, a narrow metal form where a person had to stand almost motionless. For an exhausted miner, it was not just tight. It was the only elevator out of the black water. The lift went 1 man at a time. The capsule dropped down, vanished into the shaft, returned with a person inside, and medics took him immediately at the surface. In footage like that, it is natural to watch only the faces at the top. But the most important part had happened a little earlier. The drill reached the place where the men could still breathe, and the air from the exploratory borehole gave them extra hours. All 9 Key Creek miners survived. That is why the story is often called a miracle, and it is hard to argue with that. But there is a more grounded part, too. The miracle began with a discovered error. An old map had placed the abandoned mine somewhere it was not. After Key Creek, archive plans, old workings, and test drilling were treated as things that could decide whether a shift came home or not. Hold this picture for a moment. Wet helmets in the dark, a thin stream of air through a borehole, and a nighttime drilling rig on a hill. 9 lamps might have gone out, not because of fire, but because of a line on paper. What held them was a hole that reached the place the map had missed, and the next last minute begins not underground, but with the same uneasy question. Can the right point be found in time?
A metal buoy that knocks from the inside sounds like fiction. But off Delaware, that is how it began. The men aboard the merchant steamer Atlantis spotted a strange black object in gray water. It stuck out at an angle, slick with seawater, and it did not look like a distress call. Wreckage, a barrel, a marker, the Atlantic throws up all kinds of things. Only later would it be clear that 37 people were trapped beneath that piece of metal, and every knock on the hull was costing them air. At that moment, they were not newspaper heroes. They were the crew of the early American submarine USS S-5, out on a routine dive near Cape May on September 1st, 1920. Her commanding officer was Charles Maynard Cook, Jr., a young officer known as a calm, technical mind. The day had no reason to become a legend. A check, men at stations, depth, surface again. In boats like this, survival did not rest on one button. It rested on hands, levers, and valves in the right order, and that is where the dullest little detail became the whole story. A submarine has to breathe on the surface, then stop breathing before it dives. If the sea gets a chance to enter the space meant for air, the ocean is no longer outside. It is inside. On the surface, S-5's diesel engines drew air through a large intake. Before a dive, that path was sealed by the main induction valve. Then the ballast tanks were opened, water came in, the boat grew heavy and slid down. When it was time to rise, compressed air forced that water back overboard. Simple, as long as everything shut when it was supposed to. That day, the main air induction valve failed to do the one job it had. Reports word the mistake carefully, but the phrasing did not matter to the men in the engine room. Water came in as a dark, heavy mass, not a leak from a faucet, the sea. The submarine began to lose control, the bow pulled down, and the lamps and gauges suddenly became uselessly honest. The crew dogged hatches, worked pumps, tried to win back buoyancy. Compressed air hammered into the ballast tanks, but the boat was already falling deeper than planned. At some point, S5 settled with her bow on the bottom and her stern lifted toward the surface, as if the hull had been propped up at an angle. That was both salvation and cruelty. Part of the boat was almost in the air, but the hatches and passages did not let the men simply walk out. The steel hull had become a locked room with the door facing the wrong way. Inside, the crew began a job that would have looked absurd on shore. They moved into the after compartments, where the metal lay closest to open air. There was still air to breathe, but now it was a budget. Every word, every effort, every extra minute spent it down. Modern submarine rescue chambers did not exist for them. If an early boat was trapped with its hatch underwater, the crew could not call for a capsule and wait for a clean seal. They could knock, count the hours, and hope someone outside understood the sound. So they took up a drill. Short, harsh bites went into the hull, nothing like the romance people attach to the sea. The metal heated, shavings fell onto hands, men traded places because strength ran out faster than steel. At first, they made only a small wound in the hull, but even that changed everything. Through that opening, they could send a sign, take in air, turn a deaf iron can into something that could be spoken to. And when Atlantis stopped beside the strange black object, the rescue still did not look like a rescue. The steamer had no ready-made kit for a submarine disaster. It had ropes, tools, sailors, and the uncomfortable knowledge that someone inside was alive.
After that, the ocean became a workshop, except the floor kept moving. From the steamer they passed lines, tried to hold the stern, sent air, and attacked the steel from outside. The key detail is this: the rescuers were not opening a proper door. They were making a door where no door existed. They drilled, chopped, and widened the opening until the wet hull had a passage large enough for a man. Hold that exit in your mind. Not a parade hatch, not a gangway, not white blankets on a pier. A narrow hole in a submarine. Still hanging, bow down, wet metal edges, hands above, faces below. One by one, the sailors of S5 climbed out. All 37 survived. The submarine itself did not become a victory trophy. During towing attempts, it was lost, and the sea took the hull for good. But the point of this story is not lucky coincidence. One valve let the ocean in. Compressed air lifted the stern. A drill gave a voice to men nobody could hear. And the sailors on a merchant steamer looked at a strange buoy a second time. Reliable rescue chambers were still years and more disasters away. In 1920, rescue was a hole in steel. Sometimes the last minute sounds exactly like this. Knock, knock, knock. And the next story will begin again, with a detail most people would walk past. In the hospital, a number will appear on a monitor that would make most people stop asking questions. 13.7 degrees Celsius. Not in the room, inside the body. The patient will have no pulse, her heart will already be stopped, and still the doctors will not step away from the table. In cold medicine, there is a hard rule. You do not write someone off until they have been warmed, and you know there is truly nothing left to bring back. It sounds strange, uncomfortable even, but that rule will give Anna Bagenholm a chance. A few hours before the white light of the operating room, she is skiing in the mountains near Narvik. Late spring in northern Norway can fool you. Snow still holds on the slopes, while water is already moving underneath. Anna works as a doctor at the local hospital, and 2 colleagues are with her. This is not an expedition to the edge of the world, not a stunt for a camera. It is an ordinary after-work run, the kind you take because there is still time for one more descent. Red jackets against dim snow, clean ski tracks, short words exchanged on the move. Everything looks under control, and inside that ordinary moment is a dangerous small detail. A stream under ice looks like just another uneven patch of ground. At speed, a skier has almost no time to ask how strong that blue crust really is.
The fall does not look cinematic. There is no long flight, no time for a dramatic reaction. Anna loses control, hits the ice over the stream, and drops through head first. The current and the edge of the ice trap her in a way her friends cannot solve by simply grabbing her and pulling. The most frightening detail is not the water. It is the thin, white slab above a person who is still alive. Under the ice, Anna has an air pocket. It is small, but it matters. As long as there is air in it, the cold has time to do its strange work. Her colleagues try to reach her, call for rescue, stay at the opening, and understand that every minute is both an enemy and a chance. At first, Anna is still conscious. Then the answers become fewer. Then there are none. In ordinary logic, that is the end of the story. A person under icy water for more than an hour, without normal breathing, without warmth, without a way out. But a body in deep cold does not behave like a body in a warm room. Metabolism slows down, cells need less oxygen, and the brain seems to drop into the harshest possible power-saving mode. That does not make cold kind. Cold kills. It is just that sometimes it kills more slowly than lack of oxygen destroys the brain. And if cooling comes before the circulation completely collapses, a narrow opening appears, one that doctors may later try to pull life back through.
When rescuers finally reach the stream, this is no longer a normal water rescue. The ice has to be cut, the body has to be freed, and no one knows how long that fragile line between rescue and being too late will hold. Anna is pulled out after roughly 80 minutes under the ice. She is frozen, pale, and pulseless. Her heart is silent. On scene, that could sound like a verdict, but the people around her know a different kind of math. Deep hypothermia has a brutal feature. A cold heart does not respond well to ordinary restarting. You can compress the chest, you can give drugs, you can fight in the helicopter, but while the blood inside is almost ice cold, resuscitation is like knocking on a locked door. So the decision is simple, even though it depends on a huge medical machine. Take her to Tromsø, to a hospital with a heart-lung bypass system. The helicopter carries the patient over the dark northern landscape, while rescuers and doctors keep doing what might look pointless from the outside. They press on her chest. They breathe for her. They do not let go of the rhythm. One thing matters here. They are not trying to revive a warm person who died an hour earlier. They are trying to deliver a profoundly cold body to the place where its blood can be warmed outside the body, given oxygen, and returned. While the brain is cold, it asks for less. While the team keeps going, there is still a chance. In the operating room in Tromsø, the story becomes almost mechanical. Not because there are no emotions in it, but because emotion is useless here without tubes, pumps, and hands that do not shake. Anna's blood is run through a heart-lung bypass machine, warmed gradually, and sent back into her body. From the outside, it does not look like a miracle. It looks like stubborn work with temperature, pressure, and oxygen. The hours pass, and only then does the thing happen that kept everyone from walking away. The heart begins to work again. Not cleanly at once, not like a movie, but enough for the team to continue. Instant happiness does not follow. Anna will face hard days, recovery, nerve damage, and a long road back to movement and work. But her brain survives. And that is what makes the case so important to doctors. 13.7 degrees Celsius sounds impossible until you see the whole chain. The air pocket gave her minutes. Her friends kept her from disappearing into the stream. Rescuers pulled her from under the ice. The helicopter got her to the right hospital. And the doctors in Tromsø knew that in deep hypothermia, the end is not marked when the heart is silent, but when warming has changed nothing. In this story, the last minute lasted more than an hour, and nobody let go. The most important sound in this chapter is not a gunshot or a siren. It is an ordinary human voice pushing through the fog while dogs bark nearby. In 1896,
There was no radio in the Arctic that could be switched on in an emergency. If a man vanished among the ice, the world learned about it only if he came back himself, or if someone found his trail. By then, Fridtjof Nansen and Hjalmar Johansen had been exactly that kind of missing for many months. They had left the ship Fram with dog teams and 2 light kayaks. The ship was not sailing the sea. It had been deliberately frozen into the ice. The big plan was daringly simple. Let the ice carry the vessel across the Arctic, and when the drift did not bring them close enough to the pole, Nansen chose to keep going with Johansen. But the ice did not promise a return ticket. They turned south when it became clear that pushing farther north made no sense anymore. Behind them was a ship drifting somewhere in a white emptiness. Ahead were the islands of Franz Josef Land, if the map was telling the truth. In a polar story, that if can weigh more than a rifle.
On ordinary ground, a route can be repeated. On drifting ice, yesterday's road can slide away overnight. You drag the sledges all day, feel as if you have won something, and then wind and current quietly carry you back. That is why polar navigation before radio was not romance. It was the bookkeeping of survival. A diary was not kept for beautiful sentences. It recorded wind, ice, food use, the condition of the dogs, the line of a coast, and rare sightings of the sun. The compass was no loyal friend in high latitudes. Fog often shut down the sky, and the habit of writing every day was what kept the route from falling apart in memory. Here is another uncomfortable truth. Hunting sea animals was not an adventure. Bear and walrus meat fed men and dogs. Fat gave fire to the lamp. Skins helped seal the gaps. A rifle was not a prop in the picture. If cartridges got wet or an animal slipped under the water, dinner and light were suddenly at stake. When Nansen and Johansen wintered in a stone hut on one of the islands of the archipelago, their world shrank to soot, fur, ammunition, and whatever could be pulled from icy water. A mistake on the map did not cost pride here. It cost warmth, light, and days of life. In spring, when that smoke-blackened winter was over, they came back outside like men who had to guess a country from broken pieces of coastline. The map of Franz Josef Land was incomplete then, and wrong in places. An island could be somewhere else. A strait could be wider. The cape they needed could disappear into fog. On a normal journey, that would be irritating. Here, it could mean walking past the only human camp and never knowing it. The other expedition worked by a completely different logic. Frederick George Jackson lived with his team at Cape Flora. They had stores, dogs, huts, and a link to the outside world through the ship Windward, expected to arrive in season. They were not rescuers posted there specifically for Nansen. They were simply working on their own piece of an empty archipelago. Then, on June 17, 1896, those two logics almost ran straight into each other. Nansen was walking in fog, exhausted, filthy, his clothing soaked with fat and smoke. First he heard dogs, then a human voice. Not a signal from a mast, not a flag on the horizon, just a voice so ordinary that the mind does not accept it as real at once. In a place where for months only the ice had answered, someone was suddenly speaking. Jackson did not see a monument-ready hero in front of him. He saw an overgrown polar traveler, hard to recognize at first glance. Nansen also could not immediately believe that the man before him came from a real camp, with food, shelter, and news. Within a few minutes, Johansen reached this strange meeting too, and the empty archipelago was no longer empty. It is important not to turn this rescue into a fairy tale about one lucky coincidence. Yes, they were unbelievably lucky. But that luck was built from small, hard things. The ice drifted in a way that did not carry them away forever. Diaries and observations held their direction when the map lied. Hunting gave them meat and fat to survive the winter, and Jackson's camp stood exactly where a voice could pass through the fog. Later, the ship Windward carried Nansen and Johansen home, while Fram returned from the ice separately,
also intact. It almost breaks the usual drama. No one rushed at the final second toward a sinking sledge, but in the Arctic before radio, the last minute could be quieter than that. You hear barking, you take a few more steps, and you understand that at the edge of the map there is a human being.